Chapter 1816. The self-destruction of a false god was already shocking enough. Not to mention a war god, a lesser-level war god. If Sima Yuan successfully self-destructed, not to mention them, even the inner demons wouldn't be able to survive. He had to stop Sima Yuan. This isn't loyalty, it's blind loyalty. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Whether it's loyalty or blind loyalty, as long as I have a clear conscience, it's fine. Don't try to persuade me anymore. It's meaningless. Think about how to escape and save your companions and the inner demons. Sima Yuan retreated while looking at Qin Feiyang. That destructive aura became more and more terrifying. He retreated because Qin Feiyang's speed was too fast. If he stood there and didn't move, Qin Feiyang would definitely be able to rush over in time to stop him from self-destructing. Shua. Qin Feiyang stopped when he heard this. He also understood the reason why Sima Yuan retreated. He also knew that Sima Yuan was determined to self-destruct. He wasn't afraid of Sima Yuan's self-destruction, because he could enter the castle or the Black Tortoise realm at any time. However, he couldn't sit back and do nothing about Zhao Tailai and the others. However, it was too late to turn back and save them. What's wrong? You've already given up? You can enter the Black Tortoise realm and the castle. Why must you stay outside? For the blood Kirin? For the inner demons? For friends? Now I want to ask you, is it worth it for you to do this? Sima Yuan said. As you said, whether it's worth it or not, I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. It seems that our personalities are quite compatible. With you as my companion, I'm very satisfied. Sima Yuan also smiled. I won't die, and you won't self-destruct. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So confident? Sima Yuan was stunned and laughed. Then let me see, what methods do you have to stop me from self-destructing? Finished. With a flick of his hand, he threw out the dragon vein sword and shouted, quickly return to Lord's side. Blood Kirin, quickly seize the dragon vein sword. Zhao Tailai's spirits lifted as he shouted. Are you kidding me? The blood Kirin shouted angrily. If he wanted to snatch the dragon vein sword, he had to go through Sima Yuan. Wasn't that just courting death? Believe in young master. If he says he won't let Sima Yuan self-destruct, then Sima Yuan definitely won't succeed in self-destructing. Zhao Tailai said anxiously. If he was strong enough, why would he need the blood Kirin? He had already caught up with them. The blood Kirin was shocked. His lips twitched and he said, do you trust Qin Feiyang that much? Zhao Tailai nodded. Lunatic. What a bunch of lunatics. The blood Kirin roared and teleported toward the dragon tattoo sword. The way he saw it, it was simply impossible for Qin Feiyang to stop Sima Yuan from self-detonating. But there was no other way. After all, its life was in the hands of Qin Feiyang. In the blink of an eye, seeing the blood Kirin fearlessly chase after the dragon vein sword, Sima Yuan's brow furrowed. He shouted, you will all go to hell with me. Boom. The destructive aura suddenly soared to an even more terrifying level. It was at this moment. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved it gently. With a gentle wave, a blood-red flash appeared. It tore through the sky at an extremely shocking speed and disappeared into Sima Yuan's qi. Blood immediately splattered into the sky. Immediately after, Sima Yuan screamed in pain as a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, penetrating from the front to the back. The destructive aura also dissipated. The blood Kirin's eyes widened as he looked at Sima Yuan in disbelief and continued to chase after the dragon vein sword. But in his heart, he was extremely shocked. He had actually stopped Sima Yuan's self-detonation. But what had happened before that? That blood-red flash was too fast, like a flash in the pan. Not to mention the blood Kirin, who was focused on the dragon vein sword, even Sima Yuan, who was facing Qin Feiyang, did not notice what it was. He only saw the flash of light and his qi was destroyed. With his qi destroyed, his cultivation disappeared instantly. Sima Yuan also fell to the ground powerlessly. Like the blood Kirin, his heart was filled with disbelief. What was going on? What exactly was that scarlet streak of light? Bang! Amidst the endless doubts, Sima Yuan fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although his cultivation was destroyed, he still had a divine body. The moment he fell, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly sank, forming a huge crater. And Sima Yuan did not die. He lay in the deep crater and looked at Qin Feiyang in the sky. He could not help but smile bitterly. Was this kid's strength already so strong? Even he, a low-level war god, could not self-detonate if he wanted to? Lord Demon Ancestor, I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. At the same time, in the distance, Zhao Talai and Tang Hai looked at each other and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they believed that Qin Feiyang could definitely stop Sima Yuan, they were more or less nervous in the face of a low-level wargod's self-detonation. But now, the crisis was finally over. Zhao Talai said, Old Tang, the blood Kirin should not be able to subdue the dragon vein sword by itself. Quickly go and help. Tang Hai nodded and chased after the blood Kirin. Tang Hai, you stay here and watch Sima Yuan. I'll go and help. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Hai was slightly surprised. He rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and frowned. Why don't you just kill them? Qin Feiyang smiled. He teleported and used the Dao word art to chase after the blood Kirin and the dragon vein sword. So, he saw the blood Kirin and the dragon vein sword. The sword and the beast were fighting in the void. The blood Kirin had even activated its true divine body. Even so, it was powerless against the supreme-grade divine artifact, the dragon vein sword. Seeing Qin Feiyang rush over, the blood Kirin's spirit was lifted. It shouted, Why aren't you surrendering? Do you want to be destroyed by Qin Feiyang? The dragon vein sword trembled, and a wave of fear came from it. Qin Feiyang's strength had not only shocked Sima Yuan and the blood Kirin, but also the dragon vein sword. Shua! Qin Feiyang rushed in front of the blood Kirin. He looked at the dragon vein sword and said, I don't want to talk nonsense. Surrender or be destroyed. Facing Qin Feiyang, who was so close, the dragon vein sword panicked even more. The blood Kirin shouted, The Kirin armor has surrendered. If you don't surrender, only death awaits you. Every supreme-grade divine artifact was very precious. To be honest, if Qin Feiyang really destroyed the dragon vein sword, it would be a bit reluctant. The dragon vein sword buzzed and trembled as if it was struggling. After a while, it released a wave of helpless emotions. Then, it flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. At least you know what's good for you. Qin Feiyang released his divine will and entered the dragon vein sword. He quickly found the blood contract. The blood Kirin said, The owner of the dragon vein sword is Sima Yuan, not the demon alpha. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Whether it was the sky demon flag or the Kirin armor, their owner was the demon alpha. But the owner of the dragon vein sword was actually Sima Yuan. It seemed that the demon alpha's trust in this person was indeed extraordinary. However, the owner of the dragon vein sword was Sima Yuan, so erasing the blood contract inside was not as difficult as erasing the Kirin armor. Because Sima Yuan's cultivation had been crippled. The most important thing was that even if he erased the dragon vein sword's blood contract, it would not alarm the demon alpha. Divine power poured into the dragon vein sword and easily erased the blood contract. He quickly cut his finger and dripped blood to recognize it as his master. This way, he would obtain another supreme-grade divine artifact. At the bottom of the pit, when Qin Feiyang erased the dragon vein sword's blood contract, Sima Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. His blood-stained face was filled with grief, because it was obvious that the dragon vein sword had fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Sima Yuan looked at Tang Hai, who was standing at the side without moving or saying a word, and said, You are the Hall Master of the Nether Hall, Tang Hai? Tang Hai looked at him and nodded. You didn't follow the wrong person. Qin Feiyang will definitely become the ruler of this continent in the future. And you will also follow him and be respected by the world and enjoy supreme glory. Sima Yuan said with a smile, a trace of envy in his eyes. Although he had followed the demon alpha and obtained great strength and unparalleled status, in the eyes of the world, there was only disgust and hatred for him. But Qin Feiyang was different. Qin Feiyang stood above benevolence and righteousness, the embodiment of benevolence and righteousness. In the near future, people would definitely worship him like a god. This was the difference. You don't have to envy us. As long as you turn back now and follow the young master to suppress the demon alpha, you will also be respected in the future. Tang Hai said coldly. You are also a war god, so you should understand that sometimes, once you take the first step, you will never be able to turn back. Sima Yuan shook his head and smiled. He looked at Tang Hai and said, Can I ask you for a favor? Speak. Tang Hai said. Tell Qin Feiyang that if possible, give my brother, Sima Kun, a way out. In this world, I only have him as my family, and I don't want him to be like me. Please. Sima Yuan said sincerely. Tang Hai frowned and said, Are these your last words? Sima Yuan got up and smiled at Tang Hai, saying, Give me the dagger in your hand. Tang Hai said, I won't give it to you, because the young master hasn't said that he wants you to die. You are his subordinate, so you should understand his character. The reason why he didn't kill me just now is because he wants me to submit. But I can't submit. Even if he doesn't kill me, I will continue to find opportunities to perish together with him. I think, as the person he trusts the most, you don't want me to become a threat to him. Sima Yuan said. Tang Hai was silent. Sima Yuan smiled. Give it to me, death is the best ending for me. Tang Hai took a deep breath and handed the dagger over. Thank you. Sima Yuan smiled gratefully and looked at the ground with nostalgia. Without hesitation, he grabbed the dagger and slashed his neck. Blood gushed out. Sima Yuan slowly fell down, and his life fluctuations quickly dissipated. Tang Hai waved his hand and the dagger fell into his hand. He looked at Sima Yuan's face and murmured, You are a respectable opponent. Then he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the inner demons. Chapter 1817. After a while, Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin arrived. When they saw Sima Yuan lying in a pool of blood, Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Tang Hai and asked, What happened? He committed suicide. Tang Hai said. Suicide? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the dagger in Tang Hai's hand and then at the wound on Sima Yuan's neck. He could not help but sigh. Tang Hai said, Did you not suspect that I killed him and only said that he committed suicide? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Tang Hai and waved his hand. The soil under his feet churned and quickly swallowed Sima Yuan's body. He used teleportation and landed next to Zhao Tailai. He looked up at the inner demons. Tang Hai and the blood Kirin followed closely behind. Zhao Tailai asked, Young master, did you subdue the dragon vein sword? Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's great. Not only did you get the Kirin armor, but you also got the dragon vein sword. Your strength has skyrocketed. Zhao Tailai said excitedly. Qin Feiyang said, Although you have 2 more supreme-grade artifacts, they are not very useful against the Demon Lord. That's right. The Demon Lord has a heaven-defying artifact. No matter how many supreme-grade artifacts there are, they are just scrap metal. The Blood Kirin said. Hearing the Blood Kirin's words, Zhao Tailai's joy disappeared. The Blood Kirin rolled its eyes and went on to say, But using a top-class weapon to deal with others should be no problem. You just want the young master to return the Kirin armor to you. You're still beating around the bush. Aren't you being hypocritical? Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. The Blood Kirin laughed and glanced at Qin Feiyang. However, it found that Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear it. He did not even look at it. It could not help but feel discouraged. Boom! Another heavenly tribulation descended. The inner demons were already a candle in the wind. The situation was worrying. Qin Feiyang said, Which tribulation is this? 79th. Zhao Tailai said, There are still 20 heavenly tribulations left, Qin Feiyang murmured. He clasped his hands together and murmured, You must survive, please. Tang Hai suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Before Sima Yuan committed suicide, he asked me to tell you that if possible, spare his younger brother, Sima Kun. Let Sima Kun go, Qin Feiyang mumbled and shook his head. Impossible. If not for Jiang Jingyi, Yan Wei might have already died at Sima Kun's hands. As for the rest, he could choose to forgive. But if he dared to harm Yen Wei, then he must be killed. Tang Hai was not surprised by this answer at all. This was because when the Imperial Preceptor cut Yen Wei alive, Sima Yuan and the Imperial Preceptor's fate had already been decided. Zhao Tailai suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, do you think Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei will take the opportunity to rescue the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi in Magic City?" Lin Yi, Mermaid Palace Master. Hearing Zhao Tailai's words, the Blood Kirin's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two did not notice this abnormality. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "To be honest, I don't want them to do this because it is too dangerous. Of course, if there is a chance, it would be best to rescue them." Zhao Tailai nodded. "Hey, Qin Feiyang." Just when Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai looked at the inner demons again, the Blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, it had a deep tone. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Blood Kirin suspiciously. "How much do you know about Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess?" The Blood Kirin pondered for a while and asked. "Of course, I know about them. Why do you suddenly ask?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Do you really know about them?" The Blood Kirin murmured. "Do you know why the Demon Alpha likes them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because they are the most important people around me. The Demon Alpha wants to use them to threaten me." "This is just one of the reasons," the Blood Kirin said. "There are other reasons?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It seems that you don't actually know about these two women." The Blood Kirin sighed. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Blood Kirin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "The reason why the Demon Alpha likes them is because of their war souls." When mentioning Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess war souls, the Blood Kirin's eyes were filled with deep awe. It seemed to be very afraid. War souls? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The memory that had been sealed for a long time slowly emerged. He really didn't know much about Lin Yi's war soul, but he had some impression of Mermaid Princess war soul. It seemed to be a vague golden figure, similar to the first Mermaid Emperor. Wait, I was wrong. To be exact, the Demon Alpha is interested in their war soul's gifted powers. The Blood Kirin said. Gifted powers? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also curious. What kind of gifted powers made the Blood Kirin so afraid and the Demon Alpha so interested? The Blood Kirin said, "Their gifted powers are on the same level as all-seeing eye, eye of nothingness, and eye of heaven." This, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. It is on the same level as all-seeing eye. This is too surprising. Blood Kirin, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Zhao Tailai urged. Lin Yi's war soul is Oblivion Eye. The Mermaid Palace Master's war soul is Eye of Life. The Blood Kirin said word by word. Oblivion Eye? Eye of Life. The three looked at each other. You guys really don't know anything. The Blood Kirin shook his head and then slowly said. At the same time. Magic City. In a valley. Two figures looked around as if they were looking for something. That's right. The two were Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei. Jiang Jingyi had already disguised himself as the black-haired old man. Whether it was his words, actions, aura, or temperament, they were almost exactly the same. All of a sudden, Yen Wei pointed at a rock wall and whispered, "Brother Jiang, look, isn't that a sword mark?" Jiang Jingyi looked in the direction that Yen Wei pointed and saw a few inconspicuous marks on the rock. The two walked closer to take a look. Those were the sword marks left by a sharp sword. Jiang Jingyi raised his arm, placed it on the sword mark, and pressed slightly. Kacha! Cracks immediately appeared on the rock that was originally a single entity. Seeing that there was hope, Jiang Jingyi pressed harder. He pressed on the rock and immediately sank deeper. Crack! At that moment, with a faint sound, the ground in the middle of the valley slowly cracked open. Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei looked at each other and quickly ran over. Under the cracked ground, they saw an ancient stone staircase. The stone staircase was dark and was more than 2 meters wide. It was at a 45-degree angle and slanted downward. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to the Demon Tower. Jiang Jingyi looked at the stone staircase and turned to Yen Wei. He smiled and said, "Brother Yen, I'll have to trouble you." Yen Wei said, "I'm not even afraid of being skinned alive. Why would I be afraid of trouble? Come at me." Jiang Jingyi immediately slapped Yen Wei's chest. Yen Wei immediately spat out blood and his face turned pale. Immediately after, Jiang Jingyi grabbed Yen Wei and rushed into the entrance. Under the stone staircase was a dark passage. There was no light at all and it was extremely dim. But whether it was Jiang Jingyi or Yen Wei, their cultivation was not weak now. Even without light, they could see everything clearly. Phew! Jiang Jingyi looked up at the depths of the passage and let out a long breath. Then he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the passage. The passage was like a giant python, winding and winding, leading to the depths of the earth. About 10 breaths later, the two of them went deep into the ground. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in front of them. Jiang Jingyi looked down at Yen Wei and said, "If you see Emperor Chen and the others later, don't be impulsive." "I know," Yen Wei said secretly. Jiang Jingyi sped up. So he came to the exit of the passage. A huge underground square came into sight. The square was about 10,000 feet wide. The ground was inlaid with black stones as flat as a mirror. And in the middle of the square stood a tall stone tower. The stone tower had 9 floors. It was as black as ink, as if a demon beast was lurking there, emitting a chilling aura. "That's the demon tower?" Jiang Jingyi muttered in his heart and walked toward the stone tower. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger came from behind. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head to take a look. He saw an old man with fiery red clothes standing behind him without him noticing. Seeing the old man, Jiang Jingyi's eyes trembled. He quickly turned to face the old man and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Yen." "So he's Lord Yen." Yen Wei also took the opportunity to look at the old man. Not only was the old man in a red robe, but his hair was also red. His old face looked extremely cold, giving people a great sense of danger. Lord Yen was silent. He looked at Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei and suddenly released his aura. This aura was so strong that it almost made the two of them despair. It was a war god. "What are you doing here? Don't you know that this is the forbidden area of Shanghai?" Lord Yen stared at Jiang Jingyi and said. Jiang Jingyi trembled and quickly said, "Lord, please forgive me. It was Lord Sima Kun who asked me to come." "Sima Kun?" Lord Yen raised his eyebrows and his cold expression softened. He said, "Why did Sima Kun ask you to come?" Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and threw Yen Wei to the ground. He said, "This man is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. He followed Zhuge Xingfeng into Shanghai not long ago and was caught by Lord Sima Kun. Then, Lord Sima Kun asked me to bring him to the Demon Tower and hand him over to Lord Yen." "Qin Feiyang's accomplice?" The Flame King looked at Yen Wei in surprise and said, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He's just a war god. How could Qin Feiyang let him infiltrate Shanghai?" "So what if he's a war god? Although an ant is small, there will be a time when it can defeat an elephant." Yen Wei snorted. Lord Yen was stunned. "Lord Yen, don't underestimate him. Although he's weak, he's very stubborn. Back then in the Wind Moon Pavilion, when we captured him, Zhuge Xinyun used the punishment of cutting him alive. But guess what? Throughout the whole process, he didn't even move his eyebrows." Jiang Jingyi said. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website Them. Chapter 1818. Really? The Flame King was surprised. The taste of being skinned alive was not just a little scary, but there was actually someone who could withstand it? Absolutely. Jiang Jingyi nodded. Not bad. The Flame King looked at Yen Wei and nodded approvingly. Yen Wei sneered, "If you have any tricks, just come at me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but in the end, you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death." The Flame King smiled and looked at Jiang Jingyi, waving his hand. "All right, I'll take him, you can go now." Jiang Jingyi replied respectfully and turned to enter the secret passage, leaving without looking back. However, after leaving the Flame King's sight, He immediately took out the jade pendant made of hidden soul stone and wore it around his neck. Then, he went back the way he came and hid at the exit, secretly spying on the Flame King and Yen Wei. "What's your name?" "In the square." The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and asked. Yen Wei got up, straightened his back and looked at the Flame King proudly. "I'm Yen Wei." "Master?" The Flame King muttered to himself and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect a trash like you to be so arrogant, but don't worry, soon you will be lying in front of me like a dog." "In your dreams?" Yen Wei sneered. "Let's wait and see." The Flame King smirked and grabbed Yen Wei's neck, then dragged Yen Wei towards the demon pagoda. "What kind of tricks does this person have?" "In the dark." Jiang Jingyi frowned. Although he already knew about this person's existence in the Wind Moon Pavilion and knew what he looked like, he knew nothing about this person's tricks. So now, looking at the Flame King's confident look, he couldn't help but worry about Yen Wei. He also regretted letting Yen Wei take the risk. While Jiang Jingyi was upset, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei and walked to the gate of the demon pagoda. The gate was tightly shut. King Yen waved his hand, and the door slowly opened. Jiang Jingyi's eyes flashed. He immediately entered the spatial divine object, took off the jade pendant, and placed it on the ground of the spatial divine object. As long as this soul concealment stone was placed on the ground, it could be used to isolate the search of divine sense. Immediately after, Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and an image appeared in the void in front of him. The Flame King dragged Yen Wei into the demon pagoda. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jingyi hurriedly controlled the spatial divine object and silently streaked across the sky, flashing into the devil pagoda. As soon as he entered the tower, a long and narrow corridor appeared on the screen. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone door every 5 or 6 meters. Jiang Jingyi looked at the stone doors and frowned slightly. Were there prison cells behind these stone doors? He knew nothing about the devil pagoda. However, what was certain was that Qin Feiyang's grandfathers were definitely behind one of the stone doors. In the corridor, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei all the way to the end. There was also a stone door here. Rumble. The Flame King waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Looking at the inside of the stone door, whether it was Yen Wei or Jiang Jingyi who was hiding in the spatial divine item, they were all extremely shocked. They originally thought that there would be prison cells behind the stone door. However, they didn't expect that it would be a cultivation room. After the Flame King entered the cultivation room, he threw Yen Wei on the ground and raised his head to look at the center of the cultivation room. The cultivation room wasn't big, it was about 300 feet in size. In the center of the cultivation room, there was an ancient futon. On the futon, a woman in white was sitting cross-legged. The woman was about 20 years old. She had an excellent figure. She was extremely beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She was like a fairy. However, this woman looked extremely cold, as if she was an emotionless person. How could it be her? When Yen Wei got up and raised his head to look at the woman, his body suddenly froze. In the spatial divine object, Jiang Jingyi looked at the woman in white in the image, and he couldn't believe it. "Looking at your reaction, I can confirm that you are really Qin Feiyang's man." The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and said jokingly. He then turned to look at the woman in white and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Miss Yi." There was a hint of respect for the woman in white in his expression. "N." The woman in white nodded indifferently, then glanced at Yen Wei and asked, "Who is he?" The Flame King smiled and said, replying to Miss, "He is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. His name is Yen Wei. Qin Feiyang's accomplice is our enemy. You can just kill him. Why did you send him to me?" The woman in white frowned and was puzzled. "Enemy?" Yen Wei couldn't help it anymore. He yelled, "Lin, what's wrong with you? Although you haven't seen me and don't know me, you know the young master. You and the young master are childhood sweethearts. How can you say that you are an enemy?" "That's right. The woman in front of me is Lin Yi." Yen Wei had never seen Lin Yi, but when he was with Qin Feiyang and others, he saw Lin Yi's image. Although Lin Yi was more mature than before over the years, her appearance did not change much. So, he could recognize her at a glance. Childhood sweethearts? But hearing Yen Wei's words, Lin Yi's face was full of disdain. She said coldly, "How can I be childhood sweethearts with master's enemy? What the hell is going on?" Looking at Lin Yi's indifferent eyes full of hatred for Qin Feiyang, Yen Wei looked at the Flame King in confusion and said angrily, "It's a surprise, right? As I said just now, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The Flame King sneered. Yen Wei glanced at the Flame King, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You really don't know Qin Feiyang? Don't you remember that when you were in Iron Bull Town?" "Shut up. I'll say it again. I have nothing to do with Qin Feiyang except hatred." Before Yen Wei finished speaking, Lin Yi spoke coldly. "Hatred?" Yen Wei was suspicious. "Why is there hatred?" The Flame King joked, "Because Missy's parents, brothers, and friends were all killed by Qin Feiyang." Nonsense. Nonsense. Yen Wei was furious. Jiang Jingyi, who was in the spatial divine item, was furious. This was completely groundless. Yen Wei said anxiously, "Don't listen to the demon ancestors' nonsense. Young master, Clang." Without waiting for Yen Wei to finish speaking, Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and a 3-foot thin sword appeared. She grabbed the thin sword and placed it on Yen Wei's neck. Yen Wei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Without a doubt, if he dared to say another word, Lin Yi would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, why is this? Does Lin Yi really hate Qin Feiyang? Or is there another reason? Wait, did Lin Yi lose her memory? Yen Wei's eyes trembled slightly, staring at Lin Yi. His face was full of surprise. "In fact, you and I both understand the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang. But now, Lin Yi doesn't remember anything." The Flame King's voice suddenly sounded in Yen Wei's mind. She really lost her memory? Yen Wei was taken aback. She has forgotten all her previous memories. Now she only knows that she is the disciple of the demon ancestor. The Flame King transmitted his voice. Yen Wei said angrily, "Are you the one who erased her memory?" She erased her past memories by herself. The Flame King secretly said. "Impossible." Yen Wei said flatly. "Back then, the demon ancestor deceived her to come to Magic City and gave her a divine art. This divine art is called Art of Indifference. It has the ability to defy the heavens." The Flame King secretly said. "Art of Indifference?" Yen Wei frowned. "Art of Indifference can make a person's talent skyrocket. Didn't you notice? Lin Yi now has the cultivation base of a pseudo-god." The Flame King transmitted his voice. "Pseudo-god?" Yen Wei looked up at Lin Yi, and his body trembled suddenly. Sure enough, the aura that Lin Yi exuded now was that of a pseudo-god. Although Art of Indifference can defy the heavens, it also has a terrible side effect. That is, those who cultivate Art of Indifference will gradually forget everything in the past as their cultivation base improves. The Flame King secretly said. "It turns out to be like this." Yen Wei murmured. And Lin Yi lost all her memories when she broke through to the peak of 9-star Combat Emperor realm. At that time, we told her that Qin Feiyang killed her family. It was the demon ancestor who saved her, accepted her as a disciple, and taught her cultivation. So now, in her heart, there is only hatred for Qin Feiyang. The Flame King secretly laughed. Damn it, damn it. Yen Wei was furious and roared, "You can't even let a woman go. You bastards are really despicable." "Ha!" The Flame King laughed and transmitted his voice. "No one forced her at the beginning. She chose Art of Indifference by herself. How can you say that we are despicable? What a joke! If you didn't deceive her and lure her to Magic City, would she cultivate Art of Indifference without any precaution?" Yen Wei said angrily. "Now that you mention it, it does make sense. But it has already happened. What can you do? Wake her up? It will never be possible. Now, she is the biggest weapon in our hands. Of course, her weapon is used to deal with you." The Flame King laughed. But he was also transmitting his voice. After all, Lin Yi was right next to him. Although she had lost her past memories, her mind was fine, so he definitely couldn't let her hear these words. As for Yen Wei, The Flame King didn't care at all. Because Lin Yi wouldn't believe what Yen Wei said at all. This is a scam. Wake up, I beg you. Yen Wei looked at Lin Yi and shouted. Clang. Sure enough, as the Flame King expected, Lin Yi not only didn't believe it, but she also wanted to kill him. The thin sword that was pressed against Yen Wei's neck moved slightly, and a line of blood immediately appeared. Seeing this, the Flame King suddenly broke out in cold sweat and shouted, Missy, you can't kill him now. But Lin Yi asked. The Flame King said, Sima Kun asked someone to send him here. Obviously, he wants to use him to deal with Qin Feiyang. You mean with the eyes of indifference? Lin Yi asked. The Flame King nodded. Lin Yi glanced at Yen Wei, then put away the thin sword. The Flame King wiped his cold sweat. Although Lin Yi was just a pawn, her position in the heart of the demon ancestor was higher than him, the god of war. Her status was even on par with Sima Kun and Sima Yuan. So for Lin Yi, he didn't dare to offend her at all. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1819. Eyes of Oblivion? Yen Wei listened to the conversation between the two, and his eyes were full of surprise. Eyes of Oblivion is Ms. Yi's battle soul. King Yen looked at Yen Wei with a smile and said. He did not transmit his voice. What kind of battle soul? Yen Wei asked. The Eyes of Oblivion is the same as the Art of Oblivion. It makes people forget everything. King Yen said. Forget everything? Yen Wei was shocked. Yes. But there are differences between the two. The Art of Oblivion will only make the cultivator lose their memory bit by bit. But Ms. Yi's Eyes of Oblivion forcibly deprives others of their memory in an instant. And anyone who is deprived of their memory will listen to Ms. Yi's words. This is the Eyes of Oblivion. King Yen smiled. What? There is such a terrifying battle soul in the world. Yen Wei was shocked. Jiang Jingyi's face turned pale when he heard King Yan's words in the space artifact. He really didn't expect Lin Yi to awaken such a terrifying battle soul. For Lin Yi, neither Jiang Jingyi nor Qin Yuan paid much attention to her. Therefore, this was the first time they heard of it. Wait. Yen Wei suddenly asked, why haven't I heard the young master and the state preceptor mention this? Your young master doesn't know about this at all. Even in the entire spiritual state at that time, except for the mermaid princess who had a good relationship with Lin Yi, no one knew about it. Because since the Eyes of Oblivion was awakened, Lin Yi has never shown this battle soul in front of others because she also knows that this battle soul is quite terrifying. If it is spread out, it may cause a fatal disaster or attract some people with bad intentions. As for the state preceptor, of course, we also intended to hide it. After all, this is not a trivial matter. King Yen secretly said. These words naturally couldn't be heard by Lin Yi. Yen Wei frowned and said, since she is in the spiritual state and has never awakened the Eyes of Oblivion, how did you know? We didn't know at first either. At first, we only went to Lin Yi and the mermaid princess to deal with Qin Feiyang. But later, under our surveillance, we accidentally overheard her conversation with the mermaid princess. When we heard about their battle soul's innate divine powers, we were also quite shocked. Then we changed our plans, using their thirst for power to lure them to demonic Dragon Island. The plan was also very successful. In the end, they all became our people. The Flame King transmitted his voice. The thirst for power, Yen Wei mumbled. There was no doubt about it. Whether it was Lin Yi or the mermaid princess, the reason why they desired strength was Qin Feiyang. They wanted to stay by Qin Feiyang's side and help Qin Feiyang. However, the fiend ancestor used this point of theirs to trick and manipulate them. Why was the human heart so sinister? Suddenly, Yen Wei realized another key point and frowned. Wait, what battle soul did the mermaid princess activate? Your young master has seen her battle soul. But your young master knows nothing about her battle soul's innate divine powers. Her innate divine powers is called the Eye of Life. Once the Eye of Life is activated, it can provide a steady stream of vitality to her companions. And it's not targeted at a single person, but at a wide range. In other words, even if there are thousands of people, The Eye of Life can provide vitality at the same time. Even if the Sea of Qi is destroyed, it can be repaired instantly with the help of the Eye of Life. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as the mermaid princess is around, her companions have an immortal body. Tell me, isn't this innate divine powers terrifying? The Flame King secretly smiled proudly. Yen Wei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that both Lin Yi and the mermaid princess had activated such terrifying innate divine powers. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Life, these are simply heaven-defying existences. It's quite fun to talk about it. These two golden mountains originally belonged to your young master. No one can take them away. But what's the result? Your young master doesn't know how lucky he is. He wants to leave them in the spiritual state and doesn't care about them. Now he wants to benefit us. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Flame King secretly said, his words full of sarcasm. It's not that the young master doesn't care about them. He just doesn't want them to take risks with him. Don't say that the young master doesn't know their innate divine powers. Even if he knows, the young master will do the same. An inhumane beast like you will never understand the young master's good intentions. Yen Wei said sternly. Ha! The Flame King laughed and said sarcastically, don't find excuses for his stupidity. In this world, only smart people can stand at the highest place and overlook the common people. Really? Then let's wait and see. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Will it be your demon ancestor or my young master? Yen Wei sneered again and again. Okay, let's wait and see. The Flame King's eyebrows were full of disdain. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, Miss Yi, erase his memory. Wait, what about the mermaid princess? Did she also cultivate the art of indifference? Yen Wei hurriedly said. She didn't. But her memory has been deprived by Miss Yi. The Flame King said. What do you mean? Does it mean that after the memory is deprived by the Eye of Oblivion, the memory will disappear forever? Yen Wei was surprised. No. Lin Yi can return their memory to them. Or kill Lin Yi, and their memory will be restored. But do you think Lin Yi will return their memory to them now? Then there is only one way left. Kill Lin Yi, but with our protection, can you kill her? I'm guessing that even Qin Feiyong wouldn't be able to do this. The Flame King laughed secretly, revealing an expression as if victory was already in his hands. Yen Wei was silent. After a while, he glanced at Lin Yi and stared at the Flame King. Young master, you can't do it, but I can. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Self-destruct. That's right. He chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Because the Flame King was a god of war, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Yi in front of the Flame King. Moreover, even if it was Lin Yi, he was not her opponent. So he could only use self-destruct, hoping to perish together with Lin Yi. If he did this, he might be blamed by Qin Feiyong, but he did not regret it. Because in his eyes, no matter what the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyong was, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Qin Feiyong was fine. But looking at Yen Wei's self-destruction, whether it was the Flame King or Lin Yi, they were not moved at all. Their expressions were full of indifference and disdain. One of them was a god of war, and the other was a pseudo-god. Yen Wei, a mere war emperor, wanted to self-destruct in front of them. Wasn't this a fool's dream? However, just as the Flame King was about to make a move and destroy Yen Wei's Sea of Qi, an invisible force emerged, and Yen Wei immediately disappeared from their sight. The Flame King was taken aback. Lin Yi also frowned. Boom. The Flame King came back to his senses and immediately released his divine sense. But in the cultivation room, he found nothing. What happened? The Flame King was surprised as he stepped out of the cultivation room. He looked at the empty corridor and the half-closed door of the demonic pagoda. He then waved his hand and the demonic pagoda's door closed with a loud bang. Following that, divine sense enveloped the entire first floor of the demon tower, but he still found nothing. Lin Yi also walked out of the cultivation room, stood next to the Flame King and asked, "Did you find it?" The Flame King shook his head. "It seems that they have escaped before you closed the demon tower's door." But why didn't you close the demon tower's door when you came in before? Lin Yi said angrily. The Flame King smiled bitterly and said, How would I know that he has accomplices? Don't make excuses for your mistakes. I will report this matter to my master later. Lin Yi said. Mister, I will chase after them right away. The Flame King's face changed and said hurriedly. Then why aren't you going? Lin Yi shouted. The Flame King nodded repeatedly and opened the demon tower's door again. Divine sense enveloped all directions, searching while rushing toward the secret passage. What a useless waste. Lin Yi snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to the cultivation room. She sat cross-legged on the futon and continued to meditate with her eyes closed. But the two did not know. Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi did not leave. They were in the cultivation room at this moment. Inside the space divine item, Yan Wei glared at Jiang Jingyi and said, Brother Jiang, what are you doing? What if your whereabouts are exposed? Don't worry, with the hidden soul stone, they can't find us. But you are too impulsive. You actually self-destructed. Have you ever thought that your self-destruction can't kill Lin Yi at all? After all, she now has the cultivation of a pseudo-god. Jiang Jingyi said. How can I not know? But what can I do? Do I just watch the demon ancestor use her to deal with the young master? You also know the young master's character. He definitely can't kill Lin Yi, so I might as well take the risk. Yan Wei sighed. Jiang Jingyi couldn't help but be absent-minded when he heard it. What kind of charm does Qin Feiyang have? He actually made this person so loyal that he even sacrificed his life? Have you ever thought that if Lin Yi really died under your self-destruction, Qin Feiyang might blame you? Jiang Jingyi asked calmly. I thought about it, but it doesn't matter. Yan Wei said. What a loyal and iron-blooded man. Jiang Jingyi sighed secretly. Yan Wei looked at Lin Yi in the picture, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said, Now that the Flame King is not here, it is a good opportunity. Send me out quickly. I have said that your self-destruction can't kill her. Why are you so stubborn? I also advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible because I can't do this. I want to keep you as a talent for Qin Feiyang. Jiang Jingyi snorted coldly. If such a loyal person were to sacrifice himself here, wouldn't it be a pity? Then what do you say? Yan Wei looked at him angrily. Chapter 1820. I say, old Yan, why do you only want to flaunt your might? Didn't you notice that there is someone stronger than you standing in front of you? Jiang Jingyi said angrily. In front of me? Yan Wei was taken aback for a moment and glanced around. There is no one else here except me and Jiang Jingyi. Wait, are you talking about yourself? Suddenly, Yan Wei frowned and looked at Jiang Jingyi. I am also a pseudo-god. My chances of killing Lin Yi are higher than yours. Jiang Jingyi looked at him helplessly. Oh no. Yan Wei shook his head quickly. Why not? Are you looking down on me? Jiang Jingyi was displeased. No. You are one of the most respected elders of the young master. How can I let you take the risk? Moreover, Demon Ancestor likes Lin Yi so much. He must have left some life-saving means for her. Maybe Demon Ancestor's murderous intent is lurking in Lin Yi's body. It is even possible that the thin sword that Lin Yi took out before is a superb artifact. In other words, if you go out now, it is likely to be a dead end. Yan Wei said in a deep voice. It turns out that you know it too. I thought you didn't know. Jiang Jingyi rolled his eyes at him. Yan Wei was stunned. I don't really want to go out and kill Lin Yi. I just want you to stand from a bystander's point of view and see the current situation clearly. Jiang Jingyi sighed. It turns out to be like this. Yan Wei suddenly realized and then smiled bitterly. This was the so-called, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. When he wanted to self-destruct before, he didn't think about these problems at all. But when he heard Jiang Jingyi say that he wanted to go out and kill Lin Yi, his mind became clear. All the possibilities were instantly thought of. Although you were a little confused just now, it also reflects that you are a person who can do anything for others. A person like you is worth befriending. Jiang Jingyi smiled. Yan Wei smiled awkwardly and said, But we still have to think of a solution. We have to ask Qin Feiyang about this. After all, he is the main character of this matter. Jiang Jingyi took out an image crystal and sent a message to Luo Qingzhu. Very soon, Luo Qingzhu's figure appeared. Jiang Jingyi said, "Qingzhu, go find Qin Feiyang immediately. Tell him we have something to discuss with him." Yan Wei added, "It's about Lin Yi and the Mermaid Princess." "Lin Yi? Mermaid Princess?" Luo Qingzhu was stunned and asked, "Are you talking about their battle souls?" "How did you know?" Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei were surprised. Luo Qingzhu said, "The Blood Kirin told Qin Feiyang about this." Jiang Jingyi asked, "Then what does he think?" "He guessed that you must have sent us a message, so he asked me to tell you not to be impulsive. Just monitor the situation in Demon Capital." As for Lin Yi and the Mermaid Princess, when Luo Qingzhu said this, her expression suddenly became extremely melancholy. "What's wrong?" Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other and looked at Luo Qingzhu suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said that if he really wants to kill the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi, he will do it personally. Luo Qingzhu sighed. Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu's eyes trembled. Killing Lin Yi and Luo Qingzhu with his own hands was probably more painful than death for Qin Feiyang. In fact, we all know that he is reluctant to do so. But for the overall situation, for the sake of the common people, I think he will definitely be ruthless. Luo Qingzhu said. Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu nodded. Yan Wei exhaled and said, "Well, if there is any news, we will pass it to you as soon as possible." Luo Qingzhu nodded and exhorted, "You must protect yourself. In addition, according to our guess, now that your whereabouts are exposed, the demon ancestors should move to Demon Capital." Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other, and there was a trace of anxiety on their faces. They hadn't thought of this before. In other words, they had already alerted the enemy. "Don't worry, don't blame yourself, and don't take the risk to inquire," Luo Qingzhu said. "What if the demon ancestor really moves to Demon Capital?" Yan Wei frowned. "Let nature take its course," Luo Qingzhu said. Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei sighed, and the phantoms quickly dissipated. Luo Qingzhu also put away the image crystal and sighed, "I really hope that the final outcome will not be too cruel." Everyone knew the position of Lin Yi and the Mermaid Princess in Qin Feiyang's heart. If he really killed the two of them, Qin Feiyang's heart would definitely bleed. And after that, Qin Feiyang would also activate the Divine Dragon Secret Art's fourth move, the Gate of Rebirth, to resurrect the two of them. This was a scene that Luo Qingzhu never wanted to see. Because once the Gate of Rebirth was activated, Qin Feiyang would pay the price of losing all his cultivation. He might even die on the spot. Demon Capital. After searching the vicinity of the Demon Tower, there was no trace of Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi. The Flame King hesitated again and again. In the end, he plucked up his courage and reported this matter to Sima Kuan. Without a doubt, Sima Kuan, who learned about this matter, was immediately furious and scolded the Flame King. But scolding the Flame King didn't help. Sima Kuan immediately ordered to search the entire city, not letting go of any suspicious person. At the same time, the state preceptor was also extremely angry. He was also quite disgusted with Sima Kuan. He had already told him to just kill Yan Wei and end everything, but he just didn't listen. Now, Yan Wei had escaped. Although Yan Wei's strength was very weak, the current threat could be said to be greater than Qin Feiyang. Because he could control the movements in Demon Capital and report to Qin Feiyang at any time. As for whether Yan Wei could pass the news to Qin Feiyang, there was no doubt about it. Although Yan Wei's image crystal was destroyed, he still had an accomplice. Since he was Yan Wei's accomplice, he must be able to contact Qin Feiyang outside. Therefore, after calming down, the state preceptor, as expected by Qin Feiyang and the others, immediately suggested to Sima Kuan to move to Demon Capital immediately. Inside the space divine item, Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei had a worried look on their faces. It wasn't easy for them to pass the location of Demon Capital to Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that because of a moment of carelessness, their previous efforts would be in vain. "Brother Jiang, we didn't think it through. If it was the young lord, he definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. Yen Wei shook his head and sighed. Yes. Let's not make any more trouble. Just monitor the movements here so that we don't cause any more trouble for Qin Feiyang. Jiang Jingyi said. Yen Wei nodded. If they could really help Qin Feiyang, it would be a good thing, but if the more they helped, the more trouble they would cause. Outside, the inner demon's tribulation wasn't over yet. Now, he had gone through 98 heavenly tribulations, and there was only one left. But at this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the other two, or the blood Kirin, their hearts were extremely heavy. Because the last heavenly tribulation was the real tribulation. And most importantly, the inner demons only had a wisp of consciousness left, like a falling leaf in the wind, floating in the void. It was hard to imagine. What would happen when the last heavenly tribulation fell? Crack, boom. Blood clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder and lightning roared. The heavenly tribulation covered all directions, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Seeing that the last heavenly tribulation still hadn't fallen, Zhao Tailai couldn't help but say angrily, "How long is it going to take? Do we have to kill the inner demons to be satisfied?" This heavenly tribulation is used to kill the inner demons. Look at the inner demons' current state. They might not even be able to survive the previous heavenly tribulations, let alone the last one. It's almost impossible for them to pass the tribulation successfully. The blood Kirin sighed. Young master, Zhao Lai turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was silent. He raised his head and glanced at the blood-red lightning in the clouds, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to help the inner demons pass this tribulation successfully. After about 10 breaths, with a deafening sound, the last heavenly tribulation finally formed, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the inner demons. Looking at the last heavenly tribulation, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin's eyes almost popped out. This heavenly tribulation was at least 10 times bigger than the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. It was like a blood-red dragon roaring in the void. The aura it exuded was even more terrifying. Tang Hai said in a deep voice, "According to my judgment, the power of this heavenly tribulation is really the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations." Zhao Dalai said, "With such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, unless a god descends, the inner demons will definitely die. This is fate." The blood Kirin shook his head and sighed. "Life is in your own hands. Don't rely on others' charity." But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice rang out. The blood Kirin turned to look at Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang's eyes, he asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" "Today, I want to fight with the heavens." Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a divine rainbow. He soared 90,000 miles into the sky and headed straight for the heavenly tribulation. "Young master." Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's expressions changed. The blood Kirin was also extremely shocked. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the snow python also opened their eyes wide. They looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. "What are you doing, my lord? This is my tribulation. I don't need your help. Back off." In the void, seeing Qin Feiyang rush toward the heavenly tribulation, the inner demons also roared angrily. In fact, he was worried about Qin Feiyang. Because he had personally experienced the previous 98 heavenly tribulations, no one knew better than him how terrifying the last heavenly tribulation was. Qin Feiyang would definitely die if he rushed up rashly. "If I can't even protect you, then what's the point of having this kind of strength?" However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to the inner demon's shouts. He said without turning his head, "You can go and protect the others. I'm just an inner demon. My existence is intolerable by the heavens. Are you an idiot to risk your life for me?" The inner demons roared. "You can think of me as an idiot." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhao, old Tang, if I don't survive, the task of rescuing my mother and the others will be left to you." Chapter 1821. Tang Hai said expressionlessly, "If you die, I'll go to the demon lord immediately. I'll go to Mu Tianyang too." Zhao Tailai said angrily. It was rare that he did not scold Tang Hai. Wait, one of you is with the demon lord and the other with Mu Tianyang. What should I do? The blood Kirin said quickly. Who cares? Do whatever you want. Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. You? Qin Feiyang's expression froze. He shook his head helplessly and stared at the aggressive heavenly tribulation. He smiled and murmured, "It seems that I can't die yet. In that case, I'll try my best to survive." Boom. A monstrous battle intent roared out of his body. Yes. You must try your best to survive. The inner demons murmured and did not stop Qin Feiyang. Above the mountains and rivers, the snow python suddenly looked away and turned to Qin Yuan. He laughed and said, "Qin Yuan, let's talk about conditions." Qin Yuan was stunned and said, "Go ahead." His gaze never left Qin Feiyang. The snow python said, "I want you to help Qin Feiyang, but after that, you have to give me your dog life." Qin Yuan finally looked away and said to the snow python, "It's been so many years. You still haven't let it go?" "Let it go?" The snow python smiled coldly and said, "If it were you, would you be able to let it go?" "I can." Qin Yuan nodded. "Do you really think you're a saint? You can say it so easily now because you haven't encountered it. When you do, you'll be crazier than me." The snow python snorted. "Whether you believe it or not, I'm not lying." Qin Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I don't want your dog life. Let's watch Qin Feiyang be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation together." The snow python sneered. "Then let's watch quietly." Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang again, his eyes full of anticipation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang was already very close to the heavenly tribulation. Even though he had yet to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, the terrifying destructive power had already caused his body to be drenched in blood. One could imagine how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. However, he didn't look back, nor did he feel the slightest bit of fear. All he had was a firm belief. He had to survive. "Armor, open." All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang roared, and a suit of armor appeared on his body. However, this armor was not the Qilin armor, nor was it the armor that the Crocodile Emperor had given him. Because the battle armor that the Crocodile Emperor gave him was already shattered when he fought with Emperor Hong. This set of armor had never been seen before. Other than the people around him, no one else knew about it. Rumble. The moment the armor appeared, the heavenly tribulation descended with a loud rumble and ruthlessly struck Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. However, the armor on his body had actually withstood the heavenly tribulation. "Zhao Lai, Tang Hai, what kind of armor is that?" This scene shocked the blood Qilin so much that its eyeballs almost popped out. It looked as if it had seen a ghost. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai did not answer the blood Qilin, but stared nervously at Qin Feiyang. Although the armor had withstood the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly tribulation did not disappear. It turned into a blood-colored thunderbolt power, drowning Qin Feiyang. Clang. The thunderbolt power continued to bombard the armor, bursting into dazzling flames. The snow python was shocked and angry. "Qin Yuan, what's going on? Did you secretly give him that armor? Except for the Chang Shui and the castle that originally belonged to him, I have never given him any divine weapons." Qin Yuan shook his head, his old eyes shining with a strange light. This kid was really a surprise. "Are you sure?" The snow python raised its eyebrows. Qin Yuan nodded. "Then what is going on?" The snow python stared at Qin Feiyang in the image, its narrow eyes full of disbelief. It could actually withstand the last heavenly tribulation. The armor's grade had to be at least half a step away from the Divine Lord level. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang, who was drowned by the heavenly tribulation, was not feeling well, although he had the blood-colored armor to protect his body. Because the power of the heavenly tribulation had far exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. Others might not know about this armor, but he knew very well that it could help him block 90% of the damage. That's right. It was 90% of the damage. In other words, with the help of this armor, Qin Feiyang's body only suffered 10% of the full power of the heavenly tribulation. But even this 10% was not enough for his body to withstand. Streaks of blood appeared. His body was about to be torn apart. The heart-wrenching pain crazily attacked every nerve in his body. Even if he had merged with the flame of life, even if the power of his bloodline had been completely atavistic, he could not stop the trend of his body cracking. If it were not for the inner demons, he would definitely not continue to endure, because it was very likely that he would die. Crack. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a crack suddenly appeared on the blood-colored armor on his body. This change not only made Qin Feiyang's expression change on the spot, but even the inner demons were shocked and hurriedly flew toward Qin Feiyang. "Don't come up!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The inner demons stopped in the void and shouted, "But, in your current state, not only will you not be able to help, but you will also be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Just stay down there and watch for me," Qin Feiyang said angrily. But the inner demons nodded. Crack. The crack on the armor became bigger and bigger. Purple gold dragon blood, like a waterfall, gushed out from the crack and dyed the sky red. "Qilin armor, hurry up and come out," Qin Feiyang shouted. Hearing this, the weapon spirit immediately shouted in horror, "Boss, this is the heavenly tribulation of the inner demons. You want me to go out and die?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Did I ask you to face it head-on?" The weapon spirit was stunned and suddenly said, "I understand." Boom. Immediately, the Qilin armor appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. But it was not exposed outside, but under the blood-colored armor, it was close to Qin Feiyang's body. In this way, the Qilin armor did not have to face the power of thunder head-on, but only helped to share some of the pressure and protect Qin Feiyang's body. With the protection of the two divine armors, Qin Feiyang's cracked body was finally relieved a little. The purple gold dragon blood's recovery ability frantically helped to heal his wounds. However, this relief did not last long. As more and more cracks appeared on the blood-colored armor, the pressure on the Qilin armor also continued to increase. "Boss, this is not the way. When the blood-colored armor outside is broken, both of us will be finished." The weapon spirit of the Qilin armor wailed. "Hold on," Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The weapon spirit said, Okay, I'll try my best to hold on, but you can't let me die here." "Don't worry, neither of us will die," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the weapon spirit's mood finally calmed down. However, the power of thunder showed no signs of dissipating. Qin Feiyang's eyes became gloomier and gloomier. This damn heavenly tribulation, would it not stop until it killed him? Crack. More than 10 breaths passed. The blood-colored armor finally reached its limit, and with a loud bang, it fell apart. The blood-colored battle art was broken, and the Qilin armor below naturally had to bear all the pressure. Although the power of thunder had weakened after more than 10 breaths, it was still not something the Qilin armor could bear. In just a few breaths, a crack appeared on the Qilin armor. It's broken. Boss, we can't hold on, let's retreat." The weapon spirit cried out in horror. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Since it's broken, we'll hold on. At worst, they could give up this Qilin armor, as long as they could protect the inner demons. Don't. Although it's broken now, it can still be repaired." The weapon spirit hurriedly said. "It can be repaired?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Any divine artifact with a weapon spirit has the ability to repair itself. As long as the damage is not too serious, as long as the weapon spirit is not destroyed, it can be repaired, but it will take a certain amount of time. And for a supreme-grade divine artifact like me, its repairability is naturally stronger. The weapon spirit said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Since it has the ability to repair itself, then all the more you should bear it for me." If the weapon spirit turned into human form now, he would definitely have a crazy expression. If he had known this, he would not have said it. Rumble. Clang. The void turned into chaos. The earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was shaking violently. The power of thunder was getting weaker and weaker. But at the same time, more and more cracks appeared on the Qilin armor. It looked like it had turned into a spiderweb. However, compared to the Qilin armor, Qin Feiyang's physical body was more seriously injured. Because the Qilin armor was not as good as the blood-colored armor, it could only help him block half of the damage of the thunder. Boss, it's really not going to work. If this goes on, I won't be able to repair it. After more than 10 breaths, the weapon spirit cried out again. Qin Feiyang looked down at the Qilin armor, which was already in pieces. It seemed that this supreme-grade divine artifact had indeed reached its limit. He glanced at the power of thunder around him. If it were not for the Qilin armor, he would have been torn to pieces by the power of thunder in an instant. Because even if the power of the thunder was much weaker now, it was not something that a beginner war god like him could block. Boss, I'm really going to retreat. The weapon's spirit roared. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Then what about you? The weapon's spirit asked. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the Black Tortoise realm. Immediately, the power of thunder rushed toward the inner demons like a waterfall. Why did the young master run away halfway? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were surprised. The Blood Kirin said, he must have been unable to hold on, so he hid in the castle or the Black Tortoise realm. Zhao Tailai said angrily, don't talk nonsense. The young master is not that kind of person. When it comes to a matter of life and death, who isn't selfish? Qin Feiyang is no exception. The Blood Kirin sneered. But before it finished speaking, Qin Feiyang appeared again. The Qilin armor had disappeared, and his body was covered in blood. Seeing the power of thunder rushing toward the inner demons, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He used the walk formula and teleported to above the inner demons. Boom! The power of thunder drowned Qin Feiyang again. Chapter 1822. This time, Qin Feiyang was not wearing any armor. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, the Blood Kirin, and the inner demons were all shocked. Before, the two armors could not withstand the bombardment of the thunder power, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Boom! Qin Feiyang's body was instantly torn open. But at the same time, an incomparably majestic life force emerged from Qin Feiyang's body like a raging wave. Immediately, the injuries on his body were quickly healed. The Blood Kirin was surprised. How could this kid's body hide such a terrifying life force? It's the cedar. Zhao Tailai's spirit was lifted. Tang Hai nodded. Only those tens of thousands of cedars had the ability to provide Qin Feiyang with such a huge amount of life force. The power of thunder was constantly destroying Qin Feiyang's body. The life force of the cedar was constantly repairing Qin Feiyang's body. This was equivalent to a war of attrition. The consumption of life force. If the life force of the cedar was exhausted and the power of thunder still did not disappear, then Qin Feiyang would really have no way to deal with it. Damn it! The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang in the image with a gloomy look. But Qin Yuan's eyes were full of relief. This little brat had already completely grown up. In the future, even without his help, he would be able to deal with everything. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the snow python with a smile. How about it? Humph! The snow python snorted coldly. Qin Yuan's eyes flashed slightly and he said with a smile, how about we make a bet? A bet? The snow python looked at Qin Yuan with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. Qin Yuan said, let's make a bet. In the battle between Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, who will win and who will lose? The snow python was slightly stunned and said playfully, Qin Feiyang's methods are indeed amazing, but compared to the demon ancestor, it seems to be a little worse. Are you sure you want to bet? Qin Yuan nodded. What's the bet? The snow python asked. Qin Yuan said, the space-time gate in your hands. The snow python raised its eyebrows and snorted, I knew you weren't at ease. Qin Yuan chuckled and said, the gate of time and space wasn't yours in the first place. Moreover, this old man didn't try to take it by force. How can you say that this old man doesn't feel at ease? He was actually mocking the snow python. This was because the snow python had forcibly snatched the gate of time and space from the Mu family. What kind of person was the snow python? How could it tell? He was rather annoyed and said, then what's your bet? Haven't you always wanted this old man's life? This old man will use my life as the wager. Qin Yuan smiled. The snow python narrowed its eyes. Why did this old thing suddenly become so confident? Could it be that Qin Feiyang was still hiding something? Qin Yuan said, "The opportunity was delivered in front of you, and you still don't dare to take it?" The snow python flew into a rage out of humiliation. It snorted coldly and said, "Let's bet then. Who's afraid of who?" "It's a deal then." Qin Yuan smiled. Above the demonic dragon island, the inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang, who risked his life to protect him. His heart was extremely complicated. Thinking back to the beginning, when he was just born, he was always thinking about erasing Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replacing it. Similarly, Qin Feiyang was also thinking about how to destroy the inner demons. However, he didn't expect that as time passed, their relationship gradually improved until today. They were even willing to die for each other. It was really, as the saying goes, the world was unpredictable. However, it was also because of this that the inner demons became more and more attached to everything around him. The feelings between him and Qin Feiyang were getting deeper and deeper. "Don't die, or I will blame myself for the rest of my life," the inner demons murmured. Rumble. Crack. The power of thunder was still roaring. Although the power was not as strong as before, Qin Feiyang's body still couldn't bear it. The purple-gold dragon blood was like rain, dyeing the void red. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy. Zhao Tailai and Qin Yuan didn't say a word. They were silently praying for the inner demons. Time passed quietly. The life energy of the cedar was almost exhausted. Qin Feiyang's situation was getting worse and worse. The blood Kirin said angrily, "Although it is the last tribulation, it hasn't dissipated after so long. Isn't it too ridiculous?" At this time, the power of the thunder was almost at the level of a god of war. However, Qin Feiyang was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention the level of a god of war, even the level of a god of war could threaten his life. Zhao Tai's heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, he turned to look at the blood Kirin and said, "Blood Kirin, why don't say it." The blood Kirin glared at him. "Do you know what I'm going to say?" Zhao Tailai frowned. "Nonsense. I know what you want to do when you raise your butt." Although the power of the thunder has been reduced to the level of a god of war, in the god of war realm, there is a world of difference between each level. Although I am only a god of war and there is only a difference of one level, the power of the thunder is enough to kill me instantly. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. Zhao Tailai was silent. The blood Kirin said, "But don't worry too much. For Qin Feiyang, this might be a good opportunity." Opportunity? Zhao Lai and Tang Hai were stunned and looked at it suspiciously. Look, now Qin Feiyang's body is being torn apart by the power of the thunder. With the help of the cedar, it is constantly being reconstructed and healed. In other words, his body is being tempered thousands of times. Then, when this tribulation is over, what will happen to his body? There will be a great change. He will become more terrifying than before. He might even be able to fight against a divine artifact with his bare hands. The blood Kirin said. Zhao Lai was stunned and said, "After hearing what you said, it seems to make sense." "It doesn't seem like it. It has always been like that. You have all seen how terrifying this tribulation is. If he can survive, his body will definitely reach an extremely terrifying level." The blood Kirin said. Tang Hai said, "Although that is true, the premise is that he can survive. So, it depends on his luck." The blood Kirin said. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang's life force was almost negligible. Obviously, the cedar's energy was about to be used up. But now, it was not over yet. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said gratefully in his mind, "Seniors, let's stop here. Thank you." The cedar, which was hiding in his body, immediately withdrew its life force. Qin Feiyang's body was immediately bombarded by the power of the thunder and started to crack. The demon lord is still alive and Mu Tianyang is still out there. How can I be defeated here? Qin Feiyang roared. 3 types of divine power surged out and crazily clashed with the power of the thunder. The bloodline power also burned and repaired his body. At this moment, the power of the thunder and lightning had almost been reduced to the level of a low-level war god. He did not need to hold on for much longer. In a few breaths, or more than 10 breaths, the situation would turn around. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The intense pain caused by the cracking of his body almost made him lose consciousness. All of a sudden, his 2 arms were shattered under the power of the thunder and lightning. This unforeseen event immediately affected the hearts of everyone present. "Young master, you must hold on." Zhao Tailai roared in his heart and clenched his hands tightly. Qin Feiyang's 2 legs were also shattered by the power of the thunder and lightning. "This is my tribulation. How can I let him bear it alone?" The inner demons suddenly roared and turned into a bloody light, rushing toward Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the power of the thunder and lightning had been reduced to the level of a low-level war god. "It seems that I can retreat now. I will leave the rest to the inner demons." Qin Feiyang murmured and his consciousness fell into darkness. The rising dragon art was also immediately deactivated. Qin Feiyang's cultivation level plummeted. But at the same time, the inner demons passed through the power of the thunder and lightning and entered Qin Feiyang's body. Although the power of the thunder and lightning had been greatly reduced, the inner demons still suffered a devastating injury when they passed through. Now, the inner demons only had a little bit of consciousness left. But in his opinion, it was enough. The next moment, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes again. His eyes were blood red. It was obvious. At this moment, the one who controlled this body was the inner demons. The inner demons looked arrogantly at the sky and snorted, "If it weren't for me, I would have been killed by you. But now you can't stop me. Instead, I will borrow your power to make myself stronger." Boom. Controlling Qin Feiyang's body, the inner demons once again activated the rising dragon art. Divine power surged and blood surged. The power of the thunder and lightning around was absorbed by the inner demons and tempered Qin Feiyang's body. Seeing this, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were relieved. It seemed that the outcome was set. However, the blood Kirin looked at him angrily and shouted, "Nonsense! Nonsense! Nonsense! This is nonsense!" What? Zhao Lai and Tang Hai were shocked and quickly looked at the blood Kirin. The power of the thunder and lightning has indeed been reduced to that of a low-level war god. If Qin Feiyang's body wasn't injured, he would be able to withstand it easily. But now, Qin Feiyang's body is like broken glass. It can't withstand such torment. If he doesn't stop now, Qin Feiyang's body will be destroyed by him. The blood Kirin said angrily. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he raised his head and looked at the inner demons. He said, "I think the inner demons won't do anything he isn't confident in." Don't you know the inner demons? The inner demons are the embodiment of evil. What can he not do? It is even possible that he wants to use this opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang. That way, he will be the only inner demons in the world, Qin Feiyang. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. This, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. If the inner demons were crazy, they would believe it. But if the inner demons wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, it was impossible. Don't doubt it. No matter how much the inner demons change, they can't change the nature of evil. No, we have to stop him. The blood Kirin flew into the sky and rushed toward the inner demons with a murderous aura. It didn't care about following Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang had a good personality and treated his subordinates well. But the inner demons were completely different. They were selfish, iron-blooded, and ruthless. If they followed such a person, there was no telling when they would die. Genius memorized this site's address. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1823. Old Tang, what should we do? Seeing that the blood Kirin was going to attack the inner demons, Zhao Tailai didn't know what to do. No shit. The blood Kirin doesn't trust the inner demons. Don't you trust them? Now, we have to stop the blood Kirin, Tang Hai said. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang were both very weak right now. If the blood Kirin went to cause trouble, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons would both die at the blood Kirin's hands. When Zhao Tailai heard what Tang Hai said, he pulled out his axe and shouted, "Blood Kirin, stop right now. If you don't blame me for turning against you." Tang Hai grabbed his dagger and flew toward the blood Kirin like a ghost. Are the two of you stupid? I am doing this for Qin Feiyang's sake. The blood Kirin shouted without looking back. The inner demons noticed what the blood Kirin was doing, but they weren't nervous. Instead, their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Just as the blood Kirin approached, the inner demon's eyebrows glowed red. When the red light appeared, an endless amount of murderous intent rushed toward the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin's pupils shrank. The next moment, the red light tore through the sky and left a foot-long wound on the blood Kirin's body. The Kirin's blood gushed out. This power, this speed, the blood Kirin was shocked. Could this be the scarlet grace that had crippled Sima Yuan? You came just in time. The inner demons laughed, and a red vortex appeared between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The blood Kirin's blood flowed into Qin Feiyang's forehead. Not a single drop was left. A moment later, his body's blood became stronger. Is this the kill spell? The blood Kirin was shocked. But Qin Feiyang's eyebrows didn't have the same kill spell as before. This is the kill spell, but the kill spell has changed. Now, it is just absorbing your god blood. The inner demons smirked. The blood Kirin was angry. Why are you absorbing my god blood? Now, the kill incantation no longer absorbs blood to increase one's cultivation base. Instead, it transforms the blood into qi, blood, and life force. Your Qilin blood will be of great help to me right now. The blood-red hair of the inner demons fluttered. At the same time, he absorbed the Qilin's blood and converted it into qi, blood, and life force to repair his body. On the other hand, he was using the power of lightning to temper his body. Bastard! When the blood Kirin heard this, it was furious. It turned around and prepared to run. But at this moment, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai stood behind the blood Kirin and said, "You should help the inner demons. When the young master wakes up, he will reward you greatly. Why don't you donate the god's blood to him?" The blood Kirin looked annoyed. Zhao Lai grinned and said, "The two of us only have ordinary bloodline power. How can we compare with your Qilin blood? There's no room for discussion. Get out of my way." The blood Kirin said angrily. The inner demons smiled and looked at the blood Kirin. "If you dare to run, I will erase your soul." The blood Kirin's eyes flashed. When the inner demons reminded it, it remembered that it was under the control of a slave seal. If this had been Qin Feiyang, it would have struggled. But facing the inner demons, it didn't have the courage to do so. It just stood there and let the inner demons absorb its Qilin blood. A dozen seconds passed. The blood Kirin's eyes looked very weak. The power of lightning was almost gone. Zhao Tailai smiled and comforted it. "It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer. Go away." The blood Kirin looked at him angrily. "It is easy for you to say that. Why don't you try? You would have sucked me dry. You're the one who bumped into me." Zhao Tailai chuckled. "Isn't this emperor worried that he would damage Qin Feiyang's body? How is this my fault? What kind of logic is that?" The blood Kirin roared. Yes, you're a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity, a man of sincerity. Look at how Tang Hai and I admire you. It is like a surging river." Zhao Tailai smiled apologetically. "Go away. Just looking at you makes me annoyed." The blood Kirin shouted angrily. After another dozen seconds, the last trace of the power of lightning finally disappeared. The red vortex between the inner demon's eyebrows also disappeared. The blood Kirin quickly retreated and stood in the void not far away. It looked at the inner demons like a little girl who had been wronged. Its eyes were full of resentment. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and were very happy. Boom! But suddenly, there was another deafening roar in the sky. Is the gods' trial not over yet? Their faces changed as they looked up at the sky. They saw that the blood clouds in the sky were rolling more violently than before. A mysterious aura fell from the sky like a waterfall and shrouded the inner demons. The inner demons left Qin Feiyang's body and shouted at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, "Go and heal me." Qin Feiyang's consciousnness had fallen into a coma. Therefore, when the inner demon left the physical body immediately fell downward. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, who were still in shock, nodded at the inner demons and swooped down. They held Qin Feiyang and landed on the broken ground. Zhao Tailai took out a healing pill and a regeneration pill and stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's mouth. Then he and Tang Hai looked up at the sky again. The blood clouds rolled as if a more terrible god's trial was brewing. But the inner demon's emotions were fluctuating. They were not afraid at all. Instead, they were very excited. Don't worry. The blood kirin flashed and landed next to Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. The two looked at it suspiciously. That's the reward for successfully passing the god's trial. Only by obtaining that reward can the inner demon completely condense a physical body. The blood kirin pouted. It seemed that the blood kirin was very unhappy with the inner demons. However, he couldn't be blamed. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be unhappy after encountering such a situation. Buzz. Not long after the blood kirin finished speaking, the blood clouds in the sky slowly split open. A blood-red divine light emerged from the crack and fell toward the inner demons. Although the blood-red divine light did not have a terrifying destructive power, it had a mysterious aura. It gave people the feeling that it contained some kind of unknown power of law. The inner demons did not dodge. The blood-red divine light fell and immediately drowned the inner demons. The inner demons immediately began to absorb the blood-red divine light. The blood clouds in the sky gradually receded. In less than 100 breaths, the sky above Demon Dragon Island was covered by dark clouds again. The blood kirin said, "The god's trial is over. Now, we just need to wait for the inner demons to form a body. Then we will be done." Phew. Tang Hai and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Tailai laid Qin Feiyang flat on the ground. Then, he squatted next to him and carefully examined Qin Feiyang's injuries. The blood kirin looked at the unconscious Qin Feiyang. Then it looked at Tang Hai and Zhao Lai and said, "You two, we are in the same boat now. Can you be honest with me?" Tang Hai put away his dagger and ignored the blood kirin. He turned and looked southeast. He was wondering if the demon Alpha and Sima Kuin had moved to Modu. Zhao Lai looked at the blood kirin suspiciously and asked, "Be honest with what?" The blood kirin said angrily, "Don't play dumb. I am asking about the Scarlet Flash." "Scarlet Flash," Zhao Lai muttered and smiled. "You can ask the young master yourself when he wakes up." The blood kirin was annoyed and said, "Okay, let's not talk about the Scarlet Flash. What about the scarlet armor? Where did it come from?" This, Zhao Lai was hesitant. "Don't talk about it." "I know. You will definitely ask me to ask Qin Feiyang later." The blood kirin waved its claws and said helplessly. Zhao Tailai grinned and continued to examine Qin Feiyang's injuries. Swoosh. After a while, in the sky, the blood-red light gradually disappeared. The inner demons also gradually appeared. At this moment, there was no weakness between his eyebrows. Instead, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the consciousness that had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation had been completely restored. When the last trace of the blood-red light was absorbed into the inner demon's body, a monstrous power exploded. At the same time, a huge amount of blood rushed out of his body. Only people who had a physical body could have blood. This meant that the inner demons had formed a physical body and was no longer a body of consciousness. Right now, he was a man of flesh and blood. His blood-red hair was flying. His eyes also seemed to be condensed out of blood. His 7-foot body was like the ruler of this world. He looked extremely majestic. But at this moment, he stood in the void, raised his arm, and looked at the skin on his hand. There was no joy in his expression. But it wasn't that he wasn't happy. It was just that he couldn't get used to it for a while. Was this a physical body with flesh and blood? He didn't have to hide in the inner world anymore? And he didn't have to compete with his original body? Before he had it, he was extremely eager. But after he really had it, he felt a little unreal, as if he was dreaming. "Am I dreaming?" The inner demons murmured. Suddenly, he raised his arm and pinched his face very hard. Pain. Extreme pain. It wasn't a dream. Now, he really had a physical body that belonged to him. Ha! He laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with a mist of tears. For him, there was nothing more important and happy than having a physical body. I am no longer that disgusting inner demons. I am now a real person. The inner demons roared into the sky, and a terrifying divine power rolled out, drowning in all directions. Following closely, he swooped down, swept into the distance, and punched the ground. Boom! Crack! The ground collapsed, and ditches appeared everywhere. Thick dust and smoke covered the sky and the earth. The Blood Kirin looked at the inner demons and frowned. Is he crazy? I believe that the inner demons in this world, no matter who condenses a physical body, will be like this. Give him some time. Zhao Tailai laughed. Tang Hai suddenly asked, Old Zhao, how is the young master's injury? Zhao Tailai immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, although his life is not in danger, it will take at least half a month for him to fully recover. How can half a month be enough? The demon ancestor only needs 3 days to fuse with the divine body. If we wait for Qin Feiyang to recover from his injuries, the demon ancestor would have killed all the people of the great Qin Empire. The Blood Kirin said. Chapter 1824. He wants to kill everyone in the Qin kingdom? Zhao Tailai was shocked. Although I am exaggerating, for sure none of the people of the Qin clan will escape. The Demon Alpha's goal is not just to rule the Qin kingdom. He wants to rule the entire Forgotten Continent. The Blood Kirin said in a low voice. Tang Hai sighed. If that day comes, the people of the 2 continents will be destroyed. That's right. With the Demon Alpha's personality, he won't treat the people of the 2 continents as well as Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin nodded. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he realized how serious the problem was. He said, if the young master hadn't fainted and entered the castle, he would have been able to recover quickly. But now, speaking of this, he frowned. How about later? The Blood Kirin was shocked. He said, aren't you exaggerating? This emperor has also heard of the ancient castle's time array. It seems that 1 day is equal to 10 days. It is different now. Zhao Tailai said. Different? The Blood Kirin was shocked. The castle used to have a seal. After I became a war god, the second seal of the castle was automatically unlocked. The time rules changed. Before, 1 day was 10 days. Now 1 day is 1 year. Zhao Tailai said. What? The change is that big? The Blood Kirin was shocked. But remember not to tell anyone about this. After all, it is too shocking. Zhao Tailai warned. I understand. The Blood Kirin nodded and started to think. 1 day was 1 year. 10 days was 10 years. 100 days was 100 years. In other words, cultivating in the castle for 100 years was only slightly more than 3 months in the outside world. This time difference was scary. It seemed that following Qin Feiyang was a good thing. Suddenly, the Blood Kirin seemed to think of something. He said in surprise, wait, you said there was a second seal. Does that mean there is a third seal? Yes. Zhao Tailai nodded. When the third seal is unlocked, will 1 day be 10 years? Or even 1 day be 100 years? The Blood Kirin was shocked. We will have to wait until the third seal is unlocked. Zhao Tailai said. Even Qin Feiyang doesn't know? The Blood Kirin frowned. Zhao Tailai nodded. I'm looking forward to it. The Blood Kirin's eyes looked bright. He was planning to kill Demon Alpha and enter the castle. He would never come out again. With such a good opportunity, he definitely needed to go into seclusion and cultivate properly. Let's save this nonsense for later. Think about it first. How can we send Qin Feiyang to the castle to recuperate? Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai and the Blood Kirin impatiently. The Blood Kirin was silent for a moment, and then it said, you can find the inner demons. He and Qin Feiyang are one. They can enter the castle. It used to be possible, but now, Tang Hai frowned. Now that the inner demons had formed their own physical bodies, they could no longer enter and leave the castle freely. Did you think that just because I condensed a physical body, I would completely cut off my relationship with my true self? The inner demons broke through the air. Their blood-red eyes were like 2 seas of blood, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Isn't that the case? Tang Hai asked. Whether I have a physical body or not, I was born because of my true self. The bond between me and him can never be cut off. After the inner demons said that, a divine seal appeared in front of them. This is divine dragon seal. Tang Hai was shocked. That's right. The inner demons nodded. This divine seal was different from the divine dragon seal. Everyone knew that the divine dragon seal was purple gold. But the divine seal in front of the inner demons was blood red and had a murderous aura. But it was certain that this was the divine dragon seal, because the aura it exuded was no different from a perfect divine skill. Tang Hai swallowed and said, "So, you know everything that my true self knows?" "Of course. Didn't you see Emperor Hong and his inner demons? As long as Emperor Hong grasps a technique, Heart Demon Hong can also grasp it." The inner demons said. "What about the war soul?" Tang Hai asked. "Of course. In short, although I have condensed a physical body, my true self and I are still the same person. We can communicate telepathically and share everything." After the inner demons said that, the divine dragon's seal dissipated. Then, with a wave of his hand, the unconscious Qin Feiyong teleported and disappeared. Share everything. Tang Hai and Zhao Ai looked at each other. Now, wasn't it equivalent to there being two Qin Feiyong? And there were two Qin Feiyong, who were exactly the same in terms of means and strength. One Qin Feiyong was terrifying enough, let alone two Qin Feiyong. Now, even if the demon ancestor fused with his divine body, he might not be a match for Qin Feiyong and the inner demons. Zhao Tailai asked curiously, "If you are separated by two continents, can you and the young master still communicate telepathically and share everything?" For example, if my true self is in the Great Qin and I am in the Forgotten Continent, we can still communicate telepathically. Or if I get a new divine technique, after I cultivate it, my true self can also have it directly. The inner demons said. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not explain so much to everyone. Unheard of. Zhao Tailai was secretly speechless. He chuckled and said, "Suddenly, I want an inner demons too." "Even if I give you an inner demons, you won't be able to help him pass the tribulation." The inner demons said disdainfully. Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. This was really a blow to him. Tang Hai said, "Then, is your and the young master's cultivation realm the same as before? For example, if the young master is a beginner war god, you can only be a beginner war god too?" "That's indeed the case. But it's different from before. In the past, my cultivation realm was determined by my true self's cultivation realm. In other words, my cultivation realm is the same as my true self's cultivation realm. But now, I, who have a physical body, can also cultivate. Moreover, my true self can also share the results of my cultivation. For example, if I break through to the beginner war god, my true self will also break through to the beginner war god. Similarly, if my true self breaks through to the beginner war god, I will also break through to the beginner war god." The inner demons said. Zhao Lai said, "Can I understand it this way? In the future, you and the young master only need one person to cultivate, and the other person can go sightseeing, and his cultivation will continue to grow stronger?" "That's right. And if my true self and I cultivate in seclusion together, it's equivalent to two people cultivating at the same time. Our speed will be even faster." The inner demons said. Zhao Lai smiled bitterly. "If we become so abnormal, how are we going to live in the future? So, you have to work hard. Don't be left too far behind by my true self and me. Otherwise, you will be abandoned by us like trash." The inner demons laughed. "There are two of you, and we are only one. No matter how hard we work, we can't compare to you." Zhao Lai was helpless. "You really believe his nonsense? If the young master would abandon us, then Fatso and the white-eyed wolf would have been abandoned a long time ago." Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Lai. "That's right." Zhao Tailai scratched his head. The white-eyed wolf and Fatso could no longer help the young master. But now, weren't they still staying in the castle? They even regarded their safety as more important than their own lives. So, there was no need to worry about this at all. As long as they didn't betray the young master would never abandon them. The inner demons glanced at Tang Hai with a displeased expression. They wanted to scare Zhao Tailai, but they didn't expect this guy to expose them on the spot. How boring. Zhao Lai looked at the inner demons and asked, "Then, should we call you now?" Nonsense. "Of course, call me master." The inner demons said. Zhao Lai, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin looked at each other with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang didn't let them call him master. What right did the inner demons have? What? You don't agree? The inner demons glared, and a terrifying murderous aura rushed toward the two men and the beast. No, no. Zhao Tailai hurriedly waved his hand and wondered, "Master, since everything can be shared, can you and the young master also transfer artifacts like the castle to each other across 2 continents? The inner demons said. Zhao Tailai was surprised. Because artifacts are physical objects. They can't be transferred to each other through the mind and thoughts. But if I'm with my real body, then we can use each other's artifacts as we wish. The inner demons said. Zhao Tailai said, in other words, as long as it's a physical object, it can't be transferred to each other across space? The inner demon nodded. Then she lifted the corner of her mouth and said playfully, "But do you think we still need divine artifacts now?" Zhao Tailai was shocked. He smiled wryly and said, "We don't need them." "Why don't we need artifacts? A powerful artifact would be like adding wings to a tiger for us." The blood Kirin was confused. The inner demons looked at the blood Kirin and said, "Then tell me, how do the red terror and the red armor compare to the dragon tattoo sword and the Kirin armor?" "Of course, it's better than the Kirin armor and the dragon tattoo sword." The blood Kirin didn't even think about it, but after that he looked shocked. He quickly said, "Wait, what do you mean? Are Crimson Cry and Crimson Armor not divine weapons?" The inner demon smiled but didn't say anything. The blood Kirin saw this and looked at Tang Hai and Zhao Lai. The two of them turned their heads away from the blood Kirin, ignoring it completely. "Are you guys interested? Do you think of me as your friend?" The blood Kirin asked angrily. He had thought that the Scarlet Grace and the Scarlet Battle Armor were 2 terrifying divine artifacts that had surpassed supreme-grade divine artifacts. They might even be overpowered artifacts. However, he did not expect that the truth was not what he had imagined at all. "Bastards! Bastards! You don't think of me as your friend? Okay, you guys are good. I'm going to leave now. Let's see which one of you will deal with Sima Kuan." Seeing the inner demons ignore him, the blood Kirin was furious. He pretended to turn around and leave. However, when it turned its head to look, it realized that inner demon and the other 2 had no intention of stopping it. "Am I really leaving?" The blood Kirin roared. The 3 of them didn't hear him. The blood Kirin was furious. He turned around and glared at the inner demons, gnashing his teeth. Chapter 1825. Of course, it didn't dare to leave. It was just pretending. After all, it had betrayed the Demon Alpha. Without Qin Feiyang's protection, the Demon Alpha would definitely seek revenge. However, Inner Demon and the other 2's disregard for it really annoyed it. They treated it like an outsider. Sush. At this time, Qin Feiyang appeared without warning. The injuries on his body had healed. His aura was extremely terrifying. The blood Kirin was shocked again. How long had it been? His injuries had all healed, and his essence, qi, and spirit had returned to peak condition. This was the current castle? That was too scary. Zhao Tailai was also very happy. He immediately went forward and asked, "Young master, did your body change?" Qin Feiyang raised his arm and felt the violent power in his arm. He smiled and said, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to crush a mid-grade divine weapon with my bare hands." Zhao Tailai's eyes trembled. He was confident that he could crush a mid-grade divine weapon with his bare hands. How shocking! Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and looked at the blood Kirin with a smile. The Crimson Armor and Crimson Grace are indeed not divine weapons. They are not divine weapons. The blood Kirin was stunned and said in surprise, "If they are not divine weapons, then what are they?" "They are formed by a divine art." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He didn't explain further. He turned to the inner demons and said, "Congratulations. It's all because of you. The inner demons laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, with you here, I have more confidence in dealing with the demon alpha. But now, you can't show up. I want to give the demon alpha a surprise. That's what I was thinking. The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the inner demons immediately went to the castle. The blood Kirin came back to his senses and asked, Qin Feiyang, what divine art is this? Is it so scary? You don't know what's good for you. The young master didn't explain. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. Why are you still pestering him? Zhao Hai looked at the blood Kirin angrily. The blood Kirin looked angry. I didn't ask you. Why are you interrupting? The anger in Zhao Tailai's heart surged. All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to that canyon and see if Shanghai has moved. Qin Feiyang looked toward the southeast, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It would be best if Emodu hadn't moved. If they moved, they would have to wait for the demon ancestor to fuse with his divine body and fight him head-on. Although the demon ancestor had a heaven-defying divine artifact, he also had the help of the inner demons. In the end, between him and the demon ancestor, it was hard to say who would die on Demon Dragon Island. In the southeast, mountains rose and fell one after another. A huge canyon was located in the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lurking in the dark land. That was right. This was the canyon that Yen Wei had mentioned. Qin Feiyang and the others flew through the air like lightning. They stood above the canyon and didn't hide. They released their divine consciousness and searched every corner of the canyon. The demon ancestor knew that they already knew where Shanghai was, so there was no need to hide. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed. He said, Young master, I found a cave. It should be the place that Yen Wei mentioned. Take us there. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded. He turned into a stream of light and flew down the canyon. Qin Feiyang, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin followed closely behind. After a while, the three people and one beast entered the depths of the canyon. They stood in the void and looked at the cliff in front of them. On top of the cliff, there was a small cave entrance. The hole was only 2 or 3 meters in diameter. It was pitch black inside. Qin Feiyang said, according to Yen Wei, there is a strand of the demon ancestor's murderous intent in the cave. If it is here, we have to be careful. It is just a strand of murderous intent. As long as we are prepared, it will not be a threat to us. The blood Kirin smiled disdainfully and stepped into the cave first. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. It is here. Zhao Tailai's eyes trembled. He immediately took out his axe and prepared to fight. Qin Feiyang stared at the cave. His eyes were shining. Blood Kirin, how dare you betray me? After the murderous intent appeared, an angry shout sounded in the cave. That's right. It was the demon ancestor's voice. Betray? If it wasn't for the blood soul technique, do you think I would have worked for you for so many years? The blood Kirin's disdainful voice sounded. The blood Kirin's ferocious power exploded. Immediately, with a deafening sound, the entire canyon collapsed. The next moment, the blood Kirin rushed out of the dust and smoke. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the murderous intent has been resolved. But I didn't find Mo in the cave. I think he has moved. I didn't expect the demon ancestor to be so cowardly. Zhao Tailai snorted. Before the divine body fuses, he will not fight us head-on. Let's wait. Qin Feiyang smiled. Tang Hai suddenly said, Young master, there is a problem. I don't know if you have thought about it. What problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The demon ancestor needs 3 days to fuse with the divine body because he doesn't have a time array. But Mu Tianyang's space treasure has a time array. Tang Hai said. Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes. Yes, young master. Mu Tianyang's space treasure has a time array. Then he doesn't need 3 days to fuse with Mu Tianyang's divine body? Zhao Tailai said in surprise. I've thought about this. Although Mu Tianyang has a space treasure, his divine soul has not been successfully condensed. Moreover, when we fought at the divine site, he used up a lot of his divine sense. In other words, not only does he need time to fuse with the divine body, but he also needs time to condense his divine soul. So we don't have to worry too much. Besides, it's useless to worry because we can't spare any manpower to go to the Forgotten Continent to support him. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Lai asked, then your great-grandmother and the others, I think they will have a way. Do you know anything about your great-grandmother? She is cunning and scheming. Without full confidence, she will definitely not fight Mu Tianyang head-on. Let's focus on dealing with the demon ancestor. After we get rid of the demon ancestor, we will go to the Forgotten Continent to support him. Qin Feiyang said. Cunning and scheming? Scheming and scheming? Zhao Telai was speechless. How could anyone describe their great-grandmother like that? Fortunately, Tan Tai Li was not present. Otherwise, she would definitely flip out. In fact, it's all the snow python's fault. If it didn't remove the time and space gate, we could take care of both sides. Tang Hai said, what can we do? After all, it is the guardian of the Forgotten Continent and is a half-step divine lord. Even if it wants to deal with us openly, we can only watch. But what I don't understand is why it disappeared for no reason in the glacier forest. Zhao Lai frowned, his face full of suspicion. There is nothing in the world without a reason. I think there must be a reason, but we just don't know. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Kirin pondered for a while and said, according to my guess, it is very likely that Qin Yuan is restraining it. Uncle Yuan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Because in today's world, only Qin Yuan has the ability to restrain the snow python. The Blood Kirin said. Uncle Yuan? Qin Feiyang murmured, scanning the void. If it was really Uncle Yuan, then Uncle Yuan must be somewhere now watching him. Demon Tower. Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi really didn't have any other thoughts. They just focused on monitoring Lin Yi. During this time, Lin Yi didn't have any abnormalities. The Flame King came back once, but after reporting the truth to Lin Yi, he left the Demon Tower. As for where he was now, Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi didn't know either. He might be guarding outside the Demon Tower, or he might be looking for them in Demon City. Just like that, time passed quietly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded. Jiang Jingyi was shocked and quickly took out the image crystal. Buzz. The next moment, a sweet-looking woman appeared in the void in front. The woman was about 20 years old, wearing a red dress with 3 words embroidered on it. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Who is she? Yen Wei glanced at the woman suspiciously and asked Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, I think you should be able to guess her identity. When Yen Wei heard it, he turned his head and looked at the woman in red in surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said respectfully, Subordinate Yen Wei greets the mistress. Yen Wei? The woman was slightly taken aback. She looked at Jiang Jingyi and said, What's going on? Didn't Brother Yen seek refuge with the State Preceptor? He followed the State Preceptor to Demon City, but not long ago his identity was accidentally exposed. I saved him. Jiang Jingyi said. Qin Feiyang's mother was shocked and said quickly, Then your identity. Jiang Jingyi shook his head and said, My identity hasn't been exposed yet, but what? Qin Feiyang's mother asked. Nothing. Jiang Jingyi shook his head. He originally wanted to say that he and Yen Wei were in the Demon Pagoda, but after thinking about it, he decided to continue hiding it. Jiang Jingyi asked suspiciously, Why did you send me a message? Qin Feiyang's mother looked at the two of them in confusion and said in a deep voice, I found out about the location of Demon City. What? Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei looked at each other, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was really great news. How did you find out? Jiang Jingyi was curious, but his face suddenly changed and he asked in surprise, Did you go to the Demon Palace? I didn't go to the Demon Palace. Qin Feiyang's mother shook her head. What is the Demon Palace? Yen Wei looked at the two of them in confusion. The Demon Palace is the palace where the demon ancestor is in seclusion. Demon City is divided into 3 major districts, the Outer City, the Inner City, and the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace is inside the Demon Palace, located in the center of Demon City. It is equivalent to the residence of the Great Qin Empire's emperor. In the entire demon city, only the war gods under the demon ancestor are qualified to enter. Wait. Didn't you come from the demon palace? Why don't you know about this? Jiang Jingyi was suspicious. Yan Wei nodded and said with a smile, although we stayed in the demon palace for a while, Sima Kuan didn't explain the situation of Demon City to me and the state preceptor. In that case, the state preceptor has never been to Demon City before. Jiang Jingyi smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang's mother. He frowned and said, since you didn't go to the demon palace, how did you know about the location of Demon City? Chapter 1826. I heard about it by accident. Previously, Black Devil King and King Tianwu came to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. I brought them tea. When I entered the room, I heard them talking about it. Qin Feiyang's mother said. I see. Jiang Jingyi was enlightened. And they were still talking about how they couldn't contact Sima Yuan. They suspected that something might have happened to Sima Yuan. And this matter is related to Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's mother said again. Jiang Jingyi said calmly, I heard about it too. Feiyang seems to have killed his way to Demon Dragon Island. He didn't dare to say that he had already contacted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's mother said, that's why I immediately sent the news to you. Think of a way to pass it to Feiyang immediately. Jiang Jingyi nodded. Qin Feiyang's mother said, Demon Capital's current location is in a place called the Dead Sea in the northeast. I'll think of a way to tell Feiyang immediately. You have to be careful too. Don't expose yourself. Jiang Jingyi warned. I know. Qin Feiyang's mother nodded, and the shadow immediately disappeared. Brother Yen, look, even the heavens are helping us. Demon ancestor will be destroyed. Jiang Jingyi laughed. Yan Wei was also full of smiles as he urged, hurry up and contact your daughter. In the canyon, Qin Feiyang stood in the void, resting with his eyes closed. Next to him, Tang Hai, Zhao Lai, and the Blood Kirin were also silent. Feiyang, Yan Wei and father sent news. Demon Capital is now in a place called the Dead Sea in the northeast. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhu's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang quivered. He opened his eyes, and two bright lights burst out of them. What's wrong? Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the Blood Kirin noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and were surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Kirin and asked, do you know the Dead Sea? Dead Sea? The Blood Kirin was shocked. It nodded and said, yes. Take us there immediately, Qin Feiyang said. All right. The Blood Kirin waved its claws. It took Qin Feiyang and the others with it and headed northeast. Young master, why are you suddenly going to the ocean of death? Zhao Talai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said excitedly, Yan Wei and the others sent news that Shanghai is now in the Dead Sea. This, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. These two people were quite capable. They actually managed to find out about Shanghai's transfer location so quickly. Qingzhu, did Yan Wei and your father say how they found out? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. No. Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded. As for Qin Feiyang's mother, Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi chose to keep it a secret from everyone. There was indeed a body of water in the northeast. The water was calm and there was no aura of any creatures. It was very vast. The diameter of the body of water alone was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of miles. So, it was not an exaggeration to call it the Dead Sea. Suddenly, a few streams of light broke through the air like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang, the other two, and the Blood Kirin. However, on the way here, they all hid their auras. This was to avoid alerting the enemy. The Blood Kirin stopped above a mountain ridge and scanned the body of water in front of it. It said, the Dead Sea is ahead. So big? Qin Feiyang frowned. He thought that the Dead Sea on the island could not be big. It was at most tens of thousands of miles. However, he did not expect the Dead Sea to be so big. Before coming to Demon Dragon Island, I said that Demon Dragon Island is very big. Two imperial capitals combined are not as big as it. It is not strange that there is such a large body of water on the island. The Blood Kirin said. Zhao Lai scanned the body of water and frowned. Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi did not tell us the specific location. The Dead Sea is so big. Looking for a space item that is like looking for a needle in a haystack is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In this situation, it is already very good that the two of them were able to find out that Mo is in the Dead Sea. You want the specific location? Dream on. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Lai. No matter what, we have to find Mo. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the blood Kirin and asked, did Mo fuse with the hidden soul stone? The blood Kirin shook its head. Not before, but that does not mean it is not now. Zhao Tailai frowned. If Mo had fused with the hidden soul stone, they would not be able to find it even if they searched the entire Dead Sea. Not now. I'm sure. The blood Kirin said. How do you know? Zhao Tailai looked at it suspiciously. That's because the ancestor demon only had a single hidden soul stone. As for that hidden soul stone, he gave it to Sima Yuan. Now that Sima Yuan died in our hands, where is he going to find the hidden soul stone? The blood Kirin laughed. That is good. Zhao Tailai nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to Tang Hai and said, Tang Hai, I asked you to keep an eye on Sima Yuan. Did you take his hidden soul stone? Tang Hai said, at that time, we seized it immediately, along with his Qiankuan bag. Then why didn't you give it to the young master? Zhao Hai looked at Tang Hai suspiciously. Suddenly, he smiled evilly and said, tell us honestly. Are you trying to fill your own pockets? Tang Hai stared at Zhao Hai. It looks like I was right. Zhao Tailai laughed evilly. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, young master, we cannot let this kind of person live. Get rid of him. Tang Hai was shocked, and then he said angrily, old Zhao, do you think I won't kill you? What? You think it's reasonable to fill your own pockets? Zhao Tailai snorted. Who said I was filling my own pockets? At that time, the inner demons were at a critical moment of their trial. I just forgot. Tang Hai said. Zhao Lai pursed his lips and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, this must be an excuse. You! The anger in Tang Hai's heart suddenly surged. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and looked at Zhao Lai. Don't tease him. If you make him angry, he might really turn against you. I just like to see him anxious. Zhao Tailai chuckled. You like to see me angry, huh? Okay, just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. Tang Hai smiled sinisterly as he took out a Qiankuan bag and a black thumb ring from his bosom. The thumb ring was made of hidden soul stone. Qin Feiyang took the Cosmos bag and sent it to the castle for Dan Wangkai to deal with. Then he looked at the thumb ring and said to Tang Hai, keep this thumb ring just in case. Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai proudly. It's just a hidden soul stone. What is there to be proud of? Zhao Tailai snorted. Okay, let's get down to business. Zhao Tailai, you follow me. Tang Hai, you follow the blood Kirin. Let's split up and find them. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai had just become war gods. Qin Feiyang was worried about letting them act alone. The two men and one beast nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor. He said, you two follow the blood Kirin and Tang Hai. You must protect them. The Kirin armor was still broken, but it could protect Tang Hai and the blood Kirin at a critical moment. When the two supreme-grade sacred artifacts heard this, they immediately flew into the blood Kirin's body. This was because the Kirin divine blood could help repair the Kirin armor. The blood Kirin was also very excited. These were two supreme-grade sacred artifacts. Even if it encountered Sima Yuan now, it would not be afraid. Let's go! Qin Feiyang shouted. The three men and one beast immediately released their divine consciousness and began a thorough search of the Dead Sea. After a while, Tang Hai and the blood Kirin disappeared from Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai's sight. Without the hidden soul stone, no matter how small or hidden Mo became, their divine consciousness would be able to find it. In the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Did you find it? Zhao Tailai asked. But I found something even more incredible. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Zhao Tailai was surprised. Follow me. After Qin Feiyang said that, he swooped down into the Dead Sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. Zhao Lai followed behind him, his expression full of vigilance. Although in the Dead Sea, or even the entire demonic dragon island, they did not sense the aura of any creatures, this was the lair of the demonic ancestor after all. There was no guarantee that something unexpected would happen. The Dead Sea was not very deep. The two quickly reached the bottom of the sea. What entered their sight was a stretch of underwater mountains and rivers. They could not see the end of it. Qin Feiyang led Zhao Tailai into a small valley. The moment they entered the valley, Zhao Tailai's eyes widened in disbelief. In the middle of the small valley, there was a blood-colored altar. The two of them landed beside the altar and sized it up. Their eyes were filled with amazement. Zhao Lai asked suspiciously, "Young master, why is there an altar here?" Qin Feiyang also had a look of confusion on his face. But suddenly, he remembered what the fire python had said to him before leaving the divine site. The fire python had told him that there was an altar hidden in the reincarnation ocean that could lead to the divine site. Could it be this altar in front of him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang quivered and quickly looked at Zhao Lai, saying, "Quickly, let's revive it together." The fire python had also said that the altar that led to the divine site required at least 10 beginner gods of war to revive. If he and Zhao Lai could not revive now, then this must be the altar that the fire python had mentioned. On the contrary, if it could be revived, then it was not. Okay. Zhao Tailai nodded. The two's divine power rolled out and poured into the blood-colored altar. The altar immediately emitted a blood-colored light. It can be revived? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If it could be revived, then where did this altar lead to? The imperial capital? The 9 continents? The forgotten continent? But thinking about it, it did not make sense. If there was really an altar that led to the imperial capital, the 9 continents, and the forgotten continent, the blood Kirin should have told him long ago. However, as time passed, the blood-colored altar in front of them did not completely revive. It was still in its initial state. Realizing this, Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. If it was not completely revived, it meant that he and Zhao Tailai could not revive it. In other words, this should be the entrance to the divine site. Chapter 1827. He didn't expect to find the entrance to the divine site while searching for Magic City. How could Qin Feiyang not be excited? Zhao Tailai retracted his divine power and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Young master, from your expression, does this altar have a special meaning?" "Because this altar leads to the divine site," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Zhao Tailai's body trembled as he looked at the altar in surprise again. "Leads to the divine site? How is this possible? Isn't there only one entrance to the divine site?" Zhao Lai came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Who told you this?" "Fire Python," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Lai asked suspiciously, "When did it say this? Why don't I know about it?" Qin Feiyang said, "When the battle in the Land of Legacy ended, didn't the Fire Python come to me?" Zhao Tailai nodded. "It said it at that time. Later, the Golden Divine Leopard and I entered the ancient world to ask for soul stones from the Gua family. The Fire Python told me that it would take 10 war gods to revive this altar. So, only the Golden Divine Leopard and I know about this," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Zhao Tailai nodded and said with a smile, "Since the Fire Python said it, it must be true. However, this is too unexpected. This altar is actually on Demonic Dragon Island?" "I never expected this either." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Since the altar is on Demonic Dragon Island, the demon ancestor must know about it. The demon ancestor has so many war gods under him. When we fought with Zhuge Mingyang and the others in the Land of Legacy, why didn't he let Sima Yuan and the others in to help?" Zhao Tailai was suspicious. "There's no need for that. After all, Zhuge Mingyang and the others can also snatch the sarcophagus with their abilities. If Sima Yuan and the others are allowed to enter, it will expose his foundation too early. Of course, it might be related to the guardian of the divine site. Under normal circumstances, this altar shouldn't be allowed to pass through. And if you force your way in, no matter what, the guardians of the miracle will be able to sense it. The fiend ancestor must be afraid that the guardians will cause trouble for him. Although the fiend ancestor's foundation is terrifying, it's still far from a miracle. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. Let's not talk about the guardians being able to control the nomological forces. Just the divine beasts on the second level are enough to make the fiend ancestor tremble in fear. Zhao Dalai said, Not bad. However, we are different from the fiend ancestor. Right now, the guardian of the miracle is the fire python. We have such a good relationship with the fire python. Even if it discovers us, it doesn't matter. Besides, it can't wait for me to return to the divine sight as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Talai frowned. Did it ask you to go to the miracle again? Yes. The fire dragon is on the 3rd floor of the miracle. It can't take revenge, so it asked me to help it. Qin Feiyang said. It turns out that it has a purpose. Zhao Talai pouted. This is not called a purpose. It's called mutual benefit. It took care of us in the miracle, so it's natural for us to help it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Talai nodded. This is undeniable. Without its help, forget about going to the ancient world to find the soul stone. It's hard to say if we would have been able to come out of the miracle alive. So, a person must know how to be grateful. Qin Feiyang smiled. Boom. Before his voice died away, a loud, muffled sound suddenly exploded in the sea. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Zhao Talai glanced around. The calm sea gradually began to roll. Zhao Talai was surprised. Did the blood Kirin and Tang Hai find Modu? Let's go! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept Zhao Talai up. He swept toward the sea without looking back. So, the two swept out of the Dead Sea and stood high in the sky, scanning in all directions. Boom! After about a few breaths, another loud explosion occurred. Without the sound insulation of the sea, it was several times louder than before. It could be said to be deafening, and it resounded over the entire Dead Sea. They could even clearly feel the fluctuations of a battle. Qin Feiyang and Zhao Talai immediately looked to the east of the Dead Sea. Because the loud noise came from the east. Zhao Lai said in surprise, they must have found Modu and fought. Qin Feiyang grabbed Zhao Talai and used the teleport technique to rush toward the east. At the same time, Modu, in front of the demonic palace. Sima Kuan, the Grand Master, the Water Kirin, and the Ink Kirin looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The scene showed the Dead Sea outside, and there was a man and a beast. The man and the beast were Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin. Not many people know that we moved Modu. How did they find us here? The Ink Kirin looked at Sima Kuan and said in shock and anger. How would I know? Sima Yuan roared. The Grand Master said in a deep voice, I think either there is a spy here, or someone let it slip and Yen Wei heard it and passed it to Qin Feiyang. It is impossible for there to be a spy. Someone must have let it slip. But now that we have been exposed, it is useless to talk about it. Sima Kuan said in a gloomy voice. He looked up at the door of the demonic palace and said respectfully, My lord, please allow me to take people out and kill them. Lord Demonic Ancestor, please don't. We have lost contact with Sima Yuan. He must have encountered something bad. Even Sima Yuan with the dragon vein sword is no match for them. If we let Sima Kuan take people out now, it will be suicide. The Water Kirin and the Ink Kirin hurriedly looked at the demonic palace and said, Then what do you think we should do? The Blood Kirin and Tang Hai are outside. Qin Feiyang must be in the Dead Sea as well. When Qin Feiyang arrives, Modu will be destroyed. Sima Kuan roared. Although Modu was a space divine item, Qin Feiyang also had many divine items. Besides, if Sima Yuan really died at the hands of Qin Feiyang, then the dragon vein sword would have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. The dragon vein sword alone would be enough to destroy Modu. However, they did not know that the dragon vein sword was with the Blood Kirin at the moment. The Water Kirin said, The wisest choice now is to break out and wait for Lord Demonic Ancestor to merge with the divine body. Then we can fight them head-on. Break out? It is easy to say. Why don't you try? Sima Kun said angrily. Before Lord Demonic Ancestor went into seclusion, he gave you control of Modu. That means that you are the only one who can control Modu. You want me to do it? Are you kidding me? The Water Kirin laughed coldly. Bastard, can't you see that the Blood Kirin has used his divine power to seal the area? How do you expect me to control Modu and break out? Sima Kun roared. In the image, there was indeed a divine power by Sima. This by Sima was formed by the Blood Kirin's divine power. Modu was now trapped inside this by Sima. The loud noise that Qin Feiyang and Zhao Telai heard was the sound of Modu crashing into the by Sima. In other words, as soon as he was discovered by the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai, Sima Kun was already controlling Modu to break out. But the Blood Kirin's strength was not weaker than Sima Kun. It was easier said than done for Sima Yuan to break out. Didn't I teach you before that the more serious the situation, the calmer you must be? Now you are making a ruckus here. What is this? Seeing that Sima Kun and the Water Kirin were getting fiercer and fiercer, the voice of the demon ancestor suddenly sounded in the hall. Subordinate knows his mistake. The man and the beast's eyes trembled as they quickly bowed. The demon ancestor said, although Modu's whereabouts are exposed, it is not to the point of desperation. What is the plan, Lord? Sima Kun asked. Don't forget, we still have a trump card in our hands. The demon ancestor said. Sima Kun was taken aback and said in surprise, Lord, are you talking about Lin Yi and the others? It is time for them to make a move. You go and arrange it immediately. In addition, bring Zhuge Xinyun, Zhuge Shenfeng, and the chief tower master to the demon tower to accept the inheritance. The demon ancestor said. Sima Kun replied respectfully. Then, he waved his hand and disappeared with the Grand Master. The Water Kirin and the Ink Kirin looked at each other. The Ink Kirin asked cautiously, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you going to let them accept the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique? It is the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique. The Demon Ancestor said. This is not good. Although cultivating the Undying Demon Technique can make their cultivation soar in a short period of time, the side effects, the Ink Kirin was shocked. Does it matter? They are the same as Zhuge Mingying. They are just pawns in my hands. No, they are not even pawns. At most, they are just cannon fodder. For such cannon fodder, as long as they have a little value, we have to use them so as not to waste them. The demon ancestor said. There was ruthlessness and indifference in his voice. The Ink Kirin's pupils shrank. Clang. It was at this moment. The loud sound of a divine weapon being unsheathed suddenly sounded. The Ink Kirin and the Water Kirin were startled and quickly looked up at the scene in front of them. Their expressions suddenly changed. In the scene, above the Blood Kirin's head, a battle sword suddenly appeared. It's the Dragon Vein Sword. Lord Demon Ancestor, Sima Yuan has indeed died in their hands. The Ink Kirin and the Water Kirin exclaimed. However, there was no sound coming out from the Demon Palace. But if one sensed carefully, they could feel a trace of dense killing intent. Without a doubt, this was the Demon Ancestor's killing intent. At the same time, in the square in front of the Demon Tower, Sima Kun was leading 3 people towards the Demon Tower's gate. These 3 people were Zhuge Xinyun, Zhuge Shenfeng, and the Chief Tower Master. Demon City was now under Sima Kun's control. So with a thought, he could appear anywhere in Demon City. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared in front of Sima Kun. It was the Flame King. He glanced at the Chief Tower Master and the other 2 suspiciously, then looked at Sima Kun and asked, Why did you bring them here? Sima Kun said, Demon City's whereabouts have been exposed. The Demon Ancestor asked me to bring them here to accept the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique. What? Demon City has been exposed. The Flame King's expression changed. Undying Demon Technique? At the same time, the State Preceptor and the other 2 were stunned. Their faces were filled with surprise. The State Preceptor and the Chief Tower Master had seen Zhuge Mingyang's Undying Demon Technique. As for Zhuge Shenfeng, although he had been in a state of self-freezing, he had also heard about it when he got out. So they had long been drooling over the Undying Demon Technique. However, They did not notice that when the Flame King came back to his senses and looked at them, there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. However, the Flame King did not say much. With a wave of his hand, the Demon Tower's gate opened. But at this moment, Sima-kun seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, an image quickly appeared in the void. In the image, the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai were working together to revive the Dragon Vein Sword. Dragon Vein Sword. Immediately, the Flame King's body trembled. The Dragon Vein Sword was in the Blood Kirin's hands. Did that mean that Sima Yuan? Thinking of this, the Flame King turned to look at Sima-kun and found that Sima-kun's face was filled with anger. His whole body was filled with a monstrous aura. He looked like a beast that was about to go crazy. Sima-kun, don't be impulsive. The most important thing now is to find a way to stop them. Otherwise, Demon City will be destroyed by the Dragon Vein Sword. The Flame King hurriedly comforted him. I know. You take them to accept the inheritance. I will go find Linyi. Sima-kun withdrew his gaze and said to the Flame King. Then he instantly disappeared from the Demon Tower. Find Linyi? The Flame King was stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth raised slightly and murmured, It seems that there will be a good show soon. He looked at the Chief Tower Master and the other two again. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the depths of his old eyes. Then, he waved his hand and took the three of them to the top floor of the Demon Tower. Chapter 1828. In the blink of an eye. Outside in the Dead Sea, the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai stood inside the Bysema. The Dragon Vein Sword shone brightly. The sea was tens of thousands of miles wide, and huge waves were rolling. However, compared to the murderous Blood Kirin, Tang Hai looked hesitant. Blood Kirin, don't be rash. Jiang Jingyi, Yen Wei, and Old Ren are still in Mo Du. If you forcefully destroy Shanghai, they might also be killed by you. Suddenly, Tang Hai gritted his teeth and sent a message to the Blood Kirin. How can you accomplish anything if you are so wishy-washy? The Blood Kirin grunted. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a huge black dragon's soul roared out from the Dragon Vein Sword. The dragon's soul had appeared. When the Dragon Vein Sword entered a fully awakened state, a dragon's soul would appear. The Dragon Vein Sword's power was at its peak. Tang Hai stepped forward and stood in front of the Blood Kirin. His eyes were dark as he said, I won't let you do this. The Blood Kirin said angrily, Do you know that this opportunity is fleeting? I know. But there are too many people in Mo Du that you care about. I don't want the young master to fall into pain and despair again. Tang Hai sent a message. The Blood Kirin's eyes flashed coldly. What we need to do now is to trap Mo Du and not let them escape. As for whether or not we should destroy Mo Du, we will have to wait for the young master to come and decide. Tang Hai thought. Are you stupid? If we wait for Qin Feiyang to come, based on his character, he will definitely hesitate. The Demon Alpha and the others will have a higher chance of escaping. I know that you care about Qin Feiyang. You don't want him to suffer the pain of losing his family and friends. But have you ever thought that what you are doing is harming him? Because if the Demon Alpha escapes, when he merges with the God Body and comes back, we won't be the only ones to suffer. The entire Great Qin will suffer. The Blood Kirin roared. Tang Hai's eyes trembled. Get out of the way. Today, we have to settle this with the Demon Alpha. The Blood Kirin shouted angrily. Young Master, I am sorry, although I want to stop the Blood Kirin, what it says makes sense. I can't let the Demon Ancestor escape, and I can't let him successfully fuse with the Divine Body. Tang Hai muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and decisively retreated to the side. The Blood Kirin's mind was locked onto Demonic City. Tang Hai moved aside, and the Blood Kirin controlled the Dragon Tattoo Sword to slash at Mo Du Clang. However, at this moment, following an earth-shattering boom, a huge building appeared in the void ahead. Wind Moon Pavilion. The Blood Kirin was furious. As a former subordinate of the Demon Ancestor, he naturally knew the true intentions of the Wind Moon Pavilion. That wasn't a restaurant at all, but a supreme-grade divine artifact. Rumble. As soon as the Wind Moon Pavilion appeared, It charged toward the dragon vein sword with a mighty divine might. The two supreme-grade divine artifacts collided violently. A destructive aura suddenly roared within the barrier. The barrier immediately began to tremble violently. "Umph. You want to break the barrier and escape? In your dreams." The blood Kirin snorted through his nose. The Kirin's divine power surged out like a waterfall and poured into the barrier. Immediately, the trembling barrier slowly calmed down. Wind Moon Pavilion. Tang Hai stared at the Wind Moon Pavilion with a trace of self-blame on his face. If he hadn't stopped it, the blood Kirin would have destroyed Demonic City. The blood Kirin glanced at Tang Hai and sighed. "You don't have to blame yourself. I was too naive." Tang Hai was slightly taken aback and looked at the blood Kirin suspiciously. "I neglected one thing before." Before the demon ancestor went into seclusion, he handed Demonic City over to Sima Kuan. In other words, the current owner of Demonic City is Sima Kuan. As the owner of Demonic City, he can control the supreme-grade divine artifact at any time to stop us. In short, as long as Sima Kuan is not dead, as long as the supreme-grade divine artifact, the Wind Moon Pavilion, is still there, no matter when I attack, I will not be able to destroy Demonic City. The blood Kirin said. He handed Demonic City over to Sima Kuan? Tang Hai was surprised. The demon ancestor dared to give such an important spatial divine artifact to Sima Kuan. This was not just trust, but treating Sima Kuan as his own child. The blood Kirin said to himself, "Be careful, don't be distracted. The battle has only just begun." Tang Hai quivered and immediately became alert. However, Sima Kuan did not appear after leaving the Wind Moon Pavilion. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, two figures flashed over like graceful birds. "It's the young master." Tang Hai perked up. Sush. Qin Feiyang brought Zhao Tilai into the barrier and landed beside the blood Kirin and Tang Hai. He looked up at the Wind Moon Pavilion. Zhao Tilai's pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "That's Sima Kuan's supreme-grade divine artifact?" The blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang released his divine will and searched the void, but he only found the Wind Moon Pavilion and Demonic City. He frowned and said, "Where is Sima Kuan? He must be plotting something." The blood Kirin sneered. However, before the blood Kirin finished speaking, a burly figure appeared in front of the Wind Moon Pavilion. His aura was extremely terrifying. Sima Kuan. Murderous intent surged in the blood Kirin's eyes. Sima Kuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then at the dragon vein sword. He then looked at the blood Kirin and said, "As expected of my former partner. You can even predict what I am doing. The demon ancestor is in seclusion, and Sima Yuan has been killed. What can you and the Flame King do?" The blood Kirin sneered. "Is that so?" Sima Kuan laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said, "My big brother died in your hands, right? He was indeed defeated by me. But I didn't kill him. He committed suicide." Qin Feiyang said. "Suicide?" Sima Kuan murmured and shook his head with a smile. "This is indeed his style. However, you can't escape responsibility for his death. I'll give you a choice now." "A choice?" Qin Feiyang said. "Give me the dragon vein sword and commit suicide in front of everyone. Then, I will promise you that I will treat the mermaid princess well." Sima Kuan grinned. "Mermaid princess?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. The blood Kirin frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, you wouldn't do such a stupid thing, would you? Aren't you talking nonsense? Why would the young master commit suicide? Besides, can you believe Sima Kuan's words?" Zhao Tilai rolled his eyes at the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin smiled. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at Sima Kuan. He smiled and said, "I'll give you a choice too." Sima Kuan was surprised. He smiled and said, "Tell me." "Before your big brother died, he said that if possible, I should let you go. I didn't agree at first, but now, I have changed my mind. If you give me the mermaid princess and the others, I will let you live." Qin Feiyang said. When Sima Kuan heard this, he suddenly laughed. There was a trace of sarcasm and sadness in his voice. Big brother, we brothers have come so far. What haven't we experienced? Why do you have to beg Qin Feiyang? Have you forgotten that it wasn't easy for us to find our dignity as human beings? But before you die, you throw away all your dignity. Are you really my big brother? When did my Sima Kuen's big brother become so weak and useless? Sima Kuen roared. If your big brother was really weak, he wouldn't have chosen to self-destruct without hesitation and die with me. He put down his dignity to beg me for your sake. You should be grateful to him. You should cherish what he has done for you. You shouldn't call him useless like you are now. Qin Feiyang shouted. Ha, what do you know? You don't know anything at all. Sima Kuen sneered. It's the opposite. I understand the pain you have suffered all these years. I also know the despair you experienced when you were young. But there is one thing I really don't understand. Why do you have to live in the past? Is it because of hatred? However, back then, those people who killed your parents, those people who bullied your brothers, didn't they all die by your hands? Could it be that this is still unable to free your hearts? Qin Feiyang shouted. Sima Kuen's face was distorted as he laughed sinisterly. How can just killing them relieve my hatred? Then what are you going to do? Kill everyone in this world? Qin Feiyang said. I won't kill them all. But I will let them live in the abyss of pain. I will let them taste the despair I experienced back then. After saying so much, it's actually just one sentence. I will play with them wantonly. The pleasure of controlling the fate of the world and playing with them in the palm of your hand, you bastard will never understand. Sima Kuen laughed wildly. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank, and he said word by word, I think you are hopeless. I am hopeless? You should think about how to save your family and friends first. Sima Kuen waved his hand, and a white figure appeared out of thin air. It was a woman. She wore a long white dress. Her black hair fluttered, and her skin was as white as snow. She looked like a fairy descending to the world, but her expression was extremely cold. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman with trembling eyes. That's right. This person is Lin Yi. Feiyang, father and Yen Wei sent a message saying that Sima Kuen wants to use Lin Yi and others to deal with you. At the same time, Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang secretly said, She has appeared. She has appeared? Luo Qingzhu was taken aback and asked, Then what are you going to do? I don't know, Qin Feiyang murmured. Qin Feiyang, how is it? Are you in pain now? This is the pleasure of playing with others. Even if you are Qin Feiyang, I am afraid it is difficult for you to choose at this moment. Sima Kuen laughed crazily. Qin Feiyang was silent. Looking at the familiar face and figure in front of him, his eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. Chapter 1829. If it weren't for him, Lin Yi would not be targeted by the demon ancestor. If she wasn't targeted by the demon ancestor, she wouldn't be in such a situation now. Similarly, if he didn't leave Lin Yi in the spiritual state, these things wouldn't happen. He wanted to protect Lin Yi, but he ended up harming her instead. That's right. It's his fault. He had single-handedly caused all of this. Not only Lin Yi, but also his grandfather, maternal grandfather, mother, mermaid princess, grandfather, Ren Wushuang, Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the Wang clan's clansmen. They all fell into such a situation because of him. Everyone was right. He was a jinx. He shouldn't have appeared in this world. Endless pain and self-blame drowned Qin Feiyang like a tide. Haha, aren't you very strong? Aren't you very powerful? Even my big brother is not your opponent? But now, aren't you still beaten into the abyss by me? And without wasting a single soldier? This is the means. If you want to be a real overlord, you not only need to have powerful strength, but also have a brain. Obviously, Lord Demon Ancestor's means are better than you, Qin Feiyang. In the future, it will be Lord Demon Ancestor's world. And I will also follow Lord Demon Ancestor and enjoy supreme glory. Sima Kuen laughed, his face full of desire for power. Don't blow your own trumpet. In my opinion, Demon Ancestor's means have nothing to do with strength. Zhao Tailai snorted coldly. Tang Hai said, Yes, It can only be described as despicable and lowly. Despicable? Lowly? Is that how you understand it? Then I can only say that you are too naive and childish. This is grasping the opponent's Achilles heel. It can make the opponent collapse without any effort. Look, isn't Qin Feiyang the best proof now? Sima Kun smiled contemptuously. The two of them turned to look at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of worry. Lin Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and others indifferently. She turned to look at Sima Kun and said, "You talk too much nonsense." Sima Kun didn't get angry. He nodded and said, "Missy is right. I'll have them come out immediately." After saying that, Sima Kun waved his hand again, and two figures appeared. They were two old men. One of them wore a white robe, had white hair, and was emitting an ethereal aura. The other wore green clothes. Although he was old, his black hair was like a waterfall. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body exuded a shocking aura of an emperor. Furthermore, both of their auras were extremely powerful. They were two war gods. They are, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were bewildered. In the meantime, feeling the aura of the two old men, Qin Feiyang looked up and his body suddenly shook. The blood Kirin quietly said, "They are Qin Feiyang's grandpa and grandpa." What? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were shocked. They thought that these two old men were the war gods under the demon ancestor. They didn't expect that they were Qin Feiyang's grandpa and grandpa. Wait. Why did Sima Kun call them out? Could it be that they have already? Zhao Ai looked at the blood Kirin in surprise. They have all been controlled by Lin Yi's Eye of Oblivion. In other words, they don't know Qin Feiyang at all now. The blood Kirin was worried. These two old men were definitely more difficult for Qin Feiyang to give up. Sima Kun used them to deal with Qin Feiyang. The consequences, thinking of this, it didn't dare to think about it anymore. They are also being controlled. Hearing the blood Kirin's words, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and his face turned pale. But why treat these two old men so cruelly? Why treat him so cruelly? Being controlled, doesn't it mean that he will have to fight with his grandpa and grandpa later? Facing these two old men, how could he do it? Tang Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang, glanced at the two old men, and said, "Then who is the young master's grandpa? And who is the young master's grandpa?" The old man in white robe is Qin Feiyang's grandpa, Lu Yun. The old man in green robe is Qin Feiyang's grandpa, Emperor Qin. These two are the biggest trump cards in the hands of the demon ancestor. I didn't expect them to be used so soon. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. What about their cultivation base? Zhao Tailai frowned. The blood Kirin said, although they are controlled by the Eye of Oblivion and will forget everything, their cultivation will not be interrupted. They have both stepped into the war god realm a long time ago. It seems that the situation is really bad. Zhao Tailai murmured. Yeah. These two were taken away by the demon ancestor because of Qin Feiyang. You can imagine how difficult it is for Qin Feiyang to face them now. If these two make a move, even Qin Feiyang won't fight back. The blood Kirin said. Tang Hai's eyes flashed coldly and he said, "If the young master doesn't fight back, there is still us. We will act according to the situation." The blood Kirin glanced at Tang Hai and thought, at least you have some awareness. If they didn't make a move, they would be finished this time. No, I can't fight against them. They are my grandpas. How can I fight against them? He looked at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, he shook his head and mumbled to himself. Tears blurred his vision. Although he didn't remember these two old men, as the blood Kirin said, his grandpa and grandpa were taken away by the demon ancestor because of him. He didn't dare to think about how his grandpa and grandpa had spent all these years in the demon ancestor. It was all his fault. Why did he have to appear in this world and implicate his loved ones? His heart was as painful as a knife, and he couldn't wait to die here. When I heard the rumors about you before, I thought you were a great young man, but now it seems that you are just so. Sima Kun sneered. In fact, he had expected this scene a long time ago. For some people, as long as their interests were threatened, even if it was their own grandpa or grandpa, they would kill them ruthlessly. But Qin Feiyang wouldn't, because he was such a person. So as long as he showed these two trump cards, it was tantamount to winning. Sima Kun looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, you can make your move now." Lin Yi's beautiful eyes flickered with murderous intent. She looked at Qin Feiyang without any emotion in her eyes and said, "I don't know why you cruelly killed my parents and my family, but blood must be repaid with blood. Now, for the mistakes you have made in the past, forgive yourself and kill him for me." Her voice fell. Lu Yun and Emperor Qin immediately released their aura and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Those cold eyes were also emotionless. "Young master!" Zhao Tailai shouted. Blood Kirin said angrily, "It's useless. He has completely lost the courage to fight." "Then let me end it." Tang Hai's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and his aura erupted like a volcano. "Mind your own business." Sima Kun raised his eyebrows. But just as Sima Kun spoke, Qin Feiyang grabbed Tang Hai and shouted, "They are my grandpa and grandpa, what do you want to do?" Slap. Tang Hai raised his hand and slapped Qin Feiyang's face hard. "Old Tang, what are you doing?" Zhao Tailai's face changed and shouted, "I want to wake him up." Tang Hai said with a gloomy face, then stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Look at them clearly. Are they your grandpa or grandpa now?" Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Yun and Emperor Qin. His face was full of pain. "Open your eyes and look carefully. They are no longer your grandpa. I know it's hard for you to do it. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to do it either. But now we have no choice. Either they die or we die." Tang Hai shouted. "But..." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "No buts. We only have one choice, and that is to kill them." Tang Hai said, "No, I can't do this. They are in this situation because of me," Qin Feiyang murmured. Wake up, wake up. What's the use of blaming yourself now? Do you want to see the great Qin Empire destroyed in their hands? Look at you now. Are you really the young master that I swore to follow?" Tang Hai roared. "I don't want to, but..." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His hands were clenched together, and blood was flowing from his hands. "You really disappoint me." Tang Hai pushed Qin Feiyang away and turned to look at the murderous Lu Yun and Emperor Qin. "You are so lucky to have such a grandson who cares about you. If you still care about the young master, wake up now. Don't be used by them." He almost roared the last sentence, and it echoed through the sky. However, Lu Yun and Emperor Qin did not respond. "It's useless. As long as they are controlled by the Eye of Oblivion, no one can wake them up. But, you really like to poke your nose into other people's business." Sima Kun looked at Tang Hai and then looked at the Blood Kirin and Zhao Lai. "It seems that I have to find something for you to do." The next moment, 3 men and 2 beasts appeared next to Sima Kun. The 2 beasts were the Water Kirin and the Ink Kirin. And of the 3 men, one of them was an old man with long red hair and wearing a red robe. That's right. It was the Flame King. The other 2 were middle-aged men. One of them had a muscular body and a height of 1.9 meters. His upper body was naked, and he was only wearing a pair of underpants. The underpants were made of animal skin, and he had a head full of thick black hair. His body was filled with explosive power. The other person was thin and relatively short. He was about 1.6 meters tall, but his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. His entire body was shrouded in wisps of black mist, and there was a shocking, ferocious aura between his brows. Water Kirin, Ink Kirin, Flame King, Black Devil King, Sky King. Seeing the 3 men and 1 beast, the Blood Kirin's face suddenly sank. The middle-aged man with short hair shook his head and sighed, "Blood Kirin, I really don't know what gave you the courage to betray the Demon Alpha." This man was one of the Demon Alpha's war gods, Sky King. Genius memorized this site's address. Pinnacle mobile version website. Chapter 1830. Cut the crap. If the demon ancestor really trusts us, why would he use the blood soul technique to control us? The only people the demon ancestor truly trusts are Sima Yuan and Sima Kun. Only idiots like you would work so hard for him. The Blood Kirin sneered. Wrong. We are just adapting to the situation. Who in the world can compare to the demon ancestor? The mist-shrouded middle-aged man shook his head. Black Devil King, can I call you a frog at the bottom of a well? The demon ancestor is very strong, but there are many people stronger than him in this world. Qin Yuan and the snow python are one of them. Of course, there is also Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang? The Black Devil King was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Blood Kirin, are you joking? Qin Feiyang's talent is scary. It is not impossible for him to surpass the demon ancestor, but right now he is still far from it. You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. You will never understand how scary Qin Feiyang is. The Blood Kirin sneered. In the past, it had been like the Black Devil King. It had looked down on Qin Feiyang. However, after interacting with Qin Feiyang, it realized that he was a human who could make anyone despair. Let's cut the crap. Go and stop them. Don't let them interfere with the battle between Qin Feiyang and his grandfathers. Sima Kun said. Understood. The 3 men and 2 beasts laughed and immediately charged at Tang Hai and Zhao Tai. You want to stop us? The Blood Kirin shouted. The dragon vein sword awakened and slashed. The Tianwu king shook his head and said, What a pity for Sima Yuan. He died at the hands of trash like you. Regardless of whether it was the Water Qilin or King Tianwu's group, they all ignored the dragon vein sword and did not stop. Clang. As the dragon vein sword awakened, Sima Kun also awakened the Wind Moon Pavilion. The 2 supreme-grade divine artifacts clashed again. Young Master. Seeing this, Tang Hai roared at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Lai shouted, Old Tang, believe in the young master. Give him some time, he will definitely be able to do it. Come and deal with them with me. What a joke. There was no way he could handle 3 gods of battle and 2 godly beasts by himself. Tang Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang, gritted his teeth, and turned to stare at the Black Devil King. You were the one who said that the young master was still lacking, right? All right, I'll start with you. Clang. Finished speaking. Tang Hai grabbed the black dagger and charged towards the Black Devil King like a bolt of lightning. Making an example out of me? Stop boasting. The Black Devil King waved his hand, and a battle blade appeared, facing Tang Hai. Clang. When the dagger and the war blade met, they were evenly matched. The Black Devil King looked at the dagger in Tang Hai's hand in surprise. He suddenly smiled and said, So it's a high-grade divine artifact. No wonder you're so confident. But this blade of mine is also a high-grade divine artifact. So what if it's a high-grade divine artifact? Tang Hai smiled in disdain. His aura suddenly disappeared. Like a ghost, he took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the Black Devil King, waving his dagger fiercely. This speed, the Black Devil King was shocked. He quickly dove down and escaped into the sky. However, he was still 1 step too late. Following a painful scream, a deep wound appeared on the Black Devil King's back. Blood gushed out from the wound. So fast! The Black Devil King was drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, this blade would have split him in half. Sure enough, none of the people who were chosen by Qin Feiyang and accepted as his subordinates were simple characters. At the same time, King Tianwu, King Yan, Water Qilin, and Ink Qilin all looked at Tang Hai in shock. In just 1 meeting, he had injured the Black Devil King. His strength couldn't be underestimated. You guys still don't know. Tang Hai's speed is comparable to the young master's. The consequences of underestimating him are very serious. However, since Tang Hai is so desperate, how can I be careless? Zhao Tailai murmured. He took out his rusty axe and swung it at King Tianwu when he wasn't paying attention. The blade was bone-piercing. King Tianwu quickly dodged, but a ghastly wound was left on his shoulder. This is the price of being careless. Although Tang Hai is powerful, I'm not a pushover. Zhao Tailai laughed wildly. He held the axe and charged at King Tianwu. Qin Feiyang's subordinates are indeed powerful. However, this is more interesting. King Tianwu laughed cruelly. The blood in his body surged. He took a step forward and hit the axe with his bare hands. What? Zhao Tailai was surprised. Is this person courting death? Since that's the case, there's no need to be polite. I'll kill this person first. Clang. Boom. However, when the axe and King Tianwu's hand met, Zhao Talai was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. The sharpness of the axe was obvious to all. But at this moment, it only left a wound on King Tianwu's hand. How could a person's body be so strong? One had to know. Even if the axe couldn't be revived, it was still comparable to a high-grade divine artifact. Do you know why I'm called King Tianwu? It's because of my body. As long as I activate the heavenly martial divine technique, my body will be comparable to a high-grade divine artifact. King Tianwu laughed proudly and once again attacked Zhao Talai with his bare hands. King Yan also charged at Zhao Talai. Zhao Talai's eyes dimmed. It seemed like he was in for a tough battle. How embarrassing to be injured so badly. However, this is the end. At the same time, the Black Devil King laughed cruelly. A terrifying demonic mist appeared around him. He grabbed his blade and charged at Tang Hai. The Water Qilin and Ink Qilin glanced at the battlefield and charged at Tang Hai. Because the situation was obvious. Tang Hai was more difficult to deal with than Zhao Talai. The battle instantly started. Whether it was the Blood Qilin or Zhao Lai, they were fighting a bloody battle. On the other side, Qin Feiyang was also facing an unprecedented crisis. Lu Yun and Emperor Chen were already in front of him. I can't make a move, but Qin Feiyang still lowered his head. His mind was in a mess. Deity, let me do it. Suddenly, the voice of the inner demons sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang shouted, "No, they are not our enemies. It's Grandpa and Grandpa, then kill Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi dies, the control of the Eye of Oblivion on them will naturally disappear." The inner demons said, "Kill Lin Yi." Qin Feiyang raised his head, looked past Lu Yun and Emperor Chen, and looked at Lin Yi. For Lin Yi, he owed her too much in this life. Lin Yi became like this because she longed for strength and wanted to stay by his side. That was why she was used by the demon ancestor. Now that he was asked to kill Lin Yi, how could he do it? Even if he knew that he could use the gate of reincarnation to resurrect her in the future, he couldn't be ruthless. Boom! Emperor Chen and Lu Yun rushed over and punched Qin Feiyang's chest mercilessly. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. However, his physical body was fine. Because after being tempered by the power of thunder, his current physical body was at least comparable to a middle-grade divine artifact. "Young master, we all believe in you. You must cheer up," Tang Hai murmured. Now, even if he wanted to help Qin Feiyang, he couldn't do it. Because in the face of Black Demon King, Water Qilin, and Ink Qilin, he couldn't even protect himself. "Why didn't you fight back? Is it because you know that you have sinned and are condemned in your heart, so you don't have the face to fight back?" Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang coldly and said, Is this really the case?" "No. I can't bear to fight back. One of them is my grandpa and the other is my grandpa. How can I fight back?" Don't you remember me? Have you forgotten what we went through in Iron Ox Town? Have you forgotten what happened in Yen City? In our hearts, we are the most important people. I beg you, please wake up. I really don't want to kill you, Qin Feiyang roared. "What Iron Ox Town? What Yen City? It's nonsense. Between you and me, there is only blood feud. Kill!" Lin Yi shouted. Lu Yun and Emperor Chen once again attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang instinctively raised his arm to fight back, but when he saw the two old faces, his heart suddenly softened. Boom! However, Emperor Chen and Lu Yun did not show any mercy. Once again, they blasted Qin Feiyang's chest. "Don't think that if you don't fight back, I will believe you. Don't think that if you don't fight back, I will be merciful to you." Lin Yi's eyes were as cold as ice. Emperor Chen and Lu Yun were also full of murderous intent. They bombarded Qin Feiyang frantically. Even Qin Feiyang's body began to collapse. The divine bones in his chest began to break one after another. Blood spurted out of his mouth without stopping. Grandpa. Qin Feiyang seemed to be numb. He let the two old men in front of him bombard him with punch after punch. His heart was helpless to the extreme. Who could teach him what to do? How is this possible? Sima Kuin, who was fighting with the Blood Kirin, inadvertently saw Qin Feiyang's situation. He suddenly felt incredulous. One must know. Both Emperor Qin and Lu Yun had just become war gods. They did not show any mercy. However, Qin Feiyang was not injured at all. Could it be that he, like King Tianwu, had mastered some kind of divine art that could strengthen the body? Bastard, what are you looking at? The blood Kirin roared and slashed with the dragon vein sword. Humph! Sima Kuan snorted coldly. He waved his hand and attacked the Wind Moon Pavilion. Clang! The two supreme-grade divine artifacts collided crazily. Terrifying airwaves surged in all directions. I have been indecisive. I will suffer instead. You have to make a choice. The inner demons were very anxious in the castle. If this continued, no matter how strong Qin Feiyang's body was, he would die in the hands of Emperor Qin and Lu Yun. Luo Qingzhu and the others stood behind the inner demons. They looked at Qin Feiyang on the screen with a worried look. Although the castle was now under the control of Qin Feiyang, the inner demons could also use the castle's basic abilities, such as spying on the battlefield outside. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1831. At the same time. Imperial Palace, Golden Imperial Palace. The Emperor sat on the dragon throne, staring outside the door, his face full of worry. All the civil and military officials were standing in the imperial court, but no one spoke. The entire Golden Imperial Palace fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Swish! Suddenly, two old men appeared in the Golden Imperial Palace, their auras oppressing people's hearts. It was Emperor Hong and Elder Qin. Greetings, Elder Qin. Greetings, Lord Emperor Hong. The civil and military officials all knelt down and saluted. The emperor also immediately stood up, looked at the two of them and asked nervously, "Grandfather, Elder Qin, have you found Haoyan?" After Qin Feiyang left, the emperor, Emperor Hong, and Elder Qin led the Kirin army, the various marquis, and the enforcers of the Divine Palace back to the Imperial Palace. But when they returned, they discovered that the little prince had actually disappeared. And the guards, palace maids, and eunuchs who were protecting the little prince had all died. In other words, no one knew how the little prince disappeared? Without a doubt. Whether it was the emperor, Emperor Hong, or Elder Qin, they were all furious. Because the little prince was different from the eldest prince. The eldest prince was the illegitimate son of Zhuge Wuhou. Even if Qin Feiyang didn't kill him back then, after eliminating the devil ancestor and the imperial preceptor, the emperor would personally kill him. But the little prince was a pure descendant of the Qin clan. One had to know. Right now, the descendants of the Qin clan, other than those princesses, were only Qin Feiyang and the little prince. In other words, right now, in the entire Qin clan, other than these old fellows, there were only two men. This was related to the inheritance of the bloodline of the Qin clan. How could there be a mistake? Emperor Hong and Elder Qin immediately led the enforcers of the Divine Palace and the Kirin army to search for the little prince's whereabouts. This time, he didn't return until now. Emperor Hong looked at the emperor and shook his head. "I searched the entire imperial city, but I didn't find any trace of Haoyan." "No." The emperor immediately collapsed powerlessly. Elder Qin said in a deep voice, "Emperor Hong and I have analyzed it. It should be the Water Qilin and the Ink Qilin who kidnapped the little prince." Water Qilin and Ink Qilin? The emperor frowned. "Yes. When we were at the Lu family, they opened a teleportation gate and escaped. We all thought that they would go to the Sea of Reincarnation. But actually, they should have come to the Imperial Palace." Old Qin said, Damn it. Haoyan is just a child. Why do you want to lay your hands on him?" The emperor said furiously, "It's precisely because he's a child that he's easy to control. Moreover, Feiyang has deep feelings for Haoyan. If I were the devil ancestor, I wouldn't let go of such a good bargaining chip." Old Qin sighed. "What do we do now?" The emperor looked helplessly at the two of them. If Haoyan falls into the hands of the fiend ancestor, there's nothing we can do. Furthermore, we have to be mentally prepared. After all, the fiend ancestor's methods are too brutal. Emperor Hong said. "In other words, The chances of the little prince surviving were slim. The emperor's gaze trembled as he howled in grief. We don't know if Fei Yang is dead or alive, and we don't know where Hao Yin is either. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy our great Qin? Calm down. We can distrust others, but we can't distrust Fei Yang. He will definitely survive. Emperor Hong shouted. That's right. Fei Yang didn't rely on luck to reach where he is today. Taking a step back, even if Fei Yang dies in battle and the little prince is harmed, there's still you, your majesty. Our great Qin's bloodline will never be broken. Old Qin said. The emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Fei Yang dies in battle, will the fiend ancestor let us go? Definitely not. Moreover, there's still Mu Tianyong. Mu Tianyong. Emperor Hong's eyes flickered. He turned to look at Old Qin and said in a deep voice, when dawn arrives, immediately head to the 9 provinces and destroy the Butterfly Valley's teleportation altar. What do you mean? Old Qin was surprised. Mu Tianyong is currently in the Forgotten Continent, and the spatial gate is also in the hands of the Snow Python. As long as the teleportation altar is destroyed, he won't be able to return to the Great Qin Empire. Emperor Hong said. This can indeed prevent Mu Tianyong from coming back for revenge. But have you thought about it? If Fei Yang really dies in battle, when the fiend ancestor comes, we won't have a way out. Old Qin said. Emperor Hong clenched his hands and said, if that moment really comes, we will fight to the death with the fiend ancestor. But at worst, we will die. What is there for the descendants of my Qin clan to fear? The emperor suddenly stood up and said firmly. Old Qin looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor and nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Although the atmosphere in the throne room was extremely heavy, outside the imperial city and even the 9 provinces, it was calm at this moment. People were still doing what they should do as usual. This was because Emperor Hong and the emperor deliberately blocked the news of the fiend ancestor and Mu Tianyong. After all, these 2 demons were not ordinary terrifying. If news of this spread out, the Great Qin would definitely fall into chaos. Because of this, the world did not know that at this moment, on Demon Dragon Island, an unparalleled battle of gods was happening. Sea of Reincarnation, Demon Dragon Island. Divine weapons, divine arts, battle souls, they were constantly clashing in the void. The already gloomy sky became even more gloomy at this moment. Terrifying auras roared in the void. In the Dead Sea below, huge waves covered the sky. The Blood Qilin was still fine. With 2 superb divine weapons in hand, it was enough to compete with Sima Kun. But Tang Hai and Zhao Talai were already scarred under the siege of Hei Mo Theta Wang and the Water Qilin. The weakness in their expressions couldn't be concealed. On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Fei Yang's situation was also precarious. Whether it was Lin Yi, Lu Zheng, or Emperor Qin, they all looked indifferent the whole time. Qin Fei Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the barrier of the Blood Qilin's disdain like a meteorite. The fragmented barrier immediately shattered. Sima Kuen's eyes lit up, and he immediately had the idea of escaping with Demon Capital. But when he saw Qin Fei Yang's situation, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, and he dispelled the idea of escaping. At this rate, Lin Yi could kill Qin Fei Yang without the need for the fiend ancestor to come out of seclusion. Why hasn't he fought back? Is there really some kind of relationship between him and me? At the moment when the barrier shattered, Lin Yi's indifferent expression finally showed a slight change. She looked at Qin Fei Yang and tried to recall, but there was no impression in her memory. Sima Kun noticed Lin Yi's abnormality. His eyelids twitched suddenly, and he quickly shouted, Don't be deceived by him. He is trying to trick me. Trick me? Lin Yi was taken aback slightly, and her expression suddenly turned cold again. She snorted coldly. Sure enough, he is a damn person. Emperor Qin and Lu Yun did not stop at all. They continued to attack Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteor, he fell into the Dead Sea below. The seawater was bone-chilling, but it could not dispel the helplessness and pain in his heart. The family I owe the most, the woman I regard as my sister, has become my enemy. Why did it become like this? Heavens, when are you going to stop tormenting me? Qin Feiyang roared. The helplessness and pain in his heart turned into a monstrous anger. All of this almost made him collapse, and he was about to lose his mind. Feiyang, think about what Uncle Yen said to you when he committed suicide. Luo Qingzhu's sigh sounded. Uncle Yen? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The dusty memory emerged uncontrollably in his mind. Feiyang, you must listen to me. Don't be led by the nose by these beasts. I am not afraid of death. Old Master Ren and the others are not afraid of death. You have to go all out. Only in this way can you have a chance to kill them and return peace to Great Qin. In short, don't be afraid because of us. This way, not only will we not feel happy, but we will also blame ourselves more. The cold seawater wrapped Qin Feiyang. Yen Nanshan's words before his death kept echoing in his mind. Uncle Yen, is this what you've realized? Qin Feiyang murmured. Perhaps. This was not only Yen Nanshan's awareness, but also the awareness of his grandfather, Old Master, and Ren Wushuang. Even Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi must be thinking the same at this moment. Figures and faces kept flashing in his mind. Gradually, a smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Everyone had this awareness. What was there for him to blame himself for? What was there to feel guilty about? Before entering Demon Dragon Island, he was already prepared to face all of this, so there was no need to think too much. Thank you, Uncle Yen. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sea and murmured softly, You can rest assured that I will not let you down. After saying that, he walked up step by step. A majestic aura gradually spread out from his body. The surrounding seawater was evaporating at a terrifying speed. Above the sea, everyone and all the beasts stopped at this moment and looked down at the Dead Sea. This aura, Black Devil King whispered. In a trance, he seemed to see a beast awakening. Young master, I knew you could do it. Zhao Tailai murmured. Tang Hai's eyes also showed a rare smile. Impossible. One is the woman he cares about the most, and the other is his most respected grandfather and grandfather whom he owes the most. How could he have this awareness? But this aura, Sima Kun murmured, his eyes full of disbelief. Although this aura wasn't strong, it made him feel inexplicably panicked. But the sea surged. Qin Feiyang walked out of the sea step by step. His expression no longer had the pain and despair from before. He looked like a passerby who had nothing to do with all this. His eyes were extremely calm. This look, no. He must be putting on an act. In the face of such a cruel thing, he will never be cruel enough to hurt Lin Yi and Emperor Chen. Sima Kun shook his head. Although he had never been in contact with Qin Feiyang before, he knew his character very well. There was one thing that this man could never give up. That was his feelings. His feelings for Lin Yi, Lu Yun, and Emperor Chen could never be erased. Pretend, keep pretending. Let me see what you can pretend to do. Kill him. Sima Kun smiled ferociously and shouted at Lin Yi. Chapter 1832. When Lin Yi heard this, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You are really lucky. You can't even die like this. If I die so easily, why would the demon ancestor be so afraid of me? Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, Master is afraid of you? You think too highly of yourself. With a wave of Lin Yi's hand, Emperor Chen and Lu Yun's aura erupted. They attacked Qin Feiyang again. If not, why would the demon ancestor hide from me to fuse with the divine body? Qin Feiyang took a step forward, crossed Lu Yun and Emperor Chen in an instant, and landed in front of Lin Yi. What? Lin Yi's expression changed. Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi calmly and said with a smile, I'm sorry. Although I don't want to do this, you must die now. After saying that, he raised his arm and slapped Lin Yi's glabella. Ah! With a painful scream, Lin Yi's head immediately exploded in the void. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Sima Kun's face was dull. He couldn't believe it. It's not an act. He really wants to kill her. I can't imagine how Qin Feiyang could be so ruthless. Black Demon Theta Wang and the Water Kirin also looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded expression. Originally, they were like Sima Kun. They thought that Qin Feiyang was pretending. His purpose was to find an opportunity to save Lin Yi and Lu Yun from their hands. But they never expected that he would kill them directly. And there was no hesitation. Oh my God! What kind of young man is this? He can even kill the woman he cares about the most without mercy. His heart is made of iron. If you don't even have this awareness, how can you eliminate the demon ancestor? Qin Feiyang looked up at Sima Kun and others and said with a smile. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Sima Kun and others felt panic from the bottom of their hearts. Swoosh! Suddenly, Sima Kun waved his hand, rolled up the Wind Moon Pavilion, and teleported away. Sima Kun, what are you doing? The Black Devil King roared. He actually abandoned them and escaped alone? Sima Kun said without turning his head, the demon ancestor will come out of seclusion soon. You must stop Qin Feiyang. Damn it. The Black Devil Theta Wang and the Water Qilin were furious. Escape? Did you get my permission? The Blood Kirin smiled darkly. He also used teleportation. Bringing the Dragon Vein Sword with him, he chased after him like a bolt of lightning. Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai regained their senses and immediately charged towards Black Devil King and the others. Because once Sima Kun escaped, the three of them, the Water Qilin, and the Ink Qilin would definitely not dare to continue fighting. Therefore, they had to tie them down and prevent them from escaping. After all, these were 5 war gods. Once they escaped, there would be no end to their troubles. As expected, the Black Devil Theta Wang and the Water Qilin looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They immediately scattered in all directions and fled in terror. Damn it! Tang Hai and the other man were furious. Don't worry. No one can escape today. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent Lin Yi's body into the castle. Then, he activated the walk formula and chased after the Flame King. However, at this moment, Emperor Chen and Lu Yun suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and rushed towards Qin Feiyang frantically. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Zhao Tailai and the other man were also surprised. Wasn't Lin Yi dead? Why would Emperor Chen and Lu Yun still attack Qin Feiyang? And that cold look did not change at all from before. Haha, Qin Feiyang, you still don't know. The Lin Yi you killed before was not Lin Yi's true body at all. The Flame King laughed grimly. Not Lin Yi's true body? Zhao Tailai and the other man looked at each other. Not her true body? Could it be a clone? But that's not right. The clone was just an energy body without flesh and blood. But when Lin Yi died before, there was flesh and blood. The art of indifference is not that simple. Those who cultivate the art of indifference can use their own blood to condense 3 clones. These 3 clones are all existences with flesh and blood. In other words, you just killed a clone just now. Moreover, anyone who is controlled by the eye of indifference, no matter how far away or where they are, Lin Yi can control them. For example, she can control Emperor Chen and Lu Yun to self-destruct and even commit suicide in front of you. If they really commit suicide in front of you, you will definitely be in pain. So, don't chase us. Hurry up and think about how to deal with Lu Yun and Emperor Chen. The Flame King laughed again and again. His laughter was full of sarcasm. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. Young master, what will you choose now? Tang Hai and the other man glanced at Qin Feiyang and chased after the Flame King and Tianwu King. Originally, they thought that as long as Lin Yi was killed, Emperor Chen and Lu Yun would wake up. But they didn't expect that it was just a clone. Now, Qin Feiyang was faced with a choice again. Should he be ruthless and kill Emperor Chen and Lu Yun? Or continue to be tortured by Emperor Chen and Lu Yun? Self-destruct, suicide, Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the 2 old men in front of him, he suddenly smiled and said, Grandpa, thank you for your hard work these years. Leave the rest to your grandson. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 2 blood-red rays flew out and directly went into Emperor Chen and Lu Yun's eyebrows. Blood suddenly splashed out. The 2 slowly fell down. Qin Feiyang sent the 2 bodies to the castle, then looked up at the direction where Sima Kun and Blood Kirin went. Step by step, he disappeared between heaven and earth. Inside the castle, Looking at the corpses of Emperor Chen and Lu Yun, Ling Yunfei and others couldn't help but feel sad. Little Qin Zi didn't have to kill them. As long as he destroyed their cultivation and killed Lin Yi, the effect of the Eye of Oblivion would naturally be lifted. The white-eyed wolf murmured. Do you think this lord didn't think of this? The inner demon sighed. Then why did he kill Emperor Chen and Lu Yun? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Just now, Flame King said very clearly that no matter where Emperor Chen and Lu Yun are, Lin Yi can control them. If he only destroyed their cultivation, in case they really killed themselves in front of this lord will definitely suffer more, as Flame King said. So, it's better to kill them himself. The inner demon said. Don't you still have us? We can help to watch them. The white-eyed wolf said. Do you know what the future situation will be like? Not to mention you, even I don't know what will happen next. Try to save as much trouble as possible. This is this lord's idea. Of course, if he did this, it means that he has made up his mind to open the gate of rebirth and resurrect everyone. The inner demon sighed. The gate of rebirth. Everyone was silent. I know that you all don't want him to open the gate of rebirth. In fact, I don't want to either. But we can't stop him. Because he is such a person. The inner demons laughed. What about you? If Feiyang loses his cultivation or even sacrifices himself because of this, will you sacrifice yourself with him? Luo Qingzhu asked. The inner demons shook his head. Luo Qingzhu said, then, if he just loses his cultivation, can he share it with you and restore his cultivation immediately? If he loses his cultivation, he will lose it. Even if I have a bond with him, I can't share it with him. Besides, do you really think that opening the gate of rebirth is as simple as losing his cultivation? The inner demon sneered. When Ling Yunfei heard this, he was shocked. Has Boss Qin already comprehended the fourth style to perfection? No. It's only at the initial level. The inner demons shook his head. Then why did you say that it's not as simple as losing his cultivation? Ling Yunfei frowned. Although it's only at the initial level, if he opens the gate of rebirth again, the price will be greater than the first time. The inner demons said. How great is it? Everyone was surprised. The inner demons pondered for a while and sighed. The first time he opens the gate of rebirth, although he will lose his cultivation, he can still cultivate again. The second time he opens the gate of rebirth, he will lose his cultivation talent. In other words, he will never be able to cultivate again. What? Ling Yunfei and the others turned pale. If he could no longer cultivate, wouldn't he be reduced to a real ordinary person? What are you all doing? Isn't the life of an ordinary person what I've always wanted? You should be happy for him, not sad. The inner demon said. Even so, doesn't he still have to go to the god's relic to follow in the footsteps of the Qin Emperor? Ling Yunfei said. I will help him complete these things. He just needs to enjoy his life here in peace. The inner demon said. In the sky above a mountain range. The Black Devil King stopped in the sky and looked back at the void behind him. He should have gotten rid of him. After not seeing Qin Feiyang's figure for a long time, the Black Devil King murmured. Then he became weak and collapsed in the void. He sighed. What a terrifying guy. Isn't it too late to realize how terrifying I am? But suddenly, a laughter sounded from the mountain below. Qin Feiyang. The Black Devil King suddenly trembled and looked down. He saw Qin Feiyang standing on the peak of a mountain below, looking up at him. Why are you so fast? Where are Lu Yun and Emperor Qin? The Black Devil King's face suddenly turned pale. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I killed them with my own hands. You killed your own grandfather and grandfather with your own hands? The Black Devil King's body trembled. An indescribable fear and despair emerged in his heart. If he could kill his grandfather and grandfather with his own hands, what else could he not do? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked in the air. His long hair fluttered in the air and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god, causing the Black Devil King to be frightened out of his wits. Don't kill me, the Black Devil King trembled and knelt in the void. Qin Feiyang, spare my life. I will help you deal with the demon ancestor and stay by your side in the future. I will be your slave. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't force me, the Black Devil King anxiously roared. Qin Feiyang was silent. Step by step he walked toward the Black Devil King. Force me, huh? Fine, I will die with you. The Black Devil King roared. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Chapter 1833. Self-destruct. Qin Feiyang murmured. He did not panic, nor did he try to hide. You, the Black Devil King stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. How dare he self-destruct? He only wanted to scare Qin Feiyang and find a chance to escape. However, Qin Feiyang did not seem to be afraid of him. What should I do? Do I really have to self-destruct? I don't want to. I am the god of war. The Black Devil King roared in his heart, his face full of fear. Qin Feiyang approached the Black Devil King step by step and said with a smile, "If you hesitate any longer, you will lose the chance to self-destruct." Damn it! Damn it! Bastard, I'll kill you! The Black Devil King roared as his body exploded in the void. The void within tens of thousands of miles turned into chaos. Qin Feiyang was also drowned by the explosion. This aura, it's the Black Devil King. The Black Devil King's self-destruction also alerted King Tianwu, King Yen, Water Qilin, and Black Qilin. The two men and two beasts were shocked. The Black Devil King self-destructed? Why was that? Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai did not chase after him. Could it be that it was Qin Feiyang? At the same time, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, who were behind King Tianwu and King Yen, also felt the Black Devil King's self-destruction. They could not help but smile. Without a doubt, the Black Devil King's self-destruction must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. Since the Black Devil King had self-destructed, Lu Yun and Emperor Chen must have been killed. Decisive in killing. They did not follow the wrong person. Tang Hai retracted his gaze and looked at King Yen. He said with a murderous aura, "I heard from the Blood Qilin that you tortured Old Man Ren and the others in the Demon Tower?" "So what?" King Yen roared. "So what? I will repay you 10 times, 100 times, on their behalf." Tang Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly sped up and appeared behind King Yen. He immediately cut off King Yan's left arm. "Ah!" The Flame King screamed in pain. In his other hand he grabbed a black broadsword and slashed it towards Tang Hai. This broadsword was also a divine weapon. Moreover, it was the same as the dagger in Tang Hai's hand, a high-grade divine artifact. However, facing the broadsword, Tang Hai only smiled in disdain. He dodged the attack in an instant and chopped off Flame King's right arm. King Yen was in so much pain that his face was distorted. "My speed isn't something trash like you can compare to. Go to hell and slowly repent." Tang Hai shouted angrily as he thrust his blade into King Yan's head. Blood splattered everywhere as King Yan's sea of knowledge and divine soul shattered on the spot. Following closely, the Flame King fell to the ground unwillingly, and his life force quickly dissipated. Tang Hai glanced at the Flame King coldly. Then he swooped down, grabbed the broadsword, and left without looking back. "I can't believe I'm going to die here. I can't accept this. I can't accept this." The Flame King murmured. He roared with all his might, but before he could finish his roar, his head smashed into the ground and he died. On the other side, "Is your physical body really that strong?" Zhao Tailai's aura was like a rainbow as he held the axe with both hands. He roared in the sky and chopped at King Tianwu with all his might. "Ah!" King Tianwu looked at the falling axe in despair. Accompanied by a scream, his body was split into two on the spot. Divine blood stained the sky. As for King Tianwu's divine soul, it was crushed by the axe. "Young master, I won't be a burden to you. I swear." Zhao Tailai raised his head and looked in the direction of the Black Devil King's self-destruction. He held the axe tightly in his hand and muttered to himself. Then he turned around and left. The shockwaves from the Black Devil King's self-destruction destroyed all directions. The mountains and rivers below were also razed to the ground. In the void, the storm howled. These storms were enough to kill a small stage war god and seriously injure a great stage war god. However, at this moment, A young man wearing blood-red armor walked out of the storm step by step. It was Qin Feiyang. There wasn't a single wound on his body. The self-destruction of a war god is only SOS. He muttered. Like a war god, he stepped into the air without looking back. The blood-red armor on his body also slowly dissipated. The auras of King Tianwu and King Yen have also disappeared. What is going on? At this moment, the Water Qilin and Ink Qilin were the most terrified. The Black Devil King self-destructed. The auras of King Tianwu and King Yen had disappeared. They must have met with misfortune. In other words, only the two of them were still alive. They didn't dare to have any wishful thinking. Because back then, Yan Nanshan died because of them. With Qin Feiyang's character, he would definitely not let them off. What should they do? Wait for death? They were unwilling. They were all divine beast Qilin and had a bright future. Rely on Qin Feiyang? That was even more impossible. Because they knew that Qin Feiyang would definitely not care about their strength. Escape? Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai were so fast. The Demon Dragon Island couldn't open a portal. Where could they escape to? The world in front of them was very vast. However, all they saw was darkness and despair. If I were you, I would have chosen to self-destruct like the Black Devil King. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. The Water Qilin's eyes trembled. He turned his head and saw Qin Feiyang walking over step by step from the void. Oh no. Qin Feiyang, if you can take in the Blood Qilin, you can definitely take me in. Please, can you let me go? The Water Qilin directly gave up struggling and begged. It was laughable that it was still a divine beast Qilin. Before they even fought, it was already scared out of its wits. Do you have the strength of a Blood Qilin? Since you don't, why should I keep you alive? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He raised his hand and an invisible force suddenly appeared. Like a tide, it shattered the sky and drowned the Water Qilin. Roar. Accompanied by a helpless cry, the Water Qilin died on the spot. However, your body is still a bit valuable. Qin Feiyang murmured. He waved his hand and took the Water Qilin's body. Then he used the walk formula and rushed in the direction of the Black Qilin. Boom. From afar, one could hear the Black Qilin's roar. Obviously, the Black Qilin had already fought with someone. This person was either Tang Hai or Zhao Lai. Sure enough, when Qin Feiyang rushed over, he saw Tang Hai and the Black Qilin's life with one strike. Young master. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Tang Hai looked up and was immediately overjoyed. Then he took the Black Qilin's divine body and flew toward Qin Feiyang. Are they all dead? Qin Feiyang asked. I killed the Flame King and the Black Qilin one after another. I also got the Flame King's divine artifact. As for the Tianwu King, his aura disappeared. I think he must have died in the hands of Zhao Lai. Tang Hai took out the broadsword and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at the broadsword and said, I killed the Black Devil King and the Water Qilin. Now let's go and deal with Sima Kuan. What about the Black Qilin's divine body? Tang Hai asked. Keep it. After we win, we will use it and the Water Qilin's divine body to hold a Qilin feast. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent the Black Qilin to the castle. Qilin feast, I'm really looking forward to it. Tang Hai murmured. Young master, old Tang. At this time, Zhao Lai also rushed over and called out to Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai from afar. Tang Hai said, We've already finished, and you're only here now. Aren't you taking too long? Zhao Lai landed in front of the two, looked at Tang Hai and said, Isn't it just a little faster than me? What are you so proud of? Is this just a little? Tang Hai joked. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Zhao Tailai stared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, I have already killed King Tianwu. Well done. Let's go and find Sima Kuan. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the two of them, then flew in the direction of the Blood Qilin and Sima Kuan. Zhao Lai shook his head and said, Young master, to be honest, I really envy you. If I had this kind of speed, Tang Hai wouldn't have the chance to laugh at me. In your dreams? Tang Hai rolled his eyes and said, By the way, does King Tianwu have a divine artifact? He doesn't have a divine artifact, only a high-grade divine art that strengthens the body. I think it's called the Heavenly Martial Divine Art, but you don't have to think to know that he definitely won't give it to me. Zhao Tailai said with some regret. If he could obtain the Heavenly Martial Divine Art, his strength would undoubtedly soar by a large margin. Tang Hai nodded and glanced at Qin Feiyang's face. He said, "Young master, are you really okay?" Qin Feiyang was shocked, and he said suspiciously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Tang Hai said, "I think you know what I mean." Qin Feiyang looked at the empty space in front of him and whispered, "Are you talking about Grandpa and Grandpa?" Tang Hai nodded. Tang Hai didn't believe that Qin Feiyang wouldn't feel anything after killing his own Grandpa and Grandpa. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and then smiled, "Don't worry about me. I'm not as weak as you think." "That's true." Tang Hai nodded and smiled. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a guilty conscience, "Then I think you won't blame me for slapping you, right?" "Yes, I forgot about that. Young master, old Tang has offended his superiors. He must be severely punished. It's best to make him hand over the netherworld's divine art." Zhao Tailai said with righteous indignation. Then a sinister smile crept up on his face and he said, "Then give it to me. Old Zhao, I feel that something is wrong recently. It's like someone is watching me from behind." "So it's you. You've been secretly thinking about my netherworld divine art. Let me tell you, you can't be too immoral." Tang Hai suddenly became angry and glared at Zhao Talai. Zhao Talai said with a sinister smile, "Then let's talk about it?" "There's no discussion." Tang Hai said with a dark face. "You want me to give you an axe in exchange?" Zhao Talai said. "Do you think I'm stupid? The axe was originally given to you by the young master. You want to give me an axe in exchange for the netherworld divine art? If I really agree, you'll definitely turn around and ask the young master for another divine weapon. In the end, not only did you not lose anything, but you also gained the netherworld divine art. Old Zhao, I really didn't know that you were such a cunning person." Tang Hai said angrily. Zhao Tailai smiled embarrassedly, which made him a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and felt a little helpless. He felt that the two of them were more and more like Tan Wu and the infernal divine dog, a pair of quarrelsome lovers. But after the quarrel between the two of them, his mood improved a lot. But then again, why did Tan Wu and the infernal divine dog leave without saying a word? Where were they now? And Dong Jingyang? This person was like an enigma that no one could fathom. In fact, Tang Hai was quarreling with Zhao Tailai precisely because he knew that Qin Feiyang was not feeling good now. In other words, he was making Qin Feiyang happy in disguise. Otherwise, with his character, how could he say so much nonsense? Chapter 1834. Zhao Tailai was thinking about how to continue tormenting Tang Hai when he suddenly froze. He seemed to have thought of something. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. Tang Hai was not used to Zhao Tailai's sudden silence. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Tailai suspiciously. When he saw Zhao Tailai's expression, he was stunned and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Tailai came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Young master, I suddenly thought of something." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Zhao Tailai said in a deep voice, "I don't know if you noticed, but when Sima Kun escaped, he said something to King Tianwu." "He said something?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tang Hai thought carefully, and his eyes trembled slightly. He nodded and said, "Sima Kun did say something." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I didn't pay attention." "What did he say?" "He said, the demon ancestor will come out of seclusion soon. Tell King Tianwu to stop us." Tang Hai said, "That's right. In the current situation, the meaning of soon is different from usual." Zhao Tailai said, "Normally, soon could mean 10 days to half a month, or half a year to a year. But now, the situation is urgent. He will come out of seclusion soon. I think what Sima Kun wants to say is definitely not in a day or two." Tang Hai said, "Then what do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. Tang Hai's eyes flashed. He said, "It could be 2 to 4 hours, or even half an hour." "How is that possible?" To fuse with the divine body so quickly, unless there is a time array where he is in seclusion. Qin Feiyang said. That's what I don't understand. If there is a time array, the blood Kirin, as his former subordinate, would know about it. Tang Hai said. There is another possibility. Zhao Talai suddenly said. What possibility? Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai turned to look at him. Zhao Talai said, the blood Kirin is being kept in the dark by Demon Alpha. Both Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong's eyes trembled. According to the fiend ancestor's cautious personality, it seemed like it was possible. That was because the only people the demon ancestor truly trusted were Sima Kuan and Sima Yuan. People like the Blood Kirin and Flame King were just blades in his hands. If that's the case, then he'll come out earlier. The Blood Kirin might be in danger too. Young master, quick! Tang Hai shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Using the Xing character formula, he teleported and disappeared at the end of the sea. Inside the castle, Luo Qingzhu was also talking to Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei. What did you say? Is the Lin Yi outside just a clone? Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei both looked at Luo Qingzhu in disbelief. Can you find her original body now? Luo Qingzhu asked. Let's try. Jiang Jingyi said in a low voice and turned off the image crystal. At this moment, the two were still in the space artifact. Jiang Jingyi put away the image crystal and looked at the cultivation room outside through the image in front of him. There was no one in the cultivation room, and it was dead silent. It can actually condense a flesh and blood clone. This art of indifference is really terrifying. Yen Wei said, Yeah. We always thought that the Lin Yi we saw here was the real body, but we didn't expect. Jiang Jingyi was quite angry. It was not easy for Qin Feiyang to be ruthless and kill Lin Yi, but what he killed was just a clone. What should we do now? Yen Wei asked. Flame King is dead. I think there should be no danger in this demon tower. Let's go out and take a look. Jiang Jingyi said. Although Flame King is dead, we still can't be careless. Yen Wei said. You're right. Jiang Jingyi smiled and immediately took Yen Wei to the cultivation room outside. After searching for a while in the cultivation room, they didn't find anything like a secret door, so they carefully opened the stone door of the cultivation room. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor outside, Jiang Jingyi whispered, There are still so many cultivation rooms. Let's look one by one. Yen Wei nodded. At the same time, there was no one outside the demonic palace at this moment. It was quiet, but suddenly a weak aura quietly spread out. Although this aura was not strong, it was full of a terrifying murderous aura. As time passed, this aura became more obvious and more terrifying. Gradually, everyone in the entire Magic City sensed this aura. This is Lord Demon Ancestor's aura. Everyone looked in the direction of the demonic palace. There was deep awe on each face. Whoosh! So, accompanied by a series of air-piercing sounds, 7 figures came from all directions. They broke through the air like lightning and landed in front of the demonic palace. Among these 7 people, there were men and women, old and young. But without exception, the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. They could even be compared with Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. This was enough to show that these 7 people were all warlords. Roar! Just as these 7 people arrived at the demonic palace, in the depths of the mountains outside Magic City, 4 deafening beast roars suddenly sounded. Boom! Following closely, 4 huge beasts rushed out of the mountains, bringing with them a surging ferocious aura, and rushed to the sky above the demonic palace. The aura of these 4 beasts was extremely terrifying. And they were all real divine beasts. Among them, there were 3 Qilin divine beasts. They were Wood Qilin, Earth Qilin, and Gold Qilin. The other divine beast was a huge dragon. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its body was hundreds of feet long with dense scales. What was even more shocking was that it actually had 9 heads. Among the 7, an extremely old man with white hair raised his head to look at the 4 divine beasts and smiled. You guys are here too. What's going on? Didn't you say that it would take 3 days for Lord Demon Ancestor to successfully merge? The 4 divine beasts glanced at the demonic palace and asked the 7 people. We don't know either. But what we can be sure of is that Lord Demon Ancestor is about to come out of seclusion. The white-haired old man shook his head and looked up at the demonic palace. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Boom! The aura gushing out from the demonic palace was getting more and more terrifying. The white-haired old man and the 4 divine beasts all began to retreat, their expressions incomparably respectful. But at the same time, their hearts were filled with a fear that could not be dissipated. This was fear towards the demon ancestor. As the demon ancestor's subordinates, they knew how terrifying the demon ancestor's strength was. Even if the 11 of them joined forces, they would not be able to block a single blow from the demon ancestor. This was the strength of the demon ancestor. Suddenly, the door of the demonic palace slowly opened. Just as the door opened, an even more terrifying aura roared out. The white-haired old man and the other 6 knelt on the ground in unison. The 4 divine beasts also prostrated in the void. That respectful and devout expression was as if they were worshipping a supreme god. Tap tap, suddenly, light footsteps could be heard in the demonic palace. The white-haired old man and the 4 divine beasts were stunned. They raised their heads to look at the door of the demonic palace with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Why were these footsteps so light? When the demon ancestor walked in the past, it was not like this at all. However, there was only the demon ancestor in the demonic palace. It must be the demon ancestor. They knelt on the ground, prostrated in the void, lowered their heads, and looked more and more respectful. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Gradually, 2 figures walked out of the demonic palace and stood in front of the door. Those were actually 2 women. One was wearing a white long dress, with black hair like a waterfall and a country-toppling beauty. The other person was wearing a pale golden long dress. Her long hair was also pale golden, like a golden wave, draped behind her. That figure, that face, they could be called peerless. This aura is not right. It's not Lord Demon Ancestor. Sensing the aura of the 2 people, the white-haired old man and the 4 divine beasts looked up and were stunned. Linny? Mermaid Princess? How could it be you? The white-haired old man was surprised. We have been cultivating in seclusion in the demonic palace. Do you have any objections? The one who spoke was the mermaid princess. Her voice was bone-chilling. Her long dress fluttered, and her golden hair danced like a high and mighty queen, looking down at the white-haired old man. I dare not. The white-haired old man hurriedly shook his head. Whether it was Lin Yi or the mermaid princess, they were now the most valued people by the demon ancestor. He dared not offend them. However, he couldn't figure out why the demon ancestor would let these 2 women cultivate in seclusion in the demonic palace. Lin Yi and the mermaid princess glanced at each other, turned around, and stood on both sides of the demonic palace's door. They bowed, and their expressions were extremely respectful, as if they were welcoming the demon ancestor out of seclusion. Boom! The aura in the demonic palace had soared to an extremely terrifying level. The void around the demonic palace was distorting wildly. The sky directly above the demonic palace was covered with dark clouds. Within the dark clouds, there was a shrill howl, like the roar of a ghost. Boom! All of a sudden, a dark light descended from the sky and entered the demonic palace. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering demonic aura rushed out of the demonic palace like a volcanic eruption. The white-haired old man, the 7 divine beasts, and the 4 divine beasts couldn't help but tremble. Their expressions were full of fear and despair. Welcome, Master, out of seclusion, Lin Yi and the mermaid princess said respectfully. The footsteps sounded again. But this time, the footsteps were no longer light. Instead, they were steady and powerful. And it seemed to contain a magical power. The hearts of the white-haired old man, the 7 divine beasts, and the 4 divine beasts were beating with the footsteps at this moment. The fear in the depths of their hearts was like a tide, drowning them. The footsteps were getting louder and louder. In the end, it was like a clap of thunder, resounding throughout the world. Welcome, demon ancestor. Everyone in the entire demon capital, including the beasts in the mountains, knelt on the ground. Even Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei, who were in the demonic pagoda, heard the footsteps. What's going on? Both of them were very surprised. At the same time, Tianbao Pavilion. A woman in red stood in front of a window, looking in the direction of the demonic palace. Her face was full of surprise. Demon ancestor, didn't he say it would take 3 days? Why did he come out of seclusion in advance? No, I have to inform Jiang Jingyi quickly and let him tell Fei Yang. The woman in red murmured and immediately took out the image crystal. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website Thim. Chapter 1835. The Demonic Palace. A figure walked out of the demonic palace step by step. It was actually a black-robed youth. The youth was about 20 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a tall figure. His hands were behind his back. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. He wore a long black robe with a demonic dragon embroidered on it. That's right. He was the demonic ancestor who made people tremble in fear. He stood in front of the palace and looked up at the sky. His dark eyes were like 2 bottomless pits with demonic mist rising. His thick black wavy hair danced in the wind. It's been 10,000 years. I'm finally back. Qin Baden, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't shown mercy back then, I would have died in the hands of Mu Tianyang and Mu Tunjun. The demonic ancestor murmured with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. But soon, the look in his eyes turned sharp. But this is also the worst decision you've ever made. The demonic ancestor stepped out and stood in the sky above the demonic palace. His aura surged as he roared, "Today, your Qin clan will perish. Welcome, demonic ancestor. Greetings, demonic ancestor." Everyone in the city began to roar. The white-haired elder and the 4 divine beasts looked at the demonic ancestor in the sky with reverence. Heaven observation technique, activate. The demonic ancestor waved his hand and images appeared in the void in front of him. There was the scene of Sima Yuan being killed. There was the scene of the inner demons transcending tribulation. There was the scene of the Black Demon King self-destructing. There was also the scene of the Tianwu King, the Flame King, the Water Qilin, and the Black Qilin being killed. As expected of the person I have my eyes on. In the end, the demonic ancestor looked at the scene where Qin Feiyang was and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. The heaven observation technique can see through everything. It's indeed extraordinary. The white-haired elder and the others mumbled. The 9-headed dragon laughed sinisterly and said, "Lord demonic ancestor, since you've come out of seclusion, can we start a full-scale war?" "Can't wait," the demonic ancestor said. "Of course. After so many years of silence, it's time for us to strike back. Look, this emperor's bloodline power has already been ignited." The giant dragon cackled, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. The Wood Qilin and the other 2 beasts grinned maliciously as well. It's time to counterattack. But before that, let's find those ants first. The fiend ancestor raised his arm and tapped the air again. The scene in front of him began to change. In less than 3 breaths, a woman in red and 2 middle-aged men appeared on the screen. That was right. These 3 people were Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Jingyi. It's her. The demon alpha looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and smiled brightly. He took a step forward and appeared above the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Jingyi were talking on the phone. "Why are you here?" Could it be that he has already found out? When she sensed the demon alpha's aura, she was shocked. She immediately looked at Jiang Jingyi and said, "Inform Feiyang immediately." "There's no need to inform Qin Feiyang, because I'll go out and look for him personally later." The demon alpha appeared in the room. He looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Jingyi's virtual figures and smiled. "You're the demon alpha?" Yen Wei was surprised. "That's right." The demon alpha looked at Yen Wei and nodded. "That's impossible. When we were at the miracle, the voice we heard was clearly very old." Yen Wei said, "What does that mean? Could it be that if the voice is old, I should be an old man? But I have to admit that you guys are quite capable to be able to hide in Magic City for so long. Especially you, Lu Qiuyu." The demon alpha looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and smiled. So young master's mother is called Lu Qiuyu. Yen Wei mumbled. How did you know it was me? Lu Qiuyu was shocked. The art of heaven observation can see through all the false appearances. The demon Alpha said. The art of heaven observation. Lu Qiuyu's eyes trembled. The demon Alpha said, it seems that you have heard of this ability. That's right. I've checked your information. The art of heaven observation is your most powerful ability. Lu Qiuyu said in a deep voice. However, I didn't have a physical body in the past and couldn't use the art of heaven observation. Otherwise, do you think you can sneak into Magic City? However, I do admire your perseverance. Since Qin Feiyang was expelled from the imperial capital, he began to investigate my hiding place. It hasn't changed for so many years. To be honest, sometimes I envy Qin Feiyang for having such a mother who loves him so much. But this is also your misfortune. Because soon, you too will have a love-hate relationship. The demon Alpha said. Yen Wei roared, bastard, come at me if you have anything. Don't make things difficult for mistress. It was obvious. The demon Alpha would let Lin Yi use the Eye of Oblivion to erase Lu Qiuyu's memory. The demon Alpha looked up at Yen Wei and smiled. Don't worry, you can't run away. The demonic tower is not an ordinary stone tower. It is a divine artifact. The demon Alpha's big hand grabbed in the air, and the demonic tower located underground outside the city suddenly rose from the ground, shattered the earth, and flew toward Magic City. Jiang Jingyi and Tang Hai suddenly turned pale. Quickly inform Feiyang. Lu Qiuyu shouted anxiously at Jiang Jingyi and Tang Hai. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was about to catch up with the Blood Kirin and Sima Kun with Tang Hai. In the void tens of thousands of miles ahead. The Blood Kirin and Sima Kun were fighting wildly. The two superb divine artifacts collided with a deafening noise. The waves below surged and covered the sky. If we kill Sima Kun, we will have another superb divine artifact. Then, our chances of winning will undoubtedly increase. Zhao Tailai said in a deep voice. Not bad. Tang Hai nodded. Feiyang, this is bad. The demon Alpha has come out of seclusion. Your mother, my father, and Yen Wei have all fallen into his hands. It was also at this moment. Luo Qingzhu's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What did you say? Mother is also in Magic City? Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he suddenly stopped in the void. Luo Qingzhu said. Young master, what's wrong? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, and his expression was unprecedentedly terrified. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. Did something happen again? Why is mother in Magic City? Qin Feiyang muttered, as if he had lost his soul. What? Mistress is also in Magic City. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's expressions changed when they heard this. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared, why didn't you tell me this before? Obviously, he was asking Luo Qingzhu. Luo Qingzhu said, I didn't know before. It was my father and Yen Wei who deliberately hid it from us. What do they want to do? Such an important thing, and they actually hid it from me. Qin Feiyang was furious. What's the use of getting angry now? The top priority is to quickly get rid of Sima Kun and get ready to fight the demon Alpha. As for my father, if he is really controlled by Lin Yi, just kill him. Luo Qingzhu said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Jiang Jingyi was Luo Qingzhu's biological father, but at this moment, she actually asked him to kill him. How much courage did she have to say such a thing? Phew. After taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang calmed down, and the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Even Luo Qingzhu had this awareness. If he still couldn't let it go, how could he face the dead Yan Nanshan and his grandpa who died in his hands? Get ready to fight! Qin Feiyang shouted violently and immediately led Zhao Tailai and Luo Qingzhu to attack Sima Kun. At the same time, his voice also reached the ancient castle and the Devil's Land. Is it finally going to be a full-scale war? In the medicinal field, Cui Li looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. On the side, the golden divine leopard was also eager to give it a try. Everyone in the ancient castle, whether it was Luo Qingzhu and the other pseudo-gods, or Wang Zicheng and the other combat emperors, they were all filled with a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang. Blood Kirin and Sima Kun sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. The former was pleasantly surprised, while the latter was panicking. Sima Kun, your end is here. Blood Kirin laughed wildly as divine power surged. The dragon vein sword was fully unleashed, entangling Sima Kun frantically. As soon as Qin Feiyang arrived, this person would definitely die. Is that so? Sima Kun murmured and grinned. You still don't know that the demon alpha has come out of seclusion. The Wind Moon Pavilion shone with divine light and collided with the dragon vein sword. What? The demon alpha has come out of seclusion? Blood Kirin's expression changed. That's right. Sima Kun nodded. Blood Kirin said angrily, then why do you still look so flustered when you see Qin Feiyang coming? Who in this world wouldn't panic when they see Qin Feiyang? It's an instinctive reaction. Sima Kun said. Bastard, I'll kill you first. Blood Kirin roared at Sima Kun with the dragon vein sword. Do you really have the ability? Sima Kun's face was full of mockery. The Wind Moon Pavilion blocked in front of him. Then let's try. Blood Kirin roared, and the Kirin armor appeared. He actually used his body to crash into the Wind Moon Pavilion. Boom! Blood Kirin spat out a mouthful of blood. But at the same time, the dragon vein sword went around the Wind Moon Pavilion and slashed at Sima Kun. What? Even the Kirin armor is on you? Sima Kun's expression changed. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would give these two supreme great divine artifacts to the Blood Kirin. The dragon vein sword fell. In the nick of time, Sima Kun stepped aside, and his left arm was cut off by the dragon vein sword. Blood gushed out. Let's see how you dodge this time. Blood Kirin smiled ferociously. The dragon vein sword spun in the air and slashed at Sima Kun's waist. This series of fatal attacks was too fast. Sima Kun didn't seem to have reacted. No, his terrified roar was filled with despair. Die! Blood Kirin stared at Sima Kun coldly. Die! However, before Blood Kirin finished speaking, the despair on Sima Kun's face disappeared and was replaced with mockery. You are indeed scary when you go crazy. But you don't have the ability to kill me. Sima Kun smiled disdainfully and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Blood Kirin was stunned and then flew into a rage. He had completely forgotten that Sima Kun was in control of Shanghai now. That meant that no matter how dangerous the situation was, he could hide in Shanghai in an instant. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1836. When Sima Kun disappeared, the Wind Moon Pavilion also disappeared. At that moment, Qin Feiyang rushed to the side of the Blood Kirin. His divine will rolled out and instantly locked onto Mo. Boom! Immediately after, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an invisible force surged out like a huge wave toward Mo. Qin Feiyang, you want to destroy Mo? The Blood Kirin was shocked. I've already killed Grandpa and Grandpa. There's no need to care about anything else. Qin Feiyang whispered. The Blood Kirin fell silent. It was a good thing to have this awareness, but it could not help but sympathize with Qin Feiyang. How painful was it to kill your family, elders, and subordinates with your own hands? Boom! The invisible force annihilated the void and rushed toward Mo. Just as Mo was about to be destroyed, Sima Kun appeared again. And a young man in black appeared with Sima Kun. The Blood Kirin froze in an instant, and its eyes were filled with fear. Zhao Tailai and the other two also stared at the young man in black. Although the aura of the young man in black was not strong, they felt a sense of danger that they had never felt before. Could he be the demon ancestor? The young man in black glanced at the Blood Kirin and Zhao Lai, then looked at Qin Feiyang. He raised his hand and the invisible force instantly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at the young man in black and said, "You are the demon ancestor?" The demon ancestor nodded. As expected, Zhao Tailai and the other two were shocked and immediately became alert. The Blood Kirin was even more terrified. It had followed the demon ancestor for a long time, so it had seen the demon ancestor's peak strength. It could only be described as terrifying. Even if it used 2 supreme-grade divine artifacts, it did not have any confidence or courage. However, Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely calm as he said, "Your appearance is very different from what I imagined." The demon ancestor was stunned and smiled. "I'm curious. What did you imagine me to look like? Do you think I should be an old man like Yanwei?" "Yanwei," Qin Feiyang murmured. He took a deep breath and looked at the demon ancestor. "No more nonsense. Let's fight. Don't be so impatient. Could it be that you don't want to know about your mother's current situation?" The fiend ancestor mocked. "So what if I know?" "So what if I don't know?" Qin Feiyang said. He actually didn't go crazy. It seems that they can no longer threaten you. However, being able to watch you kill them with your own hands is also quite enjoyable. The fiend ancestor laughed. "Shut up, will you?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said word by word with a gloomy face. "Huh, so your heart isn't calm at all. To be honest, I really like you more and more. I regret that I didn't forcefully snatch you when you were young. Otherwise, you would definitely be the strongest battle general under my command." The fiend ancestor laughed. "Fortunately, when I was young, I had the castle and Chang Shui to protect me. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do now." Qin Feiyang said. The fiend ancestor said playfully, "Then can you tell me how you feel after knowing the truth?" "Feel, you will know later," Qin Feiyang whispered. Sima Kuan looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. A black light flashed out from between his eyebrows. It was an ancient castle. Sima Kuan respectfully handed it to the fiend ancestor and said, "My lord, I leave Mo-Du to you." The fiend ancestor waved his hand and Mo-Du disappeared from between his eyebrows. Sima Kuan immediately looked at the blood Kirin and said, "Follow me. Let's continue our unfinished battle." Swoosh. After saying that, he turned around and flew away. The blood Kirin stared at the fiend ancestor and swallowed. He then looked away and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You must defeat the fiend ancestor. Otherwise..." But before the blood Kirin could finish, Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry. Go and fight. He will die." The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang deeply. Then he turned around and ran toward Sima Kuan. He shouted, "Sima Kuan, wake up." Boom. The man and the beast started fighting in an instant. They charged into the distance. They did this to make space for Qin Feiyang and the fiend ancestor to fight. The two of them were too strong. If they didn't stay far away, the shockwaves from the battle could kill them. Tang Hai stepped forward and looked at the fiend ancestor without hesitation. He said, "Call out your other minions." I can't help but laugh. Why are there so many stupid people in this world? The fiend ancestor laughed. Tang Hai said, "Maybe we are stupid, but we won't regret it. Even if we die here." "That's right." Zhao Tailai nodded. "Huh?" The fiend ancestor laughed crazily. "I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me?" Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. Sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. The sharpness destroyed the sky as they charged toward the fiend ancestor. Guyuan sword technique. It's just a low-tier godly technique. I don't even want to dodge. The fiend ancestor laughed. The sword shadows kept bombarding the fiend ancestor's body. The terrifying sword chi drowned out all directions. However, the fiend ancestor, who was standing in the middle of the sword chi, was not injured at all. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's pupils shrank. Was this the fiend ancestor's strength? It was a godly technique, but it couldn't hurt him. Boom. All of a sudden, an astonishing demonic aura surged, and the sword chi vanished in an instant. The fiend ancestor's mouth curled up. Swoosh. A dozen figures immediately appeared out of thin air. It was the white-haired old man and the other 6, as well as the 4 godly beasts. "Ha ha, finally we can fight." The black dragon laughed, but when he saw that it was only Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai, he was angry. "Why are there only the 3 of you? Is there no one else? This is too boring." The wood Qilin, the other 2 beasts, and the white-haired old man were also disappointed. Wood Qilin, Earth Qilin, Gold Qilin, Giant Dragon. With the blood Qilin, water Qilin, and ink Qilin, we found so many godly beasts. At the same time, looking at the 4 godly beasts, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. He was also shocked. Although he already knew about the fiend ancestor's background, the blood Qilin didn't say that the godly beasts around the fiend ancestor were all Qilins. Wait. Qin Feiyang's gaze fell on the dragon again. 9 heads. Why were they exactly the same as the dragon pattern on the sky demon flag? Could that be the demon dragon? The fiend ancestor suddenly said, "Demon dragon, you stay. The others and the godly beasts stay away from me." Whoosh! The white-haired old man, the wood Qilin, and the other 2 beasts immediately flew away. This is boring. There are so many of us and there are only 2 opponents. There's not enough to go around. Stop complaining. Qin Feiyang is just a young boy. It's good enough that he has 2 war gods around him. Just think of it as passing the time. The 7 people and the 3 godly beasts yawned and looked sleepy. Some of them looked listless and bored. His disdain towards Zhao Tailai and Li Wuyo was fully displayed. This is really infuriating. Zhao Tailai roared. He gripped his axe and charged over aggressively. This is really annoying. Tang Hai murmured. His aura was restrained to the extreme in an instant. Then, like a ghost, he swept behind the wood Qilin like lightning and threw a punch. So fast. The 7 people and the 3 godly beasts were surprised. He is mine. You are not allowed to snatch him. Then, the wood Qilin turned around and threw a claw at Tang Hai's fist. Boom. The man and the beast immediately took a few steps back. You have some strength. The wood Qilin was refreshed and laughed. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Tang Hai said coldly. Boom. The man and the beast released their aura and charged at each other. At the same time, the earth Qilin erupted with a terrifying aura and immediately charged at Zhao Lai, afraid that others would beat him to it. Snatching here and there, what do you think we are? Zhao Tailai roared, raised his axe, and slashed at it. Of course it's a toy. After the earth Qilin finished speaking, a set of battle armor appeared on its body and collided with the axe. Clang. Zhao Lai was sent flying on the spot, and his arm couldn't help but feel numb. This battle armor, Zhao Tailai was shocked. High-grade divine artifact, understand. The earth Qilin laughed sinisterly and charged over crazily. Those 2 guys beat us to it. What should we do? The golden Qilin looked helplessly at the wood Qilin and the earth Qilin, then turned to the white-haired old man and asked. The white-haired old man chuckled and said, "Since it's a toy, let them play with it first." The other 6 also crossed their arms with a playful look on their faces. At the same time, seeing that the wood Qilin and the earth Qilin had already started fighting, the black demonic dragon's eyes were filled with envy. It turned to look at the demon ancestor and asked in confusion, "Sir, why do you want me to stay?" "Of course, there are benefits for you to stay." The demon ancestor smiled. "What benefits?" The black demonic dragon's eyes lit up. The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "It's your former mount, the demonic dragon?" However, it's also related to that demonic dragon. The demon ancestor said. "What's the relationship?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The demon ancestor smiled and said, "It's the demonic dragon's child." "That's right. Your ancestor killed this emperor's father. This emperor will definitely settle this score with you. When the demon ancestor defeats you, this emperor will swallow you alive." The demonic dragon looked at Qin Feiyang ferociously and said with a smile. The demon ancestor said, "No ambition. You have to defeat him with your own hands and then swallow him alive. Only then will it be interesting." "Defeat him with my own hands?" The demonic dragon was slightly stunned and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. "Sir, although I want to do that too, his strength, don't worry. Soon, you will have the same strength as him." The demon ancestor smiled. "Really?" The demonic dragon was overjoyed. "When have I ever lied to you?" The demon ancestor said unhappily. The demonic dragon smiled embarrassedly and his fierce eyes were full of expectation. Qin Feiyang glanced at the demon ancestor and the demonic dragon with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. The demonic dragon only had the cultivation of a beginner war god and was not his opponent at all. He believed that the demon ancestor knew this too. But why did the demon ancestor still make such a promise to the demonic dragon? P.S. New Year's Day. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1838. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What was the point of thinking so much? As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Whatever methods the demon ancestor had, he would take them all. With a wave of his hand, the golden divine leopard and Chui Li appeared. The demon dragon was slightly taken aback. His eyes flashed fiercely as he laughed. I didn't expect you to have 2 war gods by your side. In the distance, the white-haired old man and the golden Qilin also looked at the golden divine leopard and Chui Li in surprise. To be exact, they were looking at Chui Li. The golden divine leopard was a war god-level divine beast. The demon ancestor had already told them when his consciousness returned. However, they knew nothing about Chui Li's situation. The demon ancestor naturally recognized him. Back then, when he was hiding in Zhuge Mingyang's body, he witnessed Qin Feiyang subduing Chui Li with his own eyes. However, in his memory, Chui Li was only a false god. How did he break through to war gods so quickly? This surprised him. Before, he activated the heavenly observation technique and did not look at Chui Li. Because in his opinion, Chui Li was just a small character, not worthy of his attention. Qin Feiyang smiled without turning his head. Chui Li, look carefully. Is this the battle you were looking forward to? Chui Li glanced at Zhao Lai and Tang Hai, then looked at the white-haired old man and the 4 divine beasts, and finally locked onto the demon ancestor. The blood in his body could not help but boil as he nodded. Yes, this is the battle this subordinate has been looking forward to for a long time. Good. Show them what you're capable of right now and shut them up. Qin Feiyang said word by word, his words carrying a shocking sharpness. Chui Li nodded, looked at the golden divine leopard and shouted, "Let's go!" The golden divine leopard laughed and rushed towards the white-haired old man and the others like a golden meteor. It's this emperor's toy. The golden Qilin smiled at the white-haired old man and the others, then rushed towards the golden divine leopard like lightning. Qilin divine beast? This emperor wants to taste the Qilin divine beast's flesh. Facing the Qilin, the golden divine leopard was not afraid at all. Instead, it was full of fighting spirit. The golden Qilin stared blankly for a moment before grinning hideously. Little reptile, it seems like you're courting death. Rumble. By the time the white-haired old man and the others came back to their senses, the golden Qilin and the golden divine leopard had already started fighting. Their faces immediately darkened. The golden Qilin had taken the lead again. Don't worry, you guys won't be idle either. With a loud laugh, Chui Li tore through the air and stopped in front of the white-haired old man. The 7 of them looked at Chui Li strangely. Looking at this person's posture, it seemed like he was going to take on 7 people at once. One had to know. They were all divine gods of battle, while this Chui Li was only a beginner divine god of battle, yet he dared to act so scornfully. Was there something wrong with his head? The demon alpha was surprised by Chui Li's performance. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You disappoint me." Disappointed? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. Emperor Hong, Old Qin, and the Lu family's 4th son are all divine gods of battle, but you didn't want them to take the risk and let them stay in the imperial palace and the Lu family. And now, you let Chui Li, someone who just broke through to the divine god of battle, face 7 divine gods of battle alone. Don't you feel ashamed of such selfish behavior? The demon alpha shouted. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. I won't deny that I did have some selfish motives, but you shouldn't underestimate Chui Li. Good that you admit it. All this time, everyone said that you, Qin Feiyang, are a person who values friendship, but now it seems like it's just a joke. People like Chui Li, Tang Hai, and Zhao Tailai are probably just pawns in your eyes. The ancestral fiend smirked. As for what Qin Feiyang said about not underestimating Cui Li, he didn't take it to heart at all. Cui Li raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the demon alpha. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Cui Li, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. The young master is good to us. We understand it ourselves. Zhao Tailai shouted. That's true. Cui Li nodded and turned his gaze to Qin Feiyang, muttering, Young master, don't worry, I won't disappoint your expectations of me. Boom. Suddenly, he turned to look at the white-haired old man and the others, his aura erupting like a volcano. You really want to fight 1 against 7? The 7 were stunned. Cui Li glanced at the 7 and said coldly, Do you want to know the real reason why the young master didn't let Emperor Hong and the others come? The white-haired old man and the others frowned. I'll tell you now. Because we don't need them to do anything, we can deal with you all. Cui Li smiled proudly. What? Just the few of you? You're not joking? The 7 were stunned. This person must be crazy, otherwise why would he say such stupid words? Shua. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in front of Cui Li, and a book appeared. The 7 stared at the book, their eyes full of suspicion. Could it be that this book was the reason why Cui Li was so confident? Demon Ancestor and Demon Dragon also looked at the book with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. What's the situation? However, Qin Feiyang and Cui Li looked at the reaction of Demon Ancestor and the others, and they were a little stunned. This book was different from ordinary books. It was made of an unknown divine iron. The whole body was suffused with a jet black light. From afar, one could feel a terrifying murderous aura. On the cover of the book, there were 3 bold words written on it. Myriad Beasts Diagram. That's right. This was the artifact that Qin Feiyang obtained from the state preceptor, the Myriad Beasts Diagram. The Myriad Beasts Diagram had a total of 99 pages. Each page was made of divine iron and as thin as a cicada's wing. The most powerful part of the Myriad Beasts Diagram was that in these 99 pages, one could summon a beast spirit to help the owner in battle. In other words, the Myriad Beast Diagram could summon a total of 99 beast spirits to fight for the owner. And these beast spirits were all divine beast spirits. For example, Divine Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Qilin, Torch Dragon, Hell God Hound and so on. What was even more terrifying was, these beast spirits were immortal and indestructible. If they were scattered by someone, they could be summoned again the next day. The only way to destroy them was to destroy the Myriad Beasts Diagram. However, it was a pity that the Myriad Beasts Diagram could only be opened by war gods. Therefore, all these years, Qin Feiyang had been keeping it. Just as he broke through the war god realm and rushed to the vacuum zone between the first and second layer, he thought of the Myriad Beasts Diagram, so he took it out and studied it carefully. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised. This Myriad Beast Diagram was actually an existence comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact. Moreover, each beast spirit had its own consciousness. It was as if these beast spirits were originally real divine beasts that were sealed alive in the Myriad Beast Diagram by someone using great magical power. This discovery made him pleasantly surprised. At that time, he was thinking, now that he no longer needed the divine artifact, who should he give this terrifying divine artifact to? Zhao Tailai? Tenghai? Both of them had divine artifacts. Finally, he thought of Cui Li. So, he gave the Myriad Beast Diagram to Cui Li as a trump card. However, Qin Feiyang had always thought that this Myriad Beast Diagram was given to the state preceptor by the demon ancestor. Because the state preceptor's backer was the demon ancestor. Who else could it be but the demon ancestor? But he never expected that the demon ancestor and others would have such a reaction when they saw the Myriad Beast Diagram at this moment. In other words, this Myriad Beast Diagram was very likely not given to the state preceptor by the demon ancestor. But if it was not the demon ancestor, who else could it be? Who would be willing to give such a terrifying divine artifact to the state preceptor? Could it be that the state preceptor found it by chance somewhere? Strange, really strange. Cui Li murmured with a serious expression. Although he didn't understand, now was obviously not the time to let his imagination run wild. This place will become very lively soon. The corner of Chui Li's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Tang Hai. Tang Hai understood and pushed away the wood qilin with a palm. Like Yu Huang, he instantly rushed to the white-haired old man and the others. Following closely, he grabbed a woman in black and once again returned to the battlefield with the wood qilin. The wood qilin was stunned. The woman in black also had a dumbfounded look. What was going on? Wait, this person wanted to fight one against two? Courting death. Immediately. Whether it was the woman in black or the wood qilin, they were both furious. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate them. The woman in black raised her hand and slapped towards Tang Hai's lower abdomen. Tang Hai smiled disdainfully, released the woman in black, and instantly retreated. This speed is really infuriating. The woman in black angrily cursed and shouted, "Wood qilin, this person's strength can't be underestimated. Let's just do as he wishes. But don't kill him so quickly. I want to torture him well and let him know the price of underestimating us." The wood qilin laughed sinisterly. Understood. The woman in black also laughed sinisterly. One man and one beast immediately joined forces and attacked Tang Hai. Tang Hai transmitted his voice. "Chui Li 2, war gods, is already my limit. The rest is up to you." "Leave it to me," Chui Li replied. "Then let's begin." Murderous intent flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. He took a step forward and attacked the woman in black and the wood qilin without fear. It seems that there is still a gap between me and old Tang. But now is not the time to be discouraged. Seeing Tang Hai fighting one against two, Zhao Dalai was a little envious. But at the same time, it also aroused his competitiveness and fighting spirit. How could he lose to Tang Hai? He held the axe and unleashed a storm of attacks on the earth qilin. In an instant, the earth qilin was suppressed. The woman in black was forcibly dragged away by Tang Hai. In this way, Chui Li's opponents were only the white-haired old man and the others. "Have you realized?" Chui Li glanced at the 6 people, raised his arm, and pressed towards the 10,000 beasts portrait floating in the void in front of him. The white-haired old man and the others looked at Chui Li and the 10,000 beasts portrait with disdain in their eyes. They did not believe that Chui Li had the strength to fight with 6 war gods, with just a book. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Chui Li pressed his palm on the cover of the 10,000 beasts portrait. Wisps of shocking auras burst out of them, as if peerless beasts were awakening rapidly. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1839. The pupils of the white-haired old man and the other 5 shrank. The disdain on their faces finally disappeared and was replaced by shock. The ferocious aura that rushed out of the myriad beasts diagram gave them a great sense of crisis. "Open!" Chui Li roared. He waved his hand. With a loud clang, the cover of the myriad beasts diagram opened and rays of dazzling divine light shot out. Following that, the pages of the book that were as thin as a cicada's wings flipped open on their own, making rustling noises. Finally, it stopped on 6 of the pages. On top of these 6 pages, there were 6 qilin mythical beasts. They were the blood qilin, the water qilin, the ink qilin, the wood qilin, the gold qilin, and the earth qilin. Although these 6 qilins were only beast souls, their terrifying ferocious aura was not inferior to the wood qilin and the other 2 beasts fighting Zhao Dalai. What's going on? Feeling the terrifying ferocious aura, the wood qilin fighting Tang Hai, the gold qilin fighting the golden divine leopard, and the earth qilin fighting Zhao Dalai were all shocked. "You dare to be distracted? You're courting death." Zhao Dalai roared and chopped the earth qilin with his axe. With a clang, a crack appeared on the earth qilin's armor. Its huge body was blasted away and its divine blood splattered across the sky. The earth qilin was so shocked that it broke out in cold sweat and quickly counterattacked. At the same time, the gold qilin and wood qilin were also attacked by the golden divine leopard and Tang Hai. However, for divine beasts, this injury was nothing. "All of you come out," Chui Li shouted. Following his shout, the 6 qilin beast souls on the page roared and appeared in front of Chui Li in an instant. What? The white-haired old man and the other 5 stared at the myriad beasts diagram in shock. It could summon 6 Qilin divine beasts? This was too unbelievable. No! The white-haired old man frowned and said, "These Qilin divine beasts are not flesh and blood. They are formed by divine power." Formed by divine power? The other 6 were stunned. The white-haired old man sneered. "If they are not real Qilins, then there is nothing to worry about." The 6 nodded. "Is that so?" Chui Li looked at the 6 of them with a mocking expression and shouted, "Destroy them!" However, hearing Chui Li's words, the 6 beast spirits did not move. Instead, they turned to look at Chui Li, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chui Li frowned. "Let me tell you this. Although you are our master now, it is best that you do not speak to us with such a commanding tone." The blood Kirin beast soul said, "That's right. If you dare to do this again, we'll kill you as well." The other 5 beast spirits spoke as well, and their threats were undisguised. Chui Li's face twitched. What? He can actually speak. However, at this moment, the white-haired old man and the others were all dumbstruck. Even the fiend ancestor was shocked. He could actually speak? How was this possible? Being able to speak meant that the 6 Qilins had their own consciousness. But how could a divine beast formed from divine power have consciousness? Was this a dream? It seemed that this myriad beast diagram was not as simple as they thought. "Do you understand?" The 6 beast spirits glared at Chui Li and shouted. I understand. Chui Li nodded, his face full of helplessness. "That's more like it." The blood Kirin beast spirit glared at Chui Li, then turned to the white-haired old man and the others and sneered. 6 small fries dare to yell at little Li? You're courting death. Don't call me little Li. Chui Li roared in exasperation. There were so many people present. Wasn't this embarrassing? We are stronger than you. What's wrong with calling you little Li? Do you have a problem with that? The blood Kirin beast spirit said angrily. The veins on Chui Li's forehead bulged. He suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it. After all, you are my support now. As long as you can get rid of them, it's up to you. You are smart to know that we are your support. Brothers, kill them. The blood Kirin laughed arrogantly. With a cold shout, the other 5 beast spirits immediately followed and attacked the white-haired old man and the others. Boom! In an instant, a chaotic battle had begun. The 6 beast spirits displayed terrifying combat power and completely suppressed the white-haired old man and the others. On the other hand, the white-haired old man and the others looked more and more serious. The strength of these strange beast spirits was far beyond their expectations. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain, Qin Yuan looked at the 10,000 beasts portrait with a surprised expression. Beside him, the snow python's eyes were extremely gloomy. Qin Yuan suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at the snow python. He laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so generous as to give the 10,000 beasts portrait to Fei Yang. Shut up! The snow python shouted angrily. Then, it looked at the 10,000 beasts portrait and said gloomily, You should know that I can't give the 10,000 beasts portrait to Qin Fei Yang. Are you just pretending to admit it? Qin Yuan said. Humph! The snow python snorted. Qin Yuan smiled and said, Then I am curious. Who did you give the 10,000 beasts portrait to? I don't believe that you would give it to the state preceptor. Dong Xingyang. The snow python gritted its teeth. Dong Xingyang? Qin Yuan's expression froze. This answer was really unexpected. Why did you give it to Dong Xingyang? I have seen this child a few times. He doesn't seem to be very outstanding. Qin Yuan was suspicious. What does it have to do with you? Why are you asking so much? The snow python said angrily. I am just curious. Qin Yuan laughed. The snow python glared at Qin Yuan fiercely and looked at the scene in front of it again. It muttered, really useless. You can't even guard the artifact. Actually, she didn't care much about the 10,000 beasts portrait. After all, she was so powerful. She was just unhappy. This 10,000 beasts portrait, of all people, had to fall into the hands of Qin Fei Yang? Even if it fell into the hands of the demon ancestor, she wouldn't be so angry. Because she was very clear about the power of the 10,000 Beasts portrait. In her eyes, the 10,000 Beasts portrait was nothing. But in the hands of the demon ancestor and Qin Feiyang, it was a divine object that could destroy heaven and earth. It could play a decisive role. Demon Dragon Island. The battle of the gods was unprecedentedly fierce. Whether it was the Blood Kirin, the Golden Divine Leopard, or Zhao Lai, they were all fighting a bloody battle. The horrifying divine might shattered more than half of the demonic Dragon Island. So that's how it is. The demon ancestor observed Cui Li and the 10,000 Beasts portrait for a while. The demon ancestor retracted his gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang opposite him. He smiled and said, "If I am not wrong, in each page of the 10,000 Beasts portrait, there is a drop of blood essence of a divine beast sealed. In other words, the 6 beast spirits are actually formed from blood essence." "Good eyesight," Qin Feiyang said. The demon ancestor continued, "However, the 10,000 Beasts portrait also has a fatal weakness." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He saw through the weakness of the 10,000 Beasts portrait so quickly. With Cui Li's current strength, he can only summon 6 beast spirits at most. And although the 6 beast spirits are formed from blood essence, they also need Cui Li's divine power as support. Once Cui Li's divine power is exhausted, the beast spirits will naturally dissipate. So the current Cui Li doesn't dare to fight with others, because this will speed up the consumption of his divine power. The demon ancestor laughed. The demon ancestor is indeed worthy of being called the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang praised. "Actually, it's nothing. I only thought of it when I saw Tang Hai. After all, if Cui Li can summon more beast spirits, he definitely won't let Tang Hai fight 1 against 2. The demon ancestor said. "You're right. Summoning 6 beast spirits is Cui Li's current limit." Qin Feiyang nodded. "My lord, since Cui Li doesn't dare to fight with others now, isn't that the same as standing there and being beaten? Why don't you let me kill him?" The demon dragon grinned. "You're too naive. Although Cui Li doesn't dare to fight with others, he won't be stupid enough to stand there and let you kill him. Moreover, Qin Feiyang won't allow you to do so. You should know that his inner demons have yet to appear. His inner demons have already condensed a physical body. It's not that easy to deal with them." The demon ancestor laughed. "You?" Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor in shock. Only Sima Yuan knew about the inner demons condensing a physical body. Sima Yuan had already committed suicide, so how did the demon ancestor know about it so clearly? "You're surprised, right? The heavenly observation technique that I have mastered allows me to see everything that happened within 3 days." The demon ancestor said. Heavenly observation technique. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Although he could only see things that happened within 3 days, it was already terrifying enough. However, the heavenly observation technique is useless in battle, so you don't have to worry too much. Instead, I'm really curious about the myriad beasts diagram. Where did you get it? Is it a miracle? The demon ancestor said. This matter is a bit ridiculous. Originally, I thought that the myriad beasts diagram was yours. Qin Feiyang said. Why would you think so? The demon ancestor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, because I got the myriad beasts diagram from the state preceptor. What? The demon ancestor was stunned. How could it be the state preceptor? It seems that you don't know anything about this matter, which also means that the state preceptor isn't very loyal to you. Qin Feiyang sneered. That damn old thing, how dare he hide such an important artifact from me? The demon ancestor was furious. Although the state preceptor was selfish, he actually didn't know that the myriad beast diagram would be so terrifying. Because he was just a pseudo-god at that time and couldn't open it. If he knew that it had such power, I think he definitely wouldn't be willing to give it to me. Qin Feiyang sneered. No matter what, this old thing deserves to die. However, it's a pity to kill him now, so I'll keep his dog life first. Now, let's solve the problem between us. The demon ancestor's eyes turned cold, and a cold aura suddenly roared out from his body. The world suddenly fell into a cold winter. There were even heavy snowflakes floating in the sky. This is... The white-haired old man and the others sensed the aura and turned to look at the demon ancestor. Their expressions changed drastically, and they roared, "Quickly move the battlefield." The 7 of them, the 3 beasts, including Sima-kun in the distance, all turned around and used teleportation to rush further away. They looked as if they had seen the devil, and their faces were full of fear. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1840. What's going on? Seeing Sima-kun and the others running for their lives, the 6 beast spirits, the golden leopard, the blood Kirin, and Zhao Tailai were all shocked. When they came back to their senses, they all turned their heads and looked at the demon ancestor. "Why do I have a bad feeling?" The 6 beast spirits muttered. Chui Li, the blood Kirin, and the golden leopard's eyelids kept twitching. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't need to interfere here. Go finish your battle." Chui Li and the others nodded. Chui Li. But just as Chui Li turned around, the demon ancestor's voice suddenly rang out. Chui Li was stunned and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. "Why did you suddenly call me? Don't tell me you like me and want me to follow you? Then I advise you to stop daydreaming." The demon ancestor chuckled. "Your actions have made me a little angry. So you don't like me? You want to kill me?" Chui Li suddenly understood and smiled. "Then I want to ask, what did I do to make you angry? How many pages are there in the Million Beasts portrait?" The demon ancestor did not answer. 99 pages. Chui Li said. 99 pages. That means the blood essence of 99 divine beasts is sealed in the Million Beasts portrait. There are so many divine beasts to choose from. Why did you summon the 6 Kirin beast spirits? The demon ancestor asked. Chui Li raised his eyebrows. "Strange. This is my freedom. I can summon whoever I want. What can you do about it?" "Yes. I can't do anything about it. But your provocative actions will consign you to eternal damnation." The demon ancestor looked at Chui Li and smiled. "I didn't expect you to see through me." "That's right. I am provoking you. I deliberately summoned the same beast spirits as the blood Kirins. I want you to see that the gods of war and divine beasts you have painstakingly raised are not as good as the beast spirits I summon." Chui Li looked at the demon ancestor mockingly. "Very good." The demon ancestor's smile was exceptionally bright. "You want to kill me? We'll talk about it after you defeat the young master. Goodbye." Chui Li smiled coldly and left with the 6 beast spirits. Zhao Lai shook his head and smiled. Why didn't I notice this guy's courage in the Black Tortoise world? This should be his personality. It's just that back in the Black Tortoise realm, he didn't have a backer like the young master, so he didn't dare to be so arrogant. Tang Hai said. "Interesting." Zhao Lai laughed loudly and said, "We can't fall behind. Let's go." The gold leopard, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin looked at each other. Then they teleported and chased after Sima-kun and the others. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and the others. He looked at Demon Alpha and said, "Compared to your subordinates, how are my friends? We won't know until the final results are out. It's useless to be arrogant now." The fiend ancestor shook his head. "Really?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, but he was secretly on guard. Because the aura roaring out from Demon Alpha's body made even him panic. Mo Long looked at Demon Alpha and shivered. "Sir, I'd better go help with Qilin and the others." "Useless." Demon Alpha snorted. Boom. The cold aura that emerged from his body became more and more terrifying. Goose feathers covered the sky and earth. In just a short while, Demon Dragon Island below was already covered in ice and snow. The cold air was bone-chilling. Even the void was beginning to freeze. What exactly is this thing that's emitting cold air? The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more alarmed he became. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sparkling light shot out from between Demon Alpha's eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked over and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. It was actually a snowflake. A snowflake was the size of a palm. It was sparkling and translucent, with cold mist surging. It floated in the void, releasing a dazzling divine light. The aura it released made Qin Feiyang tremble uncontrollably. However, what was a bit of a killjoy was that the snowflake emitted a pungent stench. How could it be a snowflake? Qin Feiyang muttered. Wait a minute. Mu Tianyang seemed to have said that Demon Alpha had a heaven-defying artifact. This heaven-defying artifact was a snowflake. Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. Could this be that heaven-defying artifact? Kid, I'll help you this time. But if you still can't defeat Qin Feiyang, then you're not worthy of me following you. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the snowflake. Demon Alpha laughed. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will die. Better be like this. The cold voice sounded again. Following closely, the snowflake flashed in the void and appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in the next instant. So fast, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He used the walkward technique and retreated. A mere ant dares to try and escape from me? The snowflake's words were full of disdain. The next moment, that endless cold current rushed towards Qin Feiyang. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang was wrapped in layers of ice. The bone-piercing cold air not only froze his bloodline power, but even his divine soul was being swallowed by the cold air. So scary. Qin Feiyang's hair stood on end as his divine power surged out from his Qi ocean. But, without waiting for the divine power to surge out of Qi Sea, Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea was also frozen. Qi Sea was frozen, so the divine power was naturally frozen as well. At this moment, his heart was in a state of panic. Was this Demon Alpha's heaven-defying artifact? Without the castle and Chang Shui, how could he fight? Buzz. But right at this critical moment, strands of jet black light suddenly gushed out from the center of Qin Feiyang's forehead, and it surged into his limbs and bones before expelling the cold energy within Qin Feiyang's body. Castle! Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. But at the same time, his mind was full of doubts. Wasn't the castle already sealed? Why could it still help him? To be able to forcibly tear a crack in the seal of the sky-swallowing beast, this lord really admires you. But with your current state, you can't stop this lord at all. Snowflake sneered, and a wisp of the power of law emerged. A crack immediately appeared in the void. Following closely, Snowflake swept into the crack and disappeared. This is... Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly surged. This kind of power of law was actually the same as Chang Shui, space-time travel. Wait, Snowflake activated the power of law. Where did it travel to? Could it be the castle? It didn't come to the castle. The voice of the inner demons rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang's aura was fully released, and the ice on his body shattered. Of course, this was because of the castle's help. If he relied on his own ability, it was impossible to shatter the ice on his body. After all, Snowflake was a heaven-defying artifact. It didn't go to the castle? Qin Feiyang frowned, raised his head and looked at the demon ancestor opposite him, and shouted, "What exactly are you making it do?" The demon ancestor laughed. "Don't worry, you will know soon." It seems that in this battle, even with the help of the inner demons, there may not be a chance of winning. Qin Feiyang's face was somewhat gloomy. Snowflake's strength was too terrifying, and it was estimated that only the castle could contend against it. But Snowflake also said just now that the castle only tore a crack in the seal. In other words, right now, the ancient castle was still sealed. So it was unrealistic to count on the castle. Sky-swallowing beast. Was this the name of the golden small beast? Just how strong was this beast? At the same time, in a pitch-black place where one couldn't even see one's fingers, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and snow-white frost surged out from the crack. Following closely, Snowflake appeared out of thin air. Snowflake released his perception and rushed in all directions. I didn't expect that there would be such a large space hidden in your body. A moment later, Snowflake's surprised voice sounded. You shouldn't have helped the demon ancestor, and you shouldn't have come here. Another faintly discernible voice came from the darkness. Trying to scare this lord? You are just a newly refined artifact. How can you compare with this lord? This lord's purpose is very simple. Hand over the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon, and this lord will leave immediately. Otherwise, this lord will completely destroy this place. Snowflake said. For a time, this place was silent. Do you really have the confidence to destroy this place? If you have the confidence, why don't you just do it? However, things like the heart of the demon dragon don't mean much to Qin Feiyang, so there's no harm in giving it to you. After a long time, the ethereal voice sounded again in the darkness. Swish. Following closely. In front of Snowflake, several things appeared. It was the heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, the claw of the demon dragon, and so on. At least you know what's good for you. Snowflake sneered, and the power of the law emerged, and the void once again cracked open a crack. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go against Qin Feiyang. The ethereal voice sounded, echoing in the void for a long time. Snowflake was silent for a while and sneered, just a mere Qin Feiyang, what is he? This lord also gives you a piece of advice. Don't become a stone in our way, because this is seeking your own destruction. After saying that, Snowflake took the heart of the demon dragon and disappeared into the crack. Who is the one seeking his own destruction? Do you really know? The ethereal voice murmured. So, the voice faded away, and this place was restored to silence. The void in front of the demon ancestor suddenly cracked open a crack. Snowflake took the heart of the demon dragon and other things, and rushed out like lightning. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Snowflake took action against him for these things? These things, weren't they taken away by the ancient castle? But why did they appear here? Snowflake could snatch these things now, which meant that these things had always been with him. Hidden somewhere in his body? That was definitely impossible. He had also searched the ancient castle, but there was nothing. Then there was only one explanation. Inside the ancient castle, there was another unknown space. And this hidden space would most likely only appear after he unlocked the third layer of seal. At the same time, looking at the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon, the demon ancestor's expression was quite sad, and he muttered, "Old friend, we finally meet." Father, the demon dragon at the side also had tears in his eyes, and there was a pain that couldn't be resolved. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Top Point mobile version reading website. Chapter 1841. Swoosh. Suddenly, Snowflake attacked again. An invisible force swept across the sky and enveloped Qin Feiyang. Do you really think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. But just as he was about to counterattack, a black crystal flew out of his body. Magic crystal? Qin Feiyang's expression froze. After the magic crystal appeared, the mighty force retreated with the magic crystal. Why is it snatching the magic crystal? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The magic crystal was with Renduxing. In the end, when Renduxing was killed, it fell into his hands. The demon ancestor grabbed the demon crystal and instantly erased the blood contract inside. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "You still don't know, right? The original owner of this demon crystal is actually me." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The magic crystal was used by the ancestor to seal Mu Tianyang. Shouldn't it be the ancestors? Moreover, old Qin also said that the magic crystal belonged to the ancestor. Back then, I was killed by Qin Batian, Mu Tianyang, and Qin Batian. The magic crystal fell into the hands of Qin Batian. Later, Qin Batian used the magic crystal to seal Mu Tianyang's remnant soul. So much so that later generations thought that the magic crystal was Qin Batian's divine item. What a joke! The demon ancestor sneered. So that's how it is? Qin Feiyang murmured. The demon ancestor said, "In addition, I'll tell you a secret. The magic crystal is a divine artifact above the supreme grade." What? Above the supreme grade? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He naturally knew the power of the magic crystal. According to his judgment, it was at most a middle-grade divine artifact. It couldn't even compare to a high-grade divine artifact. How could it surpass the supreme-grade divine artifact? I know it's hard for you to believe it now. But when you see it with your own eyes later, I guarantee that you will be shocked. The demon ancestor sneered and turned to look at Snowflake. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Snowflake said, "I hope that this lord can see an exciting battle next." "Definitely." The demon ancestor was full of confidence. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. From Snowflake's tone, it didn't seem to intend to interfere. If that was the case, the outcome of this battle would definitely be on his side. Swish. As expected, hearing Ancestor Fiend's words, the snowflake instantly entered Ancestor Fiend's glabella and disappeared. "Very good," Qin Feiyang muttered. Mo Long looked at Demon Ancestor and asked, "My lord, are you going to revive father?" "Your father," the Demon Ancestor sighed deeply and said, "I cannot revive it. But the demon's is his. If you want to revive it, you need at least a divine soul." But back then, in the process of fighting with Qin Badian and Mu Tianyang, his soul turned into ashes. Not even a wisp of remnant soul was left. The Demon Ancestor said. The demon dragon god's face stiffened. "In other words, father is completely dead and can't be revived?" The Demon Ancestor nodded. The demon dragon closed his eyes in pain. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at Qin Feiyang. He roared, "Qin Feiyang, blood for blood. Today you must die." "I'll be waiting," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Calm down. Although your father can't be revived, I will use another method to let him exist in this world." The Demon Ancestor said. "What method?" The demon dragon's spirit rose. Qin Feiyang also looked at the Demon Ancestor suspiciously. "Fuse." The Demon Ancestor said word by word. His eyes shone. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, the demon dragon's heart, claw, eye, and so on all disappeared into the demon dragon's body. The demon dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, as if in pain. Around his body, black fog surged. A strange power began to permeate the area. This power could plunder the vitality and life force of living beings. As Qin Feiyang sensed this strange power, the memories that had been sealed away in his mind began to surface. Black Dragon Glacier, Demonic Island, Demon Dragon Mountain Range. It was from these 3 places that he obtained these monsters. He remembered that at that time, these demons all had the ability to plunder the vitality of living beings. For example, Yen Wei almost died in the Black Dragon Glacier. And now, the Demon Ancestor had fused these demons with the demon dragon's body. That demon dragon would very likely obtain his father's inheritance. At that time, the demon dragon's strength would definitely skyrocket. "Father, this child will definitely avenge you. Give me your power." The demon dragon roared. The next moment, his demonic aura suddenly soared. Breakthrough? Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. With a loud bang, the divine dragon seal appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned into a towering mountain. With a monstrous divine aura, it charged towards the demon dragon. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The demon ancestor took a step forward and stood in front of the demon dragon. His hands quickly formed seals, and a black square seal appeared. The square seal was as big as a mountain, and the bottom was engraved with a demon dragon pattern. Billowing demonic fog covered the sky and earth. "Demon dragon seal, go!" The demon ancestor pointed in the air, and the black square seal cut through the sky and collided with the divine dragon seal. With a loud bang, the 2 square seals exploded in the air at the same time. A destructive aura crazily surged in all directions. The void collapsed, and the earth sank. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. Perfect divine technique. Qin Feiyang's face sank. This demon dragon seal wasn't a perfect divine technique, but a high-grade one, because the demon ancestor's cultivation was stronger than his. The demon ancestor was a low-level war god. At this moment, he didn't activate the soaring dragon technique and was only a beginner war god. The perfect divine dragon technique is indeed extraordinary. The demon ancestor smiled. His hands formed seals. Accompanied by a dragon roar, A giant demon dragon soared into the sky and roared. Waves of terrifying sound waves rushed towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. This is the divine dragon roar? Qin Feiyang was surprised. No. It's the demon dragon roar. The demon ancestor said. Demon dragon roar, Qin Feiyang murmured. With a thought, a purple-gold divine dragon appeared, and its roar shook the sky. This was the divine dragon roar. Two waves of sound waves collided and annihilated the sky. It was a tie again. Interesting. The third style, Lord of all demons. The demon ancestor shouted. As his voice fell, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Waves of demonic aura rushed into the sky. Boom. The next moment, a huge statue of a deity appeared in the world. The statue was pitch black with demonic fog rolling. It held a stone pagoda in its hand and stepped on a demonic dragon. It was as if a peerless demon had descended. Heaven and earth trembled. Lord of all demons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This style was actually the same as the third style of the divine dragon technique? Show me your Lord of all demons, the demon ancestor said. All right. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the emperor's statue appeared. Stepping on a purple-gold divine dragon and holding a broken sword, the emperor's aura shook heaven and earth. Boom. The two statues broke through the clouds and fought each other. This piece of land was instantly drowned by the terrifying demonic and emperor's aura. In the end, the two statues, accompanied by a loud sound, shattered at the same time in the void. The demon ancestor looked at the collapsed emperor statue and murmured, "How nostalgic." There was actually a hint of a smile on his cold face. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why would there be such a smile on the demon ancestor's face? When the two statues completely dissipated, the demon ancestor still did not retract his gaze. He looked at the sky and seemed to be lost in his memories. I wonder if you have thought of a question at this moment? What question? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why are my demonic dragon technique, your ancestor's divine dragon technique, and the Liu family's ancestor's fire phoenix technique so similar? The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The demon ancestor was silent for a long time and sighed faintly. Because the three of us were once very good friends. No, it should be said that we were as close as brothers. As close as brothers? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Qin Batin, Lu Zhang, and me. At that time, the three of us were all talented, peerless geniuses. Although we came from different places, we were like-minded. We cultivated together and created divine techniques together. The divine dragon technique, fire phoenix technique, and demonic dragon technique were the results of our hard work. The demon ancestor said. There's actually such a thing? Qin Feiyang was in extreme disbelief. Moreover, we all had the same wish. That wish was to overthrow the Tianyang Empire and establish a peaceful order. The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He never thought that this terrifying demon in front of him was actually a friend of his ancestor. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Qin Feiyang asked. Do I need to lie to you about this kind of thing? If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Mu Tianyang. Because at that time, the Tianyang Empire was still ruling this continent. Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, and I were still subjects of the Tianyang Empire. The demon ancestor said. These things were too unexpected. Qin Feiyang found it hard to digest for a while. The two of them had completely different ideals. How could they become friends? Since you and my ancestor want to overthrow the Tianyang Empire and establish a peaceful order, why did you become enemies? Qin Feiyang asked. It's very simple. Our ideas and ideals are different. What I want is a peaceful world that I can control. The demon ancestor said. A peaceful world that you can control? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in surprise, could it be that at that time, you wanted to use the blood soul technique to control the people of the entire continent? That's right. Because this is the only way to create a world that is completely free of slaughter and strife. But Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang want a free and peaceful world. They want the people of the world to have freedom. Tell me, isn't this child's play? Everyone has ambitions and desires. If they are not controlled, how can there be peace? Since there is no peace, what's the point of overthrowing the Tianyang Empire? The demon ancestor said angrily, "If I had to choose, I would support my ancestor and the others. Because in this world, no one has the right to deprive others of their freedom. If everyone is controlled by you, what's the difference between everyone and a puppet?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "So, you are also naive? Look at the current Great Qin Empire. Is it really peaceful? From the civil and military officials to the common people, which one of them isn't using their strength to bully the weak? In my opinion, it is no different from the Tianyang Empire." The demon ancestor shouted, "You are right. The Great Qin Empire is not truly peaceful. But this is the law of the world. Where there are people, there will be strife." Qin Feiyang said. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website.